A Growing Affection, Book 2. Part 2 by Xavon Wrentaile. Hinata had made their lunch, as they had not known how long the training session would last. They made their way slowly back to the riverbank, holding hands, and then proceeded upstream to where they had stowed their backpacks. Naruto put away the chakra weights, while Hinata spread out the blanket and set out ham sandwiches and bags of chips. Naruto rejoined Hinata and began to eat with gusto. "This is really good, Hinata," he complimented her. "It's just some leftover ham from last night," she blushed slightly. "Yes, but the ratio of meat to bread is perfect," he puffed out his cheeks and mimicked Choji, "and you added just the right amount of butter." She giggled and bit into her second half of a sandwich, while Naruto reached for a third. After a few minutes of silence, the couple finished eating. As Hinata started packing, Naruto noticed a spot of butter on her cheek. "Hinata," he said, and when she paused to look at him, he leaned in and licked her cheek clean. Hinata turned bright red, but a second later she fixed him with a different kind of ravenous gaze. He shifted to the right and pressed his lips to hers. Hinata fell back, drawing him down on top of her. She grabbed his neck and waist, pulling him closer as she worked her lips against his. After a time too long, yet too short, he broke away, panting. "Gods, I love you, Hinata," he said. She did not say anything, but let out a throaty purr of contentment and desire. And then she kissed him again, fiercely, gripping him tightly. Naruto ran his hands between her back and the blanket, finally catching her shoulders. He shifted his head to suck on her earlobe, and then suddenly rolled over, putting her on top of him. He tried to lock her lips to his again, but she drew back playfully. She touched the zipper on his jacket. With a simple flick of her wrist, she undid the fastener, baring his chest and undershirt. She pushed her hands back up, lifting the hem of his tank so she could see and trace his abs. Naruto smirked at her and with one hand undid the knot on her obi. As the belt dropped, his other hand gripped her shizoku's top along the lower edge, and with a smooth motion, slipped it over her head and free of her arms. Uzumaki's eyes locked on her undergarment, a black spandex sports bra, armored with steel scales. It compressed her magnificent chest and totally concealed her cleavage, but he followed the shape of her breasts with his hungry blue orbs. Redness crept into Hinata's face again, but then his gaze shifted to a spot below her left breast. Though there was nothing to mark the section of flawless, pale skin he looked at, Naruto knew it well. Almost 8 months ago, that portion of her torso had been burned clear through. It was fully restored, and he reached out gently to touch it, kneading the firm flesh, thanking the gods, and Sakura, that she was still alive. She took his hand away from her stomach and sucked on his fingers. Then she let him go, and slipped her hands under his shirt again, bending over to kiss him, once, twice, 3 times. As she shifted to nuzzle his neck, Naruto put his hands around her, running his fingers up and down her spine. He played her vertebrae like a sensual piano, in the way he had learned would excite her most. Then he put his hands back to her hips, sliding her further down, until she was almost horizontal over him, her chest pressed to his. The metal of her protective garment was cold, but the wonderful dichotomy of softness and firmness contained therein more than made up for it. He ran his fingers lightly up her sides, until they met the edge of her brassiere. He slipped his fingers just under the lower band, but then he stopped. Their eyes met, and Naruto took a deep breath. He sighed as he exhaled, and Hinata rolled off him, catching his hand in hers. They breathed heavily, their hearts beating in unison. The brisk March air quickly cooled their passion-heated skin. Not long after Naruto moved into his new home, they had had a long talk about their relationship. They had agreed to take it slow, recognizing that had worked well for them so far. Naruto had even mentioned he expected Hinata would want to wait for marriage, a fact that Hinata had confirmed but suggested she might reconsider. They want to go a little further, but they knew if they did, they would almost certainly go all the way. As their breathing steadied, Hinata retrieved her uniform's top and slid it slowly back into place, before readying her obi. "We should get back," she suggested regretfully. "I need to get ready for tonight." Naruto nodded, closing his jacket. He helped her fold the blanket, and they set off towards the village, hand in hand once again. Hinata split with Naruto near the center of the Hidden Leaf village, as each Chunin went home to change for their date. The young woman smiled at the irony, going on a date after the make-out session they had just had. But Ino had given her a pair of theater tickets to make up for the slumber party, and there was no way the Hyuga Scion could let them go to waste. The tickets were for the acclaimed traveling production of 7 Days, 7 Nights, the classic romantic comedy of errors. And the seats were quite good as well. It seemed Minako Yamanaka still had some ties to the theater company that had given the actress-turned-model-turned-florist her start. Hinata had been afraid it would be hard to convince Naruto to accompany her, but her boyfriend turned out to be willing to go, and even a little excited. He had even made a reservation at a cafe near the playhouse, so they could get a bite to eat before the show. The young woman snuck through the manor, partly because she was in a hurry, but more to avoid her sister. For the last few weeks, Hanabi's unpleasant comments towards Naruto had grown more frequent and pointed, and Hinata did not want her younger sister spoiling her mood. Hinata secured the door to her room and quickly shed her outer garments. Clad only in her armored sports bra and boy shorts, she went to her closet and extracted the scarlet dress she intended to wear. She smoothed the strapless, knee-length sheath over the comforter on her bed, already anticipating Naruto's reaction. The kunoichi opened her dresser and placed a pair of thigh-high white stockings next to the dress. Finally she removed a black bustier and panty set and situated them closet to the door to her bathroom. She decided to wear her hair loose and retrieved her bracelet and the matching earrings. Satisfied with her choices, Hinata removed the last of her clothing and entered her bathroom to shower. Naruto knocked at the door to the Hyuga manor. He wondered who would greet him this time. If it was normal training visits, it was generally one of the branch family members who greeted him. But one time it had been Hinata's grandfather, which had been an uncomfortable experience for the then genin. But if it was a special visit, it was usually Niji, Hanabi, or Hayashi. They seemed to take great pleasure in opening the door before Hinata could reach him. He reflected on how that had changed in the last few months. It used to be he would have rather seen Hanabi than her father. Though proud, she had smiled at him, happy for her sister's joy. And Hayashi had been imperious and dismissive. But now the younger sister was snide and sometimes even rude, while her father had grown warmer, even happy to see the young man. Fortunately, the clan leader was the one who opened the door. "Good afternoon, Naruto," Hayashi Hyuga said cordially, gesturing to indicate the young man should step inside. As the Chunin complied, the elder shinobi gave him a frank appraisal. Uzumaki was wearing a pair of stylish, yet loose, black slacks, a long-sleeved white dress shirt, and a knee-length black coat with a high collar. The young man also wore simple black dress shoes, and the silver watch Jiraiya had given him for his birthday. Hayashi suspected these were the nicest clothes Naruto owned, but did not say anything. Instead, he was simply impressed that Naruto had appropriate attire for the situation, and that the young man had chosen to wear it. "I understand you are taking my daughter to the theater," the Hyuga clan said politely. "It's actually more like Hinata is taking me to the theater, sir," Naruto countered with a touch of embarrassment. "After all, the tickets are hers. She could have asked someone else." "I don't think that would have happened," Hayashi chuckled once. "But I am taking her to dinner first," Naruto offered in consolation. "Well, you two have fun," Hinata's father suggested, as he heard his daughter coming down the stairs. Both men goggled as the lady in question came into view. The dress was fitted smooth around her toned body, leaving bare her shoulders and the upper curves of her breasts. It was a daring and attractive choice, and something the young woman would not have even owned a year before, much less worn in public. Her slingbacks were of a matching color, and boosted her almost up the Naruto's height. "You look gorgeous, Hinata," Naruto gaped. She blushed prettily and murmured thanks. "You do look nice," Hayashi marveled at his daughter's transformation. "We better get going, right, Naruto?" Hinata asked. "Yeah, our reservation is at 4:15, Naruto finally closed his mouth. "See you later, old man." Not too much later, he admonished as he closed the door behind them. Still impressed by his daughter's makeover, Hayashi realized that he had changed too. He had not been this open, or smiled that much since his wife had died. He wondered if he had Naruto to thank for that, too. Hinata shivered as they stepped into the chill night. The sun was long vanished by the time the performance had let out. Though March days were already growing warm in the Hidden Leaf Village, the nights rapidly lost the heat. Naruto removed his coat and placed it over her shoulders. "Thank you," she said gratefully, pulling the cover tight around her. "That was fun," Uzumaki told her, "a lot better than I thought it would be." "You didn't want to go?" she asked. "It wasn't something I would have picked," he admitted. "Then why were you so eager?" she pressed. "Because you asked me," he said, as if it was obvious. "Part of being in a relationship is doing things with your partner you would do alone, right? Like when you go to action movies with me. And you never know how things might be different when you do them with another person. Besides," he said more softly, "you were there for me last week when I found out about Sasuke. You wouldn't tell me why you've been down the last few days, so when you asked me, I thought this might help cheer you up." "Naruto," she said softly, thinking that she sometimes underestimated his perceptiveness. "If you can't tell me, or don't want to, that's okay," he told her, "but I want to be there for you in any way you'll let me." She slipped her arm around his waist, feeling guilty. Not just for worrying him, but also because part of her wanted to rat out Sakura, to try to turn Naruto against the other woman. However, she knew she couldn't do that. She didn't want to hurt Sakura, or more importantly, risk hurting Naruto. And she did not want to be petty either. "I guess it's just that I'm worried about you, and Kakashi-sensei, and Sakura." Her statement wasn't a lie, just an exaggeration and slight misdirection. "All right," he said, slightly dubious. But he draped his arm around her shoulder, and she snuggled in close as he escorted her home. "To be honest," she whispered, turning red as was her habit, "the dessert we had after lunch helped as much as this date." He chuckled and contorted himself to brush his lips across hers. "I'll share dessert with you any time you want, Hinata-chan," he growled suggestively. She latched onto his chest and put her head against his shoulder. Sakura can say whatever she wants, Hinata thought to herself, happily. And this time, she meant it. "Good morning, Naruto," Neji said somewhat stiffly. The two young men had met up on their way to the ninja operations building. Uzumaki was mission-ready, clad in his orange and black jumpsuit, with both his gear pack and kitsune strapped to his back. The Hyuga branch member wore his clan robes, as he usually had since Naruto returned to the village, just over 1 year ago. "Hey, Neji," Naruto greeted his friend and rival, "why are you heading to Ops?" "The Hokage has summoned me." His quiet voice made it obvious Naruto should have expected that. "You too," the Chunin smirked. "I guess that means we're probably gonna be working together again." "That does seem likely," the Jonin said dryly. "Good, you're both here," Tsunade said without preamble, as the two youths entered her office. Sakura Haruno was already present, waiting. "I have a mission for you three," the Hokage informed them, in case you hadn't guessed. "It is an A-rank escort mission." She flipped open the file and turned it around so they could see. Naruto immediately recognized both of their clients, while Neji remembered the woman in the second photo, though he had never met the other. Sakura didn't know either of them. "You escorting Daimyo Haruna of the Land of Greens to meet with Daimyo Toki of the Land of Birds," the medical Sannin explained. "Those two countries have been in the process of forming an economic and military alliance. If this conference goes well, they will be signing the treaties. You are to escort Lady Haruna to the Land of Birds, remain with her for the duration of the deliberations, and then return her to the Land of Greens. You must be expecting trouble. To assign this as an A-level task," Neji put forth. "Is there some resistance to this alliance?" "Not internally," the Kunoichi Sannin smirked at him, "but the Land of Grass has been trying to intercept communiques between the Greens and Birds for a while now. We suspect they have designs on both countries. The alliance would probably put the kibosh on their plans. You should expect Grass ninja interference." "Why us?" Naruto asked, confused. "I mean, no offense to Neji, but why not just send us with Kakashi-sensei and Hinata?" "I considered it," their commander admitted, "and while both daimyos wanted you, Naruto, Lady Toki also requested Neji's presence. Hayashi has been asking to have some of Hinata's time for clan duties, and sending Neji instead frees up Kakashi for another task. So it worked out pretty good this way." The blonde teen nodded. He was disappointed, but understood the Hokage's reasoning. Now that is cleared up, Tsunade leaned forward and handed the oldest teen the file. "Neji will be in charge, obviously. You are expected in the land of greens in 5 days, so you should have plenty of time. Dismissed. She stopped paying them any attention, and the younger shinobi got the message and vacated her office. Back to the land of greens, Naruto grunted as he remembered his rocky introduction to Princess Haruna. We better get going. No, Niji said, shaking his head once, as the Hokage indicated, we have ample travel time to make the first leg of our journey. I still have some things to take care of, so we will not be leaving until this afternoon. We will meet at the gates at 3 p.m. sharp. He stared at Naruto as he said that. The members of Team Kakashi indicated their understanding and left to finish their own preparations. Once they were gone, Niji withdrew his phone and hit number 1 on the speed dial. 1010, he said when the other party answered. It is Niji. I have just been assigned a mission. Can we reschedule dinner to lunch? Though they had left mid-afternoon, the 3 ninjas were not in a particular hurry, and they set up camp after just over 4 hours of travel, just before dark. Given the drop in temperature after sunset, the warriors wanted to have their tent prepared and sleeping bags set out for the night. They started a fire, and the boys began cooking while Sakura took a short jog to a nearby pond to get some water. Niji observed Naruto carefully, as if debating something. Once Sakura was far enough away, the Jonin spoke. Naruto, Niji said sternly, what are your feelings for my cousin? Huh? Ow. Naruto grunted in surprise, then pain, as Hyuga's sudden and invasive query caused him to brush the back of his hand against the cooking pot. Can you honestly say that you love her with all of your heart? Niji did not back down, but the inflection of his query indicated the final set of words were not his own. Of course not, Naruto scoffed, that's just stupid. Niji's eyes widened, but Naruto wasn't done. I love Hinata, he said firmly, but love her with all my heart? That would mean I couldn't care about Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Grandma Tsunade, Shizunizan, my mom, or any of my other family and friends. It's as bad as she's the only one for me, Naruto continued. I mean, how could I possibly know that? There could be someone out there who's the same as Hinata, except with lighter hair and different name. Or there could be some girl out there that both Hinata and I would fall for, and she'd fall for both of us, and we'd end up in some sort of 3-person relationship. Niji raised an eyebrow. I know that almost never happens outside of bad adult novels, Jiraiya's ghostwriter admitted, but it's possible. My point is, unless I knew every other person in the world, I can't honestly say that. But, Uzumaki said intently, holding Niji's gaze, I can say that Hinata owns the largest portion of my heart, and I will never intentionally hurt her. The Jonin nodded, briefly impressed. But then his frown returned. If that is the case, Guy's student said darkly, then why do you allow Hinata to be continually tormented? What? Naruto jerked back in surprise. Then his face became angry. Who is tormenting Hinata? Uzumaki demanded. Part of Niji wanted to chuckle, Tenten owed him 20 ryo. But he could not spoil the conversation with levity. I suspected you had not noticed, Hisashi's son confided, after all, you are you, and you are accustomed to Sakura behaving in that manner. Sakura? Yukihana's son glanced in the direction his teammate had disappeared, his ire forgotten. Are you saying Sakura has been mean to Hinata? Tenten and Ino first noticed it after your mission to protect Princess Nyoko, Niji explained, that Sakura was becoming terse and condescending towards my cousin. But since the reassignment of your Chunin teams, it has escalated to the point where nearly everyone has noticed it. Why would Sakura do that? Niji shrugged, as her friend and teammate, you would have a better chance of ascertaining her motives than I would. He redirected, having promised his girlfriend that he would let Naruto figure it out. Well, she wasn't happy when Sai took Sasuke's place, Naruto mused, but I thought that was more about Sai's personality. I guess she could resent Hinata for the same reason. Or maybe she's jealous. For an instant, Niji dared to hope. I mean, she's the only one of the girls who doesn't have a boyfriend. And Hinata's the only one who would let Sakura get away with treating her badly. Niji's eyes narrowed in disappointment and annoyance. Then Sakura approached the camp, cutting off any further discussion on the topic. Niji and Sakura both bowed deeply before the leader of the Land of Greens. After a second, and an irate glance from Sakura, Naruto followed suit, though not quite as low as his two colleagues. Please, there is no need for that, Haruna told them, smiling at Naruto. The 19-year-old daimyo waved off her guards, and stood gracefully from her simple wooden throne. She walked quickly over to the leaf ninjas, and embraced Naruto. It is good to see you, Naruto-kun, she said warmly. Then she released him, and addressed his teammates. You must be Niji-san and Sakura-san, she said, slightly more formally. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I place myself wholly in your care. What about Urineju? Naruto asked. He will be taking care of the land of greens in my absence, she told him. She looked down, and said quietly, I would rather have him along, but I fear we will need his strength here. Naruto nodded grimly, and Niji's eyebrows almost came together. In that case, their mission leader finally spoke, we should leave as soon as possible, Lady Haruna. As I understand it, once this alliance is formalized, your country will be in a much more stable position. Yes, she nodded slightly, still whispering so only her escorts could hear her. I am fully prepared to leave immediately. That won't cause a problem? Sakura asked, carefully. No, those ministers I fully trust are expecting my departure and are ready for a swift exit, the princess said. Then we should get a move on, ASAP, Naruto said softly but firmly. Then he glanced over at Niji and deferred, right, boss? The Hyuga Jonin nodded, struggling against a grin that was totally inappropriate for the situation, but that Uzumaki often engendered anyways. So, I hear that the least eligible, yet most sought after, bachelor in the Hidden Leaf Village, is finally off the market. Haruna broached the subject conspiratorially after their lunch break on their third day of travel. Slowed by the daimyo's pace, they were still 3 days away from the capital city of the Land of Birds. They were cutting it close, but had planned just enough time to reach their destination the evening before the conference was set to begin. Yeah, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Then his eyes narrowed in confusion, and he asked, why does everyone seem to know that? Sakura frowned in annoyance, and Niji stayed carefully neutral. Well, you have made quite a name for yourself, the princess shrugged, ousting tyrants, preventing the overthrow of young rulers. She blushed slightly, finishing, winning the hearts of princesses, to various degrees. Not another one, Sakura muttered under her breath. Unseen by the relaxed group, another trio observed them. Well, the tallest grass ninja demanded. He was oddly built, with a huge, muscular torso and arms, and spindly legs. He had light green hair and eyes, and his hair rose from his head in 3-foot-long spikes. He wore a standard black shizoku with a tan vest. The red metal chains wrapped repeatedly around both of his forearms offset the rather common nature of his uniform. The smallest ninja lowered his binoculars and shifted his gaze to his digital reader. He was under 5 feet in height, but his arms were too long for his body, giving him an apish appearance. His head was totally devoid of hair, which accentuated the fact that his eyes were of 2 different shades of blue, the left being substantially darker than the right. He wore the same uniform as his senior, minus the chains, but his had a number of high-tech devices outfitted to it. One of them is a Hyuga, the slight warrior told his teammates. He paged through the files on his palm top before addressing them again. Niji Hyuga, unless I miss my guess, he continued, the kunoichi is Sakura Haruno, the Leaf Village doesn't have anyone else with that particular hair color. But the last one is tough. I find 3 potentials, but none of them are a good match. The hair is too short in back, and his build is too skinny for a Noichi Yamanaka. Kuki Namikaze? It can't be that man, the grass kunoichi shuddered, it just can't be. She wrapped her arms tightly around her body, but not from the temperature. The act boosted her impressive cleavage. The 20-something's figure rivaled that of the Hokage. Her pretty face suggested a kind, generous nature, echoed in her soft hazel eyes. Her hair was an odd gradient, blue on the right side, gradually shifting to purple on the left side. It was braided, and hung to the middle of her shoulder blades. Unlike her teammates, she wore civilian clothes, a scoop-necked peasant blouse, a knee-length blue skirt, thigh-high boots, and her grass shield was hidden, wrapped around her breasts under her shirt. Though she could have passed for a normal civilian, a careful examination would have revealed her outfit was composed of reinforced materials, and she had multiple kunai hidden in her boots and under her skirt. Okay, the observing warrior shrugged, well, he's also too tall to be Naruto Uzumaki. Let me see that. The leader took the slider ninja's portable and flicked through the entries. He grunted angrily and threw the device away. The computer's owner dove to catch it before it could hit the ground. Our leader needs to spend more money on information and less on stupid gadgets, he told his underlings. That data is over 3 years old. Unless he stopped growing at age 12, that is Naruto Uzumaki. But we do not engage orders for Uzumaki, the young woman insisted. Maybe for a normal mission, the head ninja shook his head, but this is a task from the daimyo of the land of grass and our leader. Secondary standing orders do not apply. We attack then, the technology-savvy ninja stored his palm top. No, the unevenly built ninja informed them, our mission is to prevent the treaty from being signed, and to ensure Lady Haruna's safety. We need only delay them long enough for the other teams to do their jobs. A battle would not necessarily serve our purpose. Their commander grinned confidently, I have another idea. Let's go. After watching in silent mirth as Sakura and Haruna tormented Naruto about his love life for almost 20 minutes, Neji finally interceded. Lady Haruna, the Jonin interjected, if I may ask, what led you to this alliance with the land of birds? The young ruler glanced at the blonde Chunin, smiling slightly. It was not quite 16 months ago, she began, I had journeyed to the Konohagakure to observe the Chunin exam and discuss certain events with Tsunade Dano. During the event, I was seated next to the daimyo of another small country. She expressed displeasure to her consort, she was unhappy that a certain young man would not be competing in the exam. Hey, Sakura, Naruto whispered loudly, what's a consort? You, the medical expert groaned in disappointment, it means the husband of a female ruler. Dummy. I was of a similar mind, and we started conversing, the princess continued, amused at the interruption, of course that was Tokidano, and as we spoke, we discovered we had more in common than just a specific blonde leaf ninja. So you two decided to create an alliance to protect yourselves from the grass country, Sakura half asked, half said. Yes, Haruna agreed, by working together, we will improve our economies and increase our security. Wait, Naruto looked confused, I thought you guys already had lots of money, and that was part of why the grass guys want to take over. Won't making more money just make them more interested? Possibly, Haruna said, but our military alliance should more than offset the financial gains. You see, the land of birds has a strong standing army, but no ninjas to speak of. We have the Flower Ninja clan, but they are no match for the entire Hidden Grass village. But if we fought together, we would be nearly equal in strength. In addition, part of the treaty calls for a mutual defense fund to hire the Hidden Leaf village should our situation require it. Naruto bit his lip and nodded, trying to digest all of the information. Then he suddenly stopped walking. Whoa, déjà vu, the blonde Chunin exclaimed. What was that? Neji froze, his face creased with suspicion. That lump of rocks, it looks a lot like another group we passed a while ago, Uzumaki explained. I noticed because it looks like Kakashi-sensei's hair. Yeah, it kinda does, Sakura nodded, tilting her head to look at the stones from an angle. Is it like the ones we passed before, the Hyuga Jonin asked, or the same? How could it be the same, their client asked nervously, our path has been a straight one, west by northwest, navigating off the sun. We could not have gone in a circle. Not unless the sun was in the wrong place, Naruto looked up, as if expecting the gold orb to reverse direction. Neji glanced up, appraising the sky earnestly. What is it, Neji-san? Haruna asked, glancing back and forth between Neji and the sun. The head ninja did not answer, instead he put his hands together and activated his Kekkai Jinkai. After a second of looking around, the Jonin signed quickly, and suddenly disappeared. Neji? Naruto gaped. He was not familiar with the hand seals the Jonin had used, but based on the configuration, he did not think it was the body flicker technique or some other teleportation jutsu. Sakura, was that Shunshin? He asked, quickly, still glancing about. I don't think, she started to confirm his initial assumption, but stopped short. Neji, she exclaimed as he reappeared before her. Neji? Naruto asked, craning his neck to look past her, and registering surprise when he did not see their teammate. Did I miss him? The daimyo of greens blinked to clear her eyes. No, he's right here. Sakura looked right at the robed shinobi. Scriptsarum, some sort of gibberish emerged from Niji's mouth. Niji? Sakura grimaced in confusion. Are you all right? Sakura? Naruto eyed her with concern. Sakura, Niji's pronunciation of her name was oddly drawn out. They cannot see or hear me. The three of you are still trapped in the web of Genjutsu. I am using an illusion of my own to talk to you. After I broke myself free of the technique, I realized you could no longer see me. Release. Sakura brought her palms together and tried to disconnect herself from the technique. But nothing happened. I did not expect that to work, Niji told her. It did not for me, even when I could see the prison. It is composed of 5 separate, interwoven illusions. I had to use the illusion sever jutsu to free myself. Do you know the technique? Only by reputation, she frowned. We don't have time for me to instruct you in its usage, he considered. Perhaps if we work together. It's worth a shot, she agreed. She started to put her hands together again, but then noticed Haruna and Naruto, both staring at her anxiously. Just a second, the pink-haired Kunoichi told the Jonin. She quickly explained the situation to the princess and the knucklehead. Naruto attempted to break free of the Genjutsu net, but neither Niji nor Sakura was surprised when he failed. Release. Sakura put her hands together and focused her chakra. She could almost sense the techniques holding her. Then she felt a pressure against her forehead that had not been there before. The maze around her became clear, and she was able to exit. Unlike the noonday sun of the illusion, the medic found herself in twilight. Niji withdrew his fingers from her scalp. She glanced back, and Naruto and Haruna were still there, but their faces were slowly taking on expressions of amazement. Looking down in the dim, she saw multiple sets of their tracks in the dirt. It seems we have been walking in circles, but at a slowed rate, Niji told her. It appears we passed that rock at least 6 times. He pointed to the spiky formation that Naruto had noticed. What about those 2? Sakura queried. I believe that working together, we will be able to free them as well, Niji stated. And if we can't? Then we will have to locate the creator or creators of this trap, and make them collapse it, the Hyuga branch ninja responded firmly, but let us try the other way first. She nodded and walked over to Haruna. Niji wondered briefly at her choice, and then joined her. Naruto was in the process of inching his hands together again. Both of the liberated shinobi touched the daimyo's brow, and intoned in unison release. Now that she was outside of the spell, Sakura was more aware of the resistance. But after a few seconds of warring, the Leaf Warriors won out, and their client blinked at them at normal speed. Sakura, Niji, she gaped slightly as they withdrew, dropping honorifics in her surprise. She suddenly dropped to her knees. Sakura crouched next to her, examining the ruler. I'm okay, Haruna panted, my legs just suddenly ached. We have been walking for 5 hours more than our brains were allowed to register, Niji told her, even if it was at a reduced pace. What about Naruto? The princess asked. Niji? Sakura? Naruto swiveled about rapidly, trying to find the others. Then he put his hands together. He focused like Iruka taught him, swirling his chakra to dislodge the Genjutsu. Release, he intoned. But the false world remained around him. Release. Uzumaki shouted, his face lighting with rage. His chakra became visible around him, to no avail. The Chunin remained trapped. Come on, release, he pleaded. His situation remained the same, and he stomped the dirt in annoyance. Why can't I break free, he demanded of the heavens, even when I know it's not real. What is real? The Kyuubi chuckled at his impotence. What you see, hear, taste. Those things can be faked, both by forces outside of you, and by your own mind. Or is it the material world, whether you sense it or not? My power can reshape the world according to my will, so how can you say that it is real? As the teen ninja pondered the demon's words, Sakura reappeared before him. Stoked moving around you idiot, her image said unevenly, as she tried to adjust to the time differential, Niji and I are trying to free you. Okay, he agreed, freezing in place, ready to defeat the illusion. The image of Sakura disappeared, and Naruto began to fight the spell again. It's not working, Niji was amazed as he relinquished his contact with the blonde Chunin's forehead. We were able to free both you and Lady Haruna, so why is Naruto still trapped? Maybe we should just leave him here, Sakura suggested. But the daimyo's expression showed she was not amused by the remark. The kunoichi was spared a sharp retort when Niji's eyebrows rose. What is he doing? The Hyuga Jonin pondered, as Naruto started waving slowly for their attention. The team leader signed quickly and projected his likeness to Naruto's eyes and ears. Within the illusion, Uzumaki was rapidly swinging his arms back and forth. What is it, Naruto? Niji queried him directly. What's the hold-up? The younger man demanded. I was standing there, trying to break the illusion for like a minute. In reality, it was closer to 10 minutes, Niji frowned, but we are as mystified as you are. You should be free by now. Then what? Am I gonna be stuck here forever? Unlikely, Niji snorted derisively. Whoever is maintaining this trap will run out of chakra eventually. Though Sakura did suggest leaving you here until then. No way, Sakura, he shouted, though unfortunately in the wrong direction. You're not leaving me here. The question remains, how can we make you see through this Jinjutsu web? Niji's mirth faded. See. Maybe that's it, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Niji looked at him in curious condescension. But the Chunin just grinned proudly. Carry name Jutsu, Kakashi's student explained. Hinata said you're pretty good at it. Maybe if you show me the real world, it will help get me out of here. It is worth a try, Niji admitted. He nodded at his junior and instructed, get ready. Niji activated the vision-lending jutsu, and Naruto's view changed. He almost vomited as the world went from light to dim, and the speed of the real world fought against the slowness of the fake world. The young adult closed his eyes, hoping it would help, but he could still see through the carry name jutsu, and the time perception jutsu did not rely on vision. He choked back his lunch and took a deep breath. Ready? Niji asked. Naruto nodded, slowly, carefully. He placed his hands together, and Sakura and Niji each touched one of his eyelids instead of his forehead. Release, they incanted in unison. For a few heartbeats, Naruto felt as if his entire chakra network was on fire, but then he was doused with cold, and he was free. Woo, Naruto exhaled, stretching out. What now? The male Chunin asked. Do we find who did this? That's not our job, Niji shook his head. They did not try to hurt us, and we need to make up lost time, not waste more. Niji, I don't know if Lady Haruna can go much further, Sakura said quietly. As much as I would like to disagree, the daimyo joined the discussion loudly. I'm afraid Sakura-san is correct. I can carry her, Naruto suggested, if you don't mind, Lady Haruna. The princess blushed, then she nodded. With a slightly apologetic look, Naruto scooped her up in his arms. Naruto, piggyback would make more sense, Sakura said darkly. If she's too tired to walk, you can hardly expect her to hang on, Naruto countered. Sakura glared at Niji, but the Jonin just shrugged. And the daimyo looked away, obviously embarrassed. Fine, let's just get moving, she grimaced. Naruto looked at Niji questioningly, and the Hyuga youth nodded. Naruto sighed sadly, and the three ninja started running. Now what? The grass tech ninja asked his two senpai. We join Team 2 in the Land of Birds, the trident-haired leader said quietly. Let them know what happened, and double our forces for the next phase. The computer user nodded, and the kunoichi looked worried and unhappy. Lady Toki, the seneschal announced, I present Lady Haruna of the Land of Greens, and her escorts Niji Hyuga, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno. Welcome, Toki smiled formally at her guests. I trust your journey went well? As well as can be expected, Haruna answered, her inflection indicating she would have more to say in private. Her traveling cloths were gone, replaced by a formal yukata in 3 different hues of green, very similar to the white and yellow garment her counterpart wore. The 3 shinobi were clad in their usual uniforms, but had changed into fresh outfits. The hosting ruler nodded, her smile slipping. Then perhaps we should resume our talks without delay. That would be the wisest course, Haruna inclined her head. Then, if you will come with me? Toki stood carefully. The daimyo shared a worried glance with her husband before stepping down to their level. She indicated the left-hand side of the audience chamber, where a hallway led to more private rooms. Toki began to walk towards the corridor, and Haruna and the leaf ninjas moved to follow. But before they could approach the bird daimyo, a pair of kunai embedded themselves in the floor in front of Haruna. "I wouldn't do that, Toki," a familiar voice exclaimed loudly. At the back of the throne room, another Naruto Uzumaki landed, having just leapt over the heads of the guards at the entrance. He set down a second Haruna, and an additional Sakura and Niji dropped down next to him. "Don't go anywhere with those imposters," the second Naruto commanded. The new arrivals were slightly dirty and disheveled, and the new daimyo Haruna was panting. They stared at the earlier arrivals indignantly. "Don't listen to them, Toki," the first Naruto countered, "they're the imposters." "Is this why you delayed us?" the dust-covered Niji asked evenly, "so you could insert yourselves into Lady Toki's court? Is this a desperate ploy because we escaped your trap too quickly?" the first Niji redirected. Sugi's sister, meanwhile, had withdrawn to the dais where her husband still sat, and her soldiers surrounded the platform. "Which ones are the real ones?" Toki asked Chishima. "I'm the real deal," the grimy Uzumaki said, "see?" He held up his right hand, and formed a Rasengan above it. "So what?" the polished version shot back, "I can do that too." He lifted his own palm, an identical sphere hovered over it. "No way," the late arrival gaped. Then he recovered, and challenged, "That's not real. It's gotta be a genjutsu or something. So why don't we see which one is stronger?" He took a step forward, pointing the attack at his duplicate. "No way," the clean Chunin parroted, "you've probably got some lighting or fire jutsu hidden under that illusion. So when they hit, you'll burn me and make it look like you won. I'm not falling for that trick." "Why you?" the soiled Uzumaki growled, starting to charge. Then he pulled up short. He grinned mischievously, and his Rasengan vanished. "Okay," he presented, wiping a smudge off his face, "if you're really me, then how did I meet Lady Toki for the first time? The real Toki, not her pretending to be Sugi." The first Naruto stammered, "That's a trick question. You want me to say it was when everyone else found out. But I knew she was really a woman right away. The pervert hermit taught me how to read women, and..." "Wrong," the genuine article smirked triumphantly, "first, pervy sage didn't teach me that until later. But either way, you're wrong on both counts. Though I didn't realize it at the time, the first time I saw Toki was when I was sneaking around the palace, and I ran into her out back. She was..." "That's enough," the daimyo of birds barked, turning deep red. "That is the real Naruto," she continued, indicated the dirt-coated youth who had been about to reveal her. "Guards, surround the imposters." "Lady Toki, you cannot believe this," the fake Haruna started to protest, but the real princess interrupted her. "Toki Dano knows I would never refer to her like that," the daimyo of greens said imperiously, despite still being short of breath. The imposters group all turned to glare at her. "Big mistake," Naruto crowed, "taking your eyes off me." Uzumaki charged the remainder of the gap, and punched his doppelganger hard in the face. The stunned ninja was knocked back into the false Sakura, and as they collided, he lost control of his transformation, and reverted to normal. The long-limbed, hairless grass ninja reappeared in a puff of smoke. "Now what?" the revealed warrior asked, as he leapt back to his feet, drawing a kunai in each hand. "Plan B," the false Haruna sneered, dropping all pretense of civility. She drew a whip, readying herself for a fight. "Plan B doesn't call for them to be here," the duplicate of Sakura insisted. Her hand swept to indicate the three-leaf ninja, but her eyes focused on Naruto and Haruna. The grass tech ninja nodded in agreement. "Fine," the impersonator of the daimyo grumbled, "retreat." "Like we're gonna let you escape," Naruto made a cutting gesture with his hand. But at the same time, the four grass shinobi each smashed a smoke bomb on the ground. The cloud was swirling as the imposters used the body flicker to appear behind the guards, already running. Naruto started to give chase. "Stop," Niji ordered. Uzumaki almost tripped as he slid to a halt, and he turned to goggle at the jonin. The eldest teen had activated his Kekkei Genkai, and was watching their enemies flee. "We gotta go after them," the blonde Chunin insisted. But Hyuga just shook his head. "No," their leader explained, "there are 4 of them, and only 3 of us." They have already split up, which means whoever we do not pursue could double back. Our job is to protect the daimyos, and that is best accomplished by staying here with them. Naruto nodded reluctantly in agreement, and Sakura sighed. Part of her agreed with her teammate, but she knew their leader was correct. Well, you all appear as if you could use a chance to clean up. Toki stepped back down, taking charge of the situation, but I don't intend to let you out of my sight. Ah, Sakura groaned in contentment as she eased herself into the bath. Both of the daimyos were already submerged to their shoulders, and Toki smiled at the shinobi. I take it you had an interesting trip, their host asked, after the warrior medic had settled, and had placed her towel on the shelf. Sakura and Haruna glanced at one another, and the ruler of the Land of Greens shrugged. Not interesting, to-chan, just tedious, the younger daimyo explained. Someone, presumably the same group from earlier, trapped us in an illusion that made us walk in circles for hours without being aware of the time. To-chan? Inner Sakura frowned. So then to make up for lost time, Naruto carried me part of the way. You must have loved that, Ha-chan, Toki smirked at her counterpart. I've been through worse, she conceded, but her reddening cheeks and tiny smile made lie her apathetic tone. But we have more important matters to attend to, Haruna said pointedly. Toki nodded in sharp agreement, and they both turned on Sakura, leaning towards her, their eyes sparkling. The kunoichi cringed back, but she had nowhere to go. Is it true you know Yoki Fujikaze? Toki asked, breathless with curiosity and jealousy. You have failed again, the grass jonin told them dismissively. Despite being equal in rank to two members of the intercepting team, he was in control of the mission. And despite being the second shortest, he looked down on the other four shinobi. Other than his somewhat noticeable lack of height, he was the most unassuming of the group, with shoulder-length black hair and a plain, forgettable face. Don't give me that crap, the trident-haired warrior snapped, you're not some criminal mastermind, and we're not your stooges. We completed our mission. We delayed them for more than half a day's travel time, and then reported the situation, so you could plan your move. And don't try pinning this fiasco on us, the computer expert warned, flashing his palm top. I had already filed Ayamiko and Saburo's reservations about the impersonation scheme. Our leader already knows we warned you that the Leaf Ninja were making up lost time, and that we didn't have enough intel to pass a more than passing inspection. The second kunoichi chuckled. No longer wearing the form of Haruna, she now wore a green patch over her right eye. Her dirty blonde hair was cut severely short, and her shizoku was ragged around the edges and more than slightly revealing. What now? Ayamiko had dropped Sakura's guise and was once again in her civilian-styled garb. Her light eyes showed worry over the conflict between her allies, and her interruption and gentle tone were intended to forestall further bickering. Our leader is going to contact us within the hour, their appointed commander explained. He has been informed of the situation and will decide how to proceed. Okay, what's going on here? Naruto demanded grumpily. After the boys had met up with the girls again, Sakura quickly foisted the giggly princesses onto Naruto. Haruna and Toki had proceeded to spend nearly an hour interrogating him about the daimyo of the Land of Snow, and her actress alter ego. After they had dragged all the information they could out of the younger Chunin, the ladies started to talk about summer plans and then the latest fashions. It was after another 10 minutes of that Naruto lost his temper. I mean, I thought this was supposed to be some kind of negotiations, he complained, but you're acting like this is a slumber party. Toki looked chagrined, but Haruna not the least bit off-put by the challenge. To be honest, the Princess of the Birds admitted the basic structure of the alliance was set 5 months ago. So, what have your meetings been about all this time? Niji kept his voice down, but his tone was just as recriminating. We still had minor details to hammer out, Haruna answered defensively, various merchants and ministers who had to be assuaged, terms to tweak. She did not seem convinced by her own argument, and both of the male ninja prepared to press their assault. But before they could, Toki spoke again. It's a lonely thing, she said in a sad voice, being a female ruler. People are much quicker to second-guess you, to try to bully you. Until I met Hachan, Chishima was the only friend I had. But even he didn't fully understand, how could he? As we went through the early talks, Haruna picked up, we realized we had a lot in common, beyond just being daimyos and women. Along the way, we became friends, and so we drew out the negotiations so we would have an excuse to visit. But then the land of grass began to pick up on your meetings and tried to interfere. Sakura nodded her understanding. Yes, Toki said, and we knew we had to sign the treaties before things escalated too far. That is the purpose of this summit. Today we will have our fun. Tomorrow we will go over the paperwork one more time, and on Wednesday we will have the formal signing. Assuming, of course, we don't find anything out of place tomorrow. She grinned smugly at Haruna as she offered the conditional. Hey, the younger ruler pouted, I told you, that wasn't my fault. My Minister of Agriculture slipped that line item in, and I dismissed him as soon as we found it. Toki chuckled at her, I know. But I have to give you grief about it, to make sure it doesn't happen again. So, if you will permit us our fun? Toki turned back to the Leaf Warriors, inclining her head slightly and asking their indulgence instead of ordering them. You coulda just told us from the beginning, Naruto shrugged, you should both know I'm not one to stand on protocol. That's for sure, Sakura interjected. Speaking of that, Toki suddenly grew angry, and leaned in closer to Naruto, mysteriously drawing the Noroamusha katana from under her kimono. If you ever again announce in open court that you snuck in and saw me bathing, she let the threat trail off, and then smiled sweetly. Unfortunately, Sakura and Haruna's faces told him he might have been better off if Sagi's twin had cut if down then and there. The tech ninja yanked the headset away as the loud, shrill voices overwhelmed him. We will have to move tomorrow, the senior grass ninja told the other four. Our leader has given us permission to ignore the daimyo's request to keep Haruna safe, though we should still pretend we tried to protect his cousin. Unfortunately, we are still not allowed to kill or seriously injure Naruto Uzumaki. But there is a reward if we can capture him. Ayamiko sighed, I suppose this means we will be going with a direct assault? You and your delicate sensibilities, the other Kunoichi sneered. Of course, the would-be villain smiled broadly. So, Naruto-kun, Haruna suddenly said. Toki had gone to speak with Tsushima, taking Sakura as her escort. Niji had followed halfway behind them, so he could watch both princesses with his Byakugan. After she felt the others were gone, the leader of the Green's country moved around the table to talk to the Chunin face to face. Is it really true you are with Hinata-san? Haruna asked innocently. Yup, Naruto grinned happily, then he paused and his eyes narrowed. Why did you say it like that? It's just, I can't see it, she maintained her unassuming air, but spoke more carefully. I mean, you're total opposites, she explained simply, you're loud and brash and ill-mannered. Not that that's a bad thing. And Hinata is quiet and gentle and polite. It doesn't seem like a good fit. Well, they say opposites attract, Naruto shrugged, unperturbed. Opposites attract, she agreed, but likes last. Hinata and I have plenty in common, Uzumaki frowned at her, we love dancing, and fantasy movies and books. We both like romantic comedies, though she prefers romance, while I go more for comedy. Then his expression turned even more dark, and we both know what it's like to be lonely, and looked down on. We were the two of the three loser ninjas of the Konohaka Corps. I was the unfocused, untalented knucklehead, she was the unsuited heiress, weak of body and spirit. People just assumed they knew us, what we could do, and what we would do. And we've both grown past that. Naruto, Haruna was taken aback, but was unsure what to say. I love Hinata, he told her, but not quite thinking of the daimyo before him, and I'm not going to let anyone come between us. Sakura, Naruto whispered, putting his head close to the door. When she did not respond, he said her name again, slightly louder. Whether due to his inadvertent suggestion, or if they had planned it all along, Uzumaki did not know. But at the end of the night, the two princesses had pulled Sakura into Toki's chamber, while exiling Tsushima, Naruto, and Niji to Tsushima's private room. As Haruna closed the door, Naruto swore he heard the medic groan nod again. Still troubled by Niji's revelation on the first leg of their trip, Naruto snuck into the hall, and called for his friend's attention. Though the suite had fallen silent, Uzumaki doubted his teammate was asleep, she was too responsible to have taken her rest without informing them. He kept his voice down, not wanting to wake their clients. On the third time he said her name, the door slid open. Despite the seriousness of his visit, Naruto almost lost it when he saw Sakura. Her hair had been knitted into dozens of tiny braids, jutting out of her head in every possible direction. Naruto snorted, and his eyes watered from trying to contain himself. "What?" she growled, both from the interruption and from his reaction. "What happened to your hair?" he asked carefully. Sakura touched her scalp, and then remembered what she had been subjected to. "Those two are worse than Ino and Tamari," she hissed quietly. She put her hands together, and the binders locking her hair in place exploded. Another burst of chakra, and the braids unraveled. Sakura shook her head, sighing in release as her coif returned to its usual state. Then she looked at Naruto again, stern but no longer angry. "What is it?" she demanded softly. "There's something I need to talk to you about," he sobered. His surprisingly formal tone put the kunoichi on edge. "I want to know why you are being so," he struggled with the phrasing, so it did not sound like an accusation, "why you have been so callous towards Hinata." "What?" Shocked, Sakura barely kept her voice down. Though he was not proud himself for thinking it, Naruto wondered if her amazement was from the allegation, or simply because he was the one making it. "Did Hinata say that?" the pink-haired woman barked under her breath. "Hinata would never snitch." "And you know it," he shot back, "that's why you got away with it for so long." "I should have noticed it sooner," he said sadly. "I first started to figure it out during the fight with the zombie actors last month. When Hinata said her Suijin Byakugan might not work against that genjutsu, you rolled your eyes and said so much for that in a really sarcastic tone. Even though there was nothing more any of the rest of us could have done, even Kakashi-sensei." Sakura started to speak but trailed off in thought and memory. She found she was unable to meet his eyes. "I thought it might have been that you were mad Hinata took Sasuke's place," he told her, "like you were with Sai. But the more I rolled it around in my head, the bigger it got. Like on my birthday, when you were leading us to the surprise party. I didn't hear exactly what you two said, but I could tell by your face and voice, you were hounding Hinata, and she looked really down about it." Sakura bit her lip, remembering that she had basically accused the other woman of using her clan's money to buy Naruto's affections. "And even before that, you were pretty snappish with her on the Reaper and Nyoko missions," he continued. "So what's up?" he asked gently, but determinedly. "Did Hinata accidentally do something to make you mad? Or are you jealous of her growth, or that she got a boyfriend first?" Sakura inhaled sharply at that, and her confused look was replaced by a quick anger. But Naruto's disappointment cooled her off almost as fast. "I don't know," she said softly, "I guess hanging around with you, and Kakashi-sensei, and Lady Tsunade. And Sasuke. I've gotten used to being abrasive. To needing to be direct, and even a little mean, to get my point across." Then she smiled sadly, "And though I don't like to admit it, maybe I am a little jealous that Hinata found someone first. I always liked her, and I used to root for her, but to be honest, I generally expected she would be forced into an arranged marriage by her clan. I really didn't realize that I had gotten this bad," Sakura said regretfully. "I'm sorry, Naruto." "It's not me you should apologize to," he said, almost inaudibly. As the blonde Chunin slipped back into Chishima's room, Sakura looked thoughtfully annoyed. The next morning the two daimyos and the three ninja returned to the conference room after breakfast. The two women quickly set out the sheaf of parchments, prepared brushes and ink for any last-minute changes. Finally, Naruto grunted happily, "We can get this treatise signed, and shut down those grass ninja." "The treaty won't be signed until tomorrow, knucklehead," Sakura said less aggressively than her usual corrections. "This is the final read-through." "This is just a formality," Toki said, looking from her counterpart smugly, "right?" "To-chan." "I mean Tokidano, that will not be the case this time," Haruna protested. "Of course not," the bird daimyo smiled more openly. The younger leader stuck out her tongue, but then she smiled too. "Then let's baggy." Toki grew serious, but was cut off by an explosion near the edge of the palace. Another blast shook the entire room, and shortly thereafter they heard echoing shouts of the guards. "Naruto, let's go," Niji ordered. "Sakura, stay with Lady Toki and Lady Haruna." "Right," both younger shinobi answered in unison, and the two men rushed out. "What is happening?" Niji asked the leader of the first group of soldiers the two leaf ninjas encountered. Explosions at the east and south entrances, the warrior answered nervously. Niji exhaled in consideration. Naruto, head to the southern disturbance. I will go east. The Hyuga Jonin then addressed the Toki's guards. You men take up positions by the conference room and guard the daimyos. Naruto nodded, and the two shinobi split up. One of the other soldiers looked at his commander with a doubtful look. Sir, should we be taking orders from him? The lieutenant shrugged. It is our duty to protect Lady Toki. We should keep working, the daimyo of the Land of Birds insisted. Read through this as quickly as possible, and if necessary, sign it now. That will confound their plans. Not that I don't trust Naruto and Niji, she quickly reassured Sakura. The kunoichi nodded, but she too looked nervous. Right, then, Haruna lifted the edge of the first page of the document and began reading. Article 1, the establishment of the Mutual Advancement Alliance between the Land of Birds and the Land of Greens. Niji raced down the hall, his arms trailing behind him. He rolled his elbows, loosening the kunai hidden in his forearm sheaths. He turned a corner and saw a small group of guards. Of the 23 soldiers, only 5 were still standing, and many of the fallen appeared to have fatal injuries. Saburo grinned as he saw Niji, and without taking his eye off the leaf ninja, he swung his right arm back, wrapping the now partially unwound chain around one soldier's neck. The smell of burning flesh emerged from under the weapon, and the tall grass shinobi gestured again, throwing the unfortunate warrior into the wall. Get back, Niji counseled, take the injured and retreat. I was getting bored anyway. Saburo ran his left hand through the center spike of his bizarre hairdo. He then graciously took a step back, allowing the bird fighters to retrieve their own and escape. The great Niji Hyuga, he smirked, killing you will cement my rep forever. You might be getting ahead of yourself. The leaf jonin was unconcerned, though he carefully watched the chains trailing from his opponent's wrists. He recognized the red color was from the temperature of the metal, and that they were not burning their wielder. If you don't mind, can we skip the opening round? The grass jonin asked in a friendly manner. I'm already warmed up, and it's not really my style. Besides, I already know what you can do. Niji did not answer with words, but he slipped effortlessly into the gentle fist stance. Taking that as an affirmation, Saburo began a complex set of hand signs. Hyuga recognized the pattern as being part of a transformation jutsu, but was not familiar with the specific technique. Ryu, the top-heavy invader, concluded, ninja art, ursine form jutsu. The grass agent began to sprout thick brown fur, and his mouth extended into a short muzzle. His body grew, with his lower body increasing faster than his upper body, until he was almost 9 feet tall and evenly proportioned. His hair remained the same, except where his ears shifted higher on his head, becoming more rounded. His fingertips sprouted thick claws. Saburo rolled his wrists twice, unwrapping more of his chains, so they once again trailed on the ground with his increased height. The bear warrior also took on a fighting posture. The Akugan, Niji activated his genjutsu, to little avail. His enhanced vision failed to pierce the Saburo's chakra-laced fur. Even if I cannot see his chakra network, I can still strike at his internal organs, the dojutsu user concluded internally, and the additional bulk must slow him down. It is best if I end this quickly, so I can return to the others. Without another second of hesitation, the leaf shinobi charged forward, leading with his fingers. Saburo swung his left chain at Niji's jaw, but the small fighter ducked easily under the weapon. His fingers darted out, and he struck 3 times around the grass bear's heart in the span of one breath. Even as he connected, the altered human was lashing out with his right hand, and Niji was forced to roll to his right to avoid having his left arm bound and burned. To the Hyuga Jonin's surprise and annoyance, his opponent did not collapse. Instead, the bear-shaped warrior chuckled at his grimace. My guard hairs are stronger than most armor, he boasted, and this form gives me an extra thick layer of fat and muscle under my hide. I felt your little attacks, but they're too gentle to do any real damage to me now. He swung both of his chains horizontally, one high and one low. Niji was too close to dodge, so he extended his hands and spun. 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin, he incanted, expelling chakra from his open hands. The Hyuga technique first sent the chains flying, then connected with Saburo's wrists, knocking them away too. That tingles, the Ursine shinobi chuckled as Niji darted back out of range. Now what, boy, he continued to mock, swinging the red-hot links lazily before him, your special little taijutsu doesn't do jack to me, nor do your other techniques. While if I get one solid hit on you, this fight's over. And close combat is your only real weapon. Looking desperate, the Leaf Jonin flung his left arm wide, releasing 3 kunai. Saburo did not even try to block. The blades were stopped by his fur, failing to draw even a drop of blood. That's just sad, the grass soldier trailed off in confusion when he heard a hissing sound. He glanced down and saw sparks spitting out of the loop on one of Niji's knives. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the paper bombs, built into each blade, exploded. Naruto skidded to a halt as twin bursts of water and lightning bounced Toki's men into the air. A number of soldiers were scattered about the hall, unconscious but alive. The stone tiles rattled, and most of the remaining soldiers capsized in the earth-shaking jutsu. This clearing allowed Naruto to see his opponent. The blonde Chunin grinned in dark joy when he realized the enemy ninja was the same one who had impersonated him the previous day. You guys should back off, Uzumaki warned the regular army, this is gonna get a little bit messy. The soldiers pulled their disabled comrades back to a safe distance and set up a second line, just in case Naruto failed. Naruto Uzumaki, the smaller ninja, inclined his head politely, we were not properly introduced yesterday. I am Jinji of the Circuits, a Chunin of the village hidden in the grass. Of the Circuits? Naruto looked confused, what does that mean, you're a robot? No, the bald shinobi said flatly, but then his expression perked up, let me give you a demonstration of my title. He raised his elongated arms, and the leaf ninja finally noticed his odd bracers. They were made primarily of metal and plastic, and did not appear to very useful for stopping attacks. Each of the forearm panels had 2 rows of 6 raised plastic semicircles. Water rupture jutsu, Jinji announced, without using any hand signs. A 4-foot diameter sphere of water formed between them and exploded, knocking Naruto backwards and down to his knees. Stone Spears Jutsu, the apish warrior pointed his right hand at the floor beside Uzumaki, and the granite tiles shot forth spikes. The blonde youth was forced to dive to the side to avoid being impaled. Oh yeah? Naruto roared nonsensically, how about this? Rasengan. He surged forward, his right hand holding the spiraling sphere. But before he had covered half the distance, Jinji countered. Updraft Wall Jutsu, again with no effort, the grass Chunin activated the technique, and strong gusts of wind lifted Naruto into the air and held him. These are really strong jutsus, Naruto thought, and he's used 4 of the 5 elements. I can only use 3, and my only decent earth technique is Stone Claws. Speaking of mom's techniques. Yukihana's son dismissed the Rasengan and quickly signed. Cyclone Spikes Jutsu, Naruto announced, and 8 spikes shot out. Instead of aiming them all at the grass ninja, Naruto spread out the air darts, making it hard for the tech user to dodge them all. Granite Wall Jutsu, again the floor erupted, stopping all of the missiles. Even as the wall receded, Jinji activated another technique, announcing Lightning Clap Jutsu. The electrical explosion forced Naruto back out of the wind trap, shocking his system at the same time. The blonde warrior was barely able to right himself before he landed. He missed his opponent's next incantation, but dove forward to avoid the lash of flame aimed at his chest. Darn it, Naruto grimaced, you can't be just a Chunin. What are you? I'm the future of ninjutsu. Jinji turned his wrists back to point his bracers at Naruto, no longer will shinobi have to spend months or years mastering esoteric techniques. With jutsu circuits like these, all it takes is a little chakra control, and any ninja can use any jutsu. Once the final test run is complete, there will be no difference between the ranks or even between villages. There will be no need to waste time training apprentices. Even genin will be able to use the strongest killing moves without limits. Bullshit. Naruto roared, enraged, I'll never acknowledge someone like you as a true ninja. I won't need your acknowledgement, once I crush you, the shorter warrior scoffed. That'll never happen, Naruto settled, and his voice grew mocking, I'll show you that someone who relies on crutches like that can never defeat a real ninja. You haven't even come close to me so far, the grass soldier snorted, What makes you think you can beat me? Now that I know the source of your power, Uzumaki boasted, I'll show you its 3 fatal limitations. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The copies charged forward, surrounding Jinji. Attacked from all corners, the tech ninja rapidly spun, sending out attack after attack. Rolling Earth Jutsu. Spark Javelins Jutsu. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Lava Surge Jutsu. Frigid. Frigid Wind Jutsu. A. The last 2 clones started to move in, and Jinji struggled to catch his breath. Iron Bar. Barrage Jutsu. The bald Chunin panted out the technique, but was able to defeat the final duplicates. Number 1. Naruto raised his right pointer. You haven't learned jutsu the hard way. You haven't been forced to stretch your chakra reserves or hone your chakra control. I don't know anyone else who claims to be Chunin that would be so winded after using only 20 or so jutsu like that. Even the 2 or 3 that would be running on empty, they'd have enough restraint to not be physically worn out like that. I'm not out of chakra, Jinji protested, raising his left arm and erratically spewing out sandstorm jutsu. One of the crystals on the kote glowed briefly golden brown, but nothing else occurred. Naruto smirked and moved in, engaging in a brief taijutsu battle with Jinji. But the tech ninja held his own, despite his exhaustion. After half a minute of punches and kicks, Naruto's fists began to glow purple, and he grabbed Jinji's left wrist. The grass Chunin's arm jerked under the Ranshinsho, however the effect on his bracer was more pronounced. The 12 bubbles began to glow, sizzle, and then explode in turn. The ones closest to Naruto's hand were the first to pop. Number 2, Jiraiya's student jumped back, lecturing again. Circuits are fragile things. They don't like heat, liquids, or outside electricity, the knucklehead quoted Shizune, remembering the lecture he'd been given after spilling juice on the keyboard that came with his computer. Then he remembered something Kakashi had told him, and chakra circuits are even more touchy than normal ones. That means your jutsus are really easy to disable. Why you, the smaller, yet older ninja snarled at the teen, but Naruto disappeared. The leaf warrior reappeared next in Jinji, and was gone before the tech ninja could react. And, number 3, Naruto grinned broadly, holding up Jinji's surviving bracer, is the fact that if your opponent is faster, he can take your techniques and use them against you. Naruto put his finger under one of the circuits and channeled energy into it. Water Rupture Jutsu. Naruto's use of the technique created a much larger sphere than Jinji's did, and the grass ninja was bounced into the wall, head first. The invader slid to the ground and did not move. Naruto crossed to him quickly and took off his opponent's backpack. After binding Jinji's arms, the Leaf Chunin made a quick search of the grass Chunin's equipment. He removed all of Jinji's other computerized techniques and a spare connector board. He piled the ninjutsu modules and the 3 bracers on the floor with a look of disgust. Naruto summoned 2 clones and held up his hand. The clones did their work, and a roiling purple orb appeared above his palm. Raiton Rasengan, he said fiercely. He thrust the sphere into the mass of technology with an expression of satisfaction. The clones swept the stragglers back in, making sure every circuit and all of the interfaces were totally destroyed. Then, chuckling to himself at the irony, he took out his cell phone and punched in Niji's walkie-talkie number. Niji, he spoke into the device, glancing at his opponent one more time, I've captured the one attacking the southern gate. Do you need my help over there? No, the team leader said carefully, rejoin Sakura. Got it, Uzumaki nodded even though Niji could not see him. Keep an eye on this guy, the ninja told the regular soldiers who had stayed to watch the battle. One of them saluted him, and others moved in, leveling their spears at the unconscious invader. With slight misgivings, Naruto reversed his original course. Cute, Saburo chuckled as the smoke cleared. Though his fur was scorched, only a few small trickles of blood escaped from where the trapped blades had exploded. I'll have to remember that trick, the bear warrior smirked, a souvenir from this battle. He took a step towards Niji, lifting his hand for his next attack. But before he could, a voice emerged from Hyuga's robes, and the grass jonin paused in amusement. Niji, I've captured the one attacking the southern gate. Do you need my help over there? Niji considered Naruto's words with a touch of concern. There had been 4 grass ninjas for the impersonation, and none had appeared to be clones. But there was only one here, he considered, and only one fighting Naruto, then the other 2 must be. No, the gentle fist user said carefully, rejoin Sakura. Got it, Naruto answered, before disconnecting. Niji returned his attention to his opponent, but was surprised to find Saburo looked as if he had been sucker punched. Ayamiko, the transformed fighter growled with a touch of worry and confusion. Article 14, Toki took over reading, limiting import taxes and tariffs on produce. In the interest of encouraging trade and public health, both signing bodies will limit any respective fees on produce to no more than 2%. Produce shall be defined as. Sakura suddenly perked up nervously, and the daimyo trailed off. Lady Toki, the kunoichi said lightly, as if just making conversation, I wouldn't suppose there would happen to be a hidden exit from this room. No, the ruler of the bird country controlled her answer, just the 2 normal ones. This room is against the central support pillar of the palace. The other 2 walls rest against 2 feet of solid granite. Is something the matter? We're not alone. Oh my, a voice emerged from the empty space in front of the northern exit. It appears we have been detected, Ko. The unassuming grass fighter appeared inside the door, while the one-eyed kunoichi ended her camouflage jutsu blocking the eastern portal. Both rulers backed into the corner, and Toki drew her blade from under her kimono. How courteous, the plain shinobi smiled blissfully, now there is no need to search for it. Though I doubt you will be kind enough to just hand it over. What are you talking about? Sakura drew a kunai in each hand, and moved closer to the princesses. The kunoichi named Ko equipped the same whip she had shown when impersonating Haruna the previous day. She cracked the weapon perilously close to Sakura's uncovered leg. The leaf ninja did not flinch, and the grass leader raised his hand to forestall his teammate's aggression. Hadn't you heard, he said conspiratorially, the final negotiations were a farce. Lady Toki lured Lady Haruna here to eliminate her. We were sent by the grass daimyo to protect his cousin, but we arrived too late. As she had so many others, Toki cut down Haruna, aided by her leaf ninja allies. No one would believe that, Haruna protested. They will, when Toki admits it, the talkative villain told them, after we finish you and Miss Haruno, a round of genjutsu will make the bird's daimyo believe she did it. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? Sakura's eyebrows came together in annoyance. Oh, I'm sure you are quite strong, young lady, the male jonin said truthfully, but we have you outnumbered, outranked, and we are not encumbered by the need to protect others. Of course, if you save our time and energy and just surrender, I can make your death quick and painless. Sakura's answer was to fling the kunai in her left hand at his heart. He caught the blade by the handle, and started twirling it around his thumb. Ko, get Toki's sword and kill Haruna. I'll play with the girl. As he said that, the male jonin threw Sakura's kunai and added one of his own. The youngest woman in the room deflected the blades into the floor. The other kunoichi flicked out her lash, aiming for Toki's right wrist. But Sakura jumped in the way, grabbing the whip with her now empty left hand. Gripping the leather lash tightly, the powerhouse healer began pulling the grass soldier closer. The whip user took out a second weapon and quickly put shallow marks on Sakura's left cheek and right wrist. Ko drew back her left arm again to strike again, but Sakura released the woman's right hand weapon and the attacking kunoichi stumbled back. The male shinobi had closed the gap and swung his sword at Sakura's head. Like its owner, the long sword appeared unremarkable. It was 3 feet long, double-edged, with a simple bar hilt, cylinder pommel, and no other distinguishing marks. Sakura blocked with her kunai. Almost too fast for her to follow, he withdrew and then stabbed at her chest. She stopped his attack with her throwing dagger again, and the wedge-shaped knife cracked under the repeated blows. Cursing herself for underestimating him, Tsunade's apprentice threw the damaged blade at her opponent's foot, buying her a precious instant to retrieve her scroll and withdraw her axe. As she put the paper locker away, she palmed a trio of shuriken and tossed them at Ko, who had recovered and was advancing towards the daimyos again. The one-eyed woman knocked them away with her right whip, even as her left whip snaked out towards Toki again. However, the bird's princess did not carry the katana for show, and was able to deflect the attack. Right, Naruto said Lady Toki could fight, Sakura remembered, but she's no match for a full-fledged ninja. Sakura caught his next attempt to skewer her on the flat of her weapon's oversized head. She pushed him back, but he rolled with the pressure and spun back for an overhand stroke. The medic darted away, slashing at the cord snaking towards Toki's hand again. KO directed the whip to drop, sacrificing her attack to avoid losing one of her weapons. Sakura started to chase her back, but the plain ninja and his plain blade intercepted her again, and she was forced to put her attention back on him. She decided to take out his weapon, so she could return to the other three women. She sent her chakra into her weapon, increasing its weight. The young woman planted her feet, and swung the axe horizontally, two-handed, with a force that could have felled even Gamabunta or Manda with a direct hit. The slender ninja blocked without so much as a shudder, but the marble tiles under his feet exploded. Sakura grimaced, and reversed the grip of her left hand, twirling the massive blade into a diagonal strike, which should have bisected him from his right shoulder to his left hip. Once again, he stopped the attack with only one hand, and with no indication of any strain. The remaining shards of stone under his feet powdered, and the wood over the bedrock splintered. The leaf ninja grimaced, and stopped his next attack. Her annoyance and confusion deepened. Though he had speed and precision, his attacks lacked power. He should not have been able to stop her so simply or completely. Force flow jutsu, he read her expression, my own technique. It transfers any impact to my sword, no matter how powerful, out the bottom of my feet. That makes me the perfect person to fight you or your teacher. Raw power is meaningless against me. Until I bury you, Sakura smirked, hammering him again. The planks he was standing on broke apart, and he nodded in agreement. As his sword snaked out again, he slid sideways onto more stable footing. His blow was faster than the previous one, and Sakura just barely avoided having her jugular slit. She struck again, but as with the previous 3 times, the damage went to the floor. The Chunin tried to spare a glance at her charges, but her opponent punished her for her inattention. She only partially deflected the stab, and the sword slid cleanly into her right shoulder. She started to channel chakra to the wound even as she tried to take advantage of the situation. With the grass ninja's blade slowed by her flesh and bone, she flipped her axe upwards with her left hand. Though the impromptu blow was weaker than her previous strikes, it was aimed for an extremely sensitive area. With a look of exaggerated terror, the plain warrior jumped back almost to the door, barely avoiding being neutered. Sakura turned back to the grass kunoichi, but she was too late. Her left hand whip pulled Toki's katana into KO's waiting right hand. As soon as she gripped the curved blade, she dashed forward, her lone eye practically glowing with glee. The daimyo of the Land of Birds tried to defend her younger counterpart, but the female jonin doubled her over with a punch to the stomach, and then knocked her away with a kick to the chest. "Haruna!" Sakura shouted, diving. But the forgettable shinobi had drawn her too far away. The katana rose and fell with a flash. There was the all-too-familiar sound of metal cutting skin and muscle, and a spray of blood coated the wall. Niji knocked the glowing hot chain away with his tonfa. Unable to block the heated weapon with his hands, the Hyuga Jonin had taken out his oft-neglected weapons. He could have continued to use the heavenly spin, but it did not have any measurable impact on his opponent, and the younger warrior did not want to waste his chakra. The chains were the most troublesome part of his opponent's offense. Niji knew that if he could have a few heartbeats in close, he had techniques that could penetrate Saburo's armored fur. But whenever he tried to move in, he found himself overwhelmed by the dancing metal links. So he observed his opponent, trying to think of a way to disable the chains or disarm the grass ninja. "Ninja art, molten chaos," Saburo announced. He did not swing the chains, but they shot out anyways, moving at sharp angles. Niji deflected them, but the chains turned in mid-air, darting back at him. The links unwound further from their owner's wrist, and once they had sufficient length, they doubled up, attacking him with both the ends and with spikes in their middles. Beset by 4, then 6 constant attackers, Niji was overwhelmed. He managed to avoid being bound, or taking any serious hits, but his clan robes were in tatters, and a number of seared bruises were erupting over his skin. Finally, the Leaf Jonin dropped his weapons and extended his palms. Rotation. Niji spun in place, sending out his chakra to keep the chains at bay. But the zoanthropic shinobi had anticipated this, and the red-hot chains wrapped around the circumference of the Hyuga technique, bearing down and forcing Niji to continue the jutsu. It only took a moment for Hisashi-san to realize his mistake. As soon as he stopped the heavenly spin, the chains would rush in and trap him. But Saburo's jutsu almost certainly took less chakra to maintain than the 8 trigrams technique, so the bear-shaped warrior could simply wait for Niji to wear himself out. Casting about desperately, Niji saw again his paired tonfa, unceremoniously discarded. Shifting his Byakugan to the dome, and then to his opponent, the Hyuga branch ninja came up with a risky plan. Even as he spun, he maneuvered his feet closer to the discarded weapons. His 360-degree gaze took in all the factors, and he ran through some quick calculations. But in the end, he just went with his gut. Looping his foot under the first of the forearm bars, he kicked it nearly straight up. When it struck the boundary of the heavenly spin, the weapon's trajectory changed, and it was accelerated. Faster than any thrown weapon, or even most bows or crossbows, the blunt object shot towards Saburo. The big man blinked in surprise and worry as the tonfa passed within centimeters of his face. That was CLO, he started to admonish Niji, even as the second weapon struck him in the chest. Despite being neither sharp nor aerodynamic, the tonfa penetrated Saburo's armored fur, muscle, and one of his ribs, brushing up against his right lung. The weapon only stopped when its hilt struck the grass warrior's chest. In that instant, the chains went slack, and just to be certain, Niji jumped outside of their circle at the same time he ended his jutsu. As he landed, Saburo was standing unsteadily, slowly wrapping the chains back around his forearms. That hurt, Saburo admitted, taking a shallow breath, but you didn't hit anything vital. And you gave up your weapons to do it. So while this has been interesting, I think we are done here. Once he had finished coiling the metal links, he crossed his arms before his chest, still ignoring the end of the tonfa extending from his chest. Niji watched his opponent carefully, slipping back into the gentle fist stance. Burn, Niji Hyuga, the growled command escaped his muzzle, followed by the shaping phrase, Ninja Art, Firebug Jutsu. The links of the chains pulled apart, their heat increasing and their glow brightening. They swarmed around their master like insects. And then he gestured and the pieces of the chain flew at Niji. The Hyuga Jonin grimaced, not because of the threat, but because he was about to prove Naruto right. Niji's posture shifted slightly, and a large chakra seal appeared around his feet. Byakugan art, protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, he announced with a touch of regret. Hinata's technique streamed out from her cousin's fingers, and the already softened metal rings were sliced in two. As he destroyed their form, the chakra bonded to the metal was released as well. The chain pieces dropped from the air, rapidly cooling as they fell. In the end, the grass ninja's attack could not match the leaf defense, and every part of Saburo's weapon was destroyed. However, Niji's mastery of the technique could not match Hinata's, and a few of the links tagged him before his could cut them down. The two shinobi faced one another, injured but still standing. After a moment, Niji raised his hands again. But Saburo shook his head. "You destroyed my ember chain," the grass ninja said without anger. He pulled the tonfa out of his chest with a few gasps of agony, and tossed the weapon down. "And with this injury, I cannot hope to fight you up close," he admitted. "However, as you have figured out from my emotional slip, Jinji was not supposed to be fighting alone. So that means Sakura Haruno is fighting 3 of us instead of the 2 who were supposed to sneak into the meeting." Saburo shrunk back to his normal size and shape, continuing, "So when I pragmatically turn tail and run, you should pragmatically go help your teammate." Grinning at his own cleverness, Saburo turned to leave. Thus he did not see the smaller chakra seal emerge from Niji's feet. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. As the grass ninja collapsed, paralyzed, Niji told him, "I don't think it would be pragmatic for me to let you escape." And then the Hyuga shinobi hurried back towards the conference room, limping as fast as his injured legs would carry him. "Are you all right, Haruna?" a gentle voice, unknown to Sakura, asked amidst breaths of pain. The medic realized another woman had appeared between KO and the Land of Green's daimyo. The newcomer was older than the leaf kunoichi, around the same age as Toki. She wore simple clothes, but held herself like a warrior. And she had a long, deep cut from her left shoulder blade almost to her bottom. Ayamiko, the younger ruler, gasped. I made it in time, the buxom beauty smiled happily through the injury. She straightened, turning halfway to watch her former comrade. Lady Haruna, who is this? Toki asked, intentionally masking their relationship from their attackers. She's. Haruna trailed off, unsure what to say. She's a grass ninja, Sakura said dubiously. Ayamiko's damaged shirt had slipped down, revealing the shield that partially covered her cleavage. The injured kunoichi did not back down or look away. I know her, Haruna asserted, I trust her. I'm afraid that won't do, Toki said quietly. The short version? Haruna offered after a sigh, she is family. Her mother is my cousin. And while I was held hostage in the land of grass, she was my friend, my only friend. So I trust her. Your cousin? Toki frowned, that means. I am the niece of the daimyo of the land of grass, Ayamiko confirmed, and like my mother and uncle, I am sworn to keep Haruna safe. That is why I asked for this mission. I did not believe Saburo or Jin could be trusted to follow our ruler's orders. The gradient-haired kunoichi focused her attention on Sakura, and stated plainly, I will not let anything happen to Haruna, and for her sake, I will guard Lady Toki as well. The leaf doctor nodded, turning her concentration back to the now-named man. Jin frowned, almost pouting. I'm hurt, Ayamiko, he said with mocking dismay. Not yet, Sakura swung again, no longer upset that he stopped her cold, but now that you're my only opponent. Before she could make good on the threat, the leaf teen found herself barraged by the grass swordsman. Sakura blocked a horizontal swipe, stepping sideways with a half-hearted attack of her own. Though she no longer had to focus on KO, she still had to keep Jin away from the princesses, which meant she had to control the movement of the battle. Still, she spared a glance over at the other battle, not entirely trusting the rogue grass kunoichi. KO continued to fight with one of her whips and Toki's stolen katana, while Ayamiko had equipped a pair of composite punching daggers, weapons with both a punching dagger across her knuckles and a normal knife blade extending out the top. The pretty warrior deflected her former comrade's attacks, but made no move to strike back. Then the leaf medic was unable to observe further, as Jin pressed her distraction with a series of quick jabs. The plain shinobi was no longer playing around. His attacks were faster and stronger, while his jutsu continued to let him stop her counters with ease. Sakura wanted desperately to break out her strongest weapon techniques and ninjutsu, but she knew the risk to her charges would be too great. She had already tried channeling Ranshincho into the Slender Man when their weapons clashed, but it did not work. As she hit him, and the stone and wood under his feet broke apart again, Sakura was struck with an idea. If he diverts my power out of his feet into the floor, she thought, what would happen if he wasn't on the ground? Inner Sakura suddenly popped up in her head, grinning widely as she pictured Jin rocketing into the wall, energy jetting from his feet. Probably too much to hope for, her regular voice admitted, but still worth a try. Sakura fell back further, forcing her face to display anxiety, while she just barely blocked the unassuming shinobi's strikes. Finally, as she was pushed perilously close to the wall, Tsunade's apprentice swung desperately at the grass ninja's head. He interposed his sword with a sneer, but she pulled the weapon back, and used the increased momentum as she dropped, and attempted to sweep his legs. Ha! Jin barked a laugh as he hopped over her knee, as she planned. She took her turn to smirk at him, and extended her weapon again. She poured chakra into her arms and legs, magnifying her strength. The axe angled upwards, its speed and power increasing. The male jonin appeared amused by her confidence, and extended his weapon. The blades clashed, and again the jutsu absorbed her power. But with nothing underfoot, this time the energy had no place to go, and reflected back. The simple, common longsword shattered, and Sakura's weapon continued its arc. The sharp, heavy axe cleaved upwards through Jin's belly and chest. As the blade cleared, only 1/2 inch of muscle, skin, and bone prevented the grass warrior's torso from being carved wholly in half. Sakura, as the body hit the ground, one of the doors exploded inwards, and Naruto burst into the room. He quickly took in the situation, but his face screwed up in confusion at the sight of the two grass kunoichi fighting one another. Damn, Ko groused, looks like this mission is a failure. She threw Toki's sword at Haruna, mainly to distract the three guarding ninjas long enough to dash a set of smoke bombs on the ground. Sakura and Ayamiko closed around the daimyos, but it was unnecessary. When the smoke cleared, their last opponent was long gone. Naruto surveyed the situation, still looking bewildered. Sakura, he asked, looking from the dead grass ninja to the injured grass kunoichi, what's going on here? Ko? Saburo woke up to the realization that he was moving. He forced open one gummy eye, and recognized the ragged hair and clothes of the woman carrying him. The pain in his chest was great, but it was bound and treated with numbing herbs, so it was less than he expected. He held still, so not to unbalance her. What happened? He croaked. Ayamiko betrayed us, she answered harshly. She helped the leaf ninjas and protected Lady Haruna. Jin is dead, and I don't know what happened to Jinji. He was captured by Uzumaki, Saburo explained. We need to get back, the woman snarled, and let our leader know what happened. So what are we going to do with him? Naruto asked. 2 days after the attack, the treaty was signed, the alliance affirmed. The Leaf Trio were preparing to escort the younger daimyo back to her own country. Ayamiko remained with Haruna the whole time, as did Sakura, as the Leaf Shinobi were not entirely trusting of the grass kunoichi. Despite that, the medic had healed the Green's princess's relative at both rulers' request. Jinji was not so lucky. He spent the time manacled to a hospital bed, receiving only civilian treatments. The grass chunin had only now woken up, and the rulers and ninjas had gathered to observe him. Both of the royals looked to the two jonin for guidance. Niji also observed the grass woman. If he is loyal to my uncle, I would like to take him back with me, if you will allow it, the Gradient Tressed Beauty admitted, but if not. I suspect war will soon come to the land of grass, and I would deny the leader of the hidden grass village even a weapon such as him. In that case, I would respectfully ask the Konohagakure to take him into custody. Niji raised a single eyebrow in surprise, but Toki nodded. I can agree to that, the bird's daimyo agreed. You're asking a lot, Miko-chan, Haruna said contritely, then she grinned, but I suppose it is a small request for saving 2 daimyos. The noble ninja nodded, and slipped out of the observation room. A second later, she entered the tech ninja's room. The bald man's eyes shifted from staring at the wall to look at the newcomer, and when he recognized his teammate, he looked briefly hopeful. Studying her body language, his face fell back to the sheet covering him. You're not here to rescue me, are you? He asked softly. Were you ever part of our team, or did you always intend to betray us? The daimyo is both our ruler and our client, Ayamiko said. For our leader to disregard his requirement that Lady Haruna be unharmed is dishonorable and treasonous. What are we without our word or our country? The defeated warrior digested the words thoughtfully. So what now? He prompted. That is up to you, she informed him. Do you stand with our leader or with our daimyo? Speak only the truth. Niji and Sakura recognized the powerful genjutsu woven into the question and the command. The other 3 observers remained blissfully ignorant. After considering the question, Jinji rubbed the back of his left arm with his bound right hand. Seared into the skin of his outer wrist were 12 circular scars in 2 lines. Finally, the computer expert addressed the prompt. I think the Tech Ninja program is a bust, he offered. I thought I was beating that Leaf kid, but he was just testing me. And then, despite his less than intellectual reputation, he pointed out 3 glaring errors to me. One in particular worries me. He showed her his arm. He was able to destroy the circuits pretty easy with a lightning jutsu. But he also reminded me that computers don't like heat or water. Can you imagine what would happen if one of those things were damaged but still partially functional? I started to think about what a short-circuited ninjutsu would be like. Both of the kunoichi, one present and the other observing, went pale. Naruto wanted to ask Sakura what that meant, but Jinji was still talking and Niji shushed him. One of the researchers must have figured out what the Uzumaki punk did, but our leader sent us out anyway. And like you said, if we can't keep out contracts, we won't have any customers. So I guess that means I'm with the daimyo. Ayamiko let out a sigh of relief. You look tired. The statement was offered as a barb. I guess maintaining two bodies at all times is too draining for you. The woman in the corner bristled, but the blue-eyed, brown-haired man held up his hand to forestall her. What is your desire, master? He asked carefully, ignoring the sarcasm. Shall I bring war to the land of grass, or shall I prevent it? You still believe you can prevent this? The black-eyed, black-haired man seemed amused by the prospect, even after you ordered them to betray the daimyo's wishes? Jin was the only one who I spoke to, the only one who had my orders, the much younger man answered, and his personality tick was well known. I can explain to the daimyo that Jin decided to play the villain and take matters into his own hands. I would then offer his niece a commendation for her loyalty. That should smooth things over for now, if you are not ready for our next phase. Fine, you may try that approach. Better to preserve that stronghold until our true next move is executed. The lesser partner nodded, and hundreds of miles away, the leader of the Kusagakure emerged from the strange machine concealed in his office. For a brief instant, his eyes appeared to be blue, concentric rings, but then they faded to their original, green color. The fifth Hokage was livid. She glared out the window of her office, sorely tempted to punch through the glass. She barely noticed as she shattered the coffee cup in her hand, spilling the hot liquid onto the floor. Get him in here. Now, she roared, not even bothering with the intercom. Outside her office, Ganma, Rito, and Shizune scampered away, not needing to ask whom she meant. Even had they not known, they would have been too scared to ask. Through the casement, Tsunade could see the monument to the Hokages. The stone faces of the first four Hokages stared out as always. But her own visage had been vandalized. Graffiti painted onto the granite made her look cross-eyed and fish-lipped. And even worse was the text. Someone had smeared the words "old woman" across her right cheek, and "all boobs, no heart" on her forehead. And the Sannin doctor had no doubt in her mind who had perpetrated the crime. Since his return from the land of greens, Naruto seemed to have reverted to his 11-year-old self. He had been setting up tripwires and flash bombs throughout the village. He had tried repeated to peep at the women's baths. He had interrupted classes at the academy by pulling the fire alarm. As she pondered his behavior, Tsunade forced herself to take a deep breath. Naruto had come a long way, especially in the last year. In the past, he had pulled pranks to get attention and to take a minor revenge on the people who hated him. But Uzumaki had friends now, and was generally liked and admired in the village. There had to be some reason that he was acting like this again. Lady Tsunade, Shizune said tentatively at the door, I brought Naruto. The younger medic escorted the Chunin into the room and then quickly exited. The Hokage's hard-fought composure nearly slipped at the smug look on his face. She glared at him, but forced herself to keep her temper in check. This situation called for carefully directed anger, not an uncontrolled explosion. What is the meaning of this, twerp? She demanded harshly. I just realized I never got a chance to decorate your carving, he smirked, and I thought it might have felt left out. What's going on, Naruto? She said softly, but in clipped tones, why are you acting out again? Did something happen with you and Hinata? Naruto looked surprised, but his grin didn't slip. Nah, we're great, he said. Then, why? Tsunade felt her control straining. Why slip back into bad habits? Maybe I'm just not as mature as you thought I was, he shrugged haughtily. Maybe you should bust me back to Genin. You damn punk, I'll send you back to the academy if you don't tell me what the hell is going on. Naruto looked genuinely frightened at the threat. His mask of arrogance collapsed with a disappointed sigh. Hinata said it wouldn't work, he mumbled. What wouldn't work? The fifth Hokage's rage abated and confusion took its place. Acting up. She told me you wouldn't demote me if I went back to playing pranks, he explained. She said I should just come to you directly. You want to be demoted? Her voice rose with incredulity. He nodded. Why? 6 months ago, he reminded her, you promised me you'd do whatever it took to get me to the Chunin exam in the Land of Lightning. You even offered to demote my friends. It's only 8 days from now. So you have to make me a genin again? But you are already a Chunin, the leader of the Konoha Corps frowned in confusion. Why would you go through this, just to compete for a rank you already earned? It's not about me, he admitted after a long pause. when you promised you'd get me to the exam, I promised Hanabi I'd be her teammate next time. I need to be a genin so I can be her partner. Tsunade rested her chin on her hands thoughtfully as the last piece fell into place. Are you sure you understand what you are asking? She asked, and then continued without waiting for a response. Shinobi who are demoted always have a hard time getting back their former rank. Everyone expects them to fall again, so they find it difficult to get a second chance. Shikamaru would love to be a genin again, and Hinata would have done it for you, so the impact on those two would be lessened. But if I demote you, even if I told everyone your reason, there would always be doubt, especially given your history, and how hard you tried to become a chunin in the first place. The other thing you need to know, she leaned back, addressing him cannily, is that the Jonin trials will be held next month, right after the chunin exam. If I were to demote you, even if by some miracle you were to regain your rank right away, you wouldn't be eligible to undergo the advancement assessment. To be judged in the Jonin trials, you need to have been a chunin for at least 4 months. And since the trials are only held once every 2 years, you would have to wait that long for another chance at a promotion. Knowing that, do you still want me to demote you? The Hokage prompted. Naruto frowned sadly, but he nodded. I have to keep my promise to Hanabi, he insisted softly, that's my nindo. The medical expert looked proud, for just an instant. Then she grinned wickedly. Too bad, she told him, it's about time you learned you can't always keep your word, especially when you make promises at the drop of a hat. Also, it's punishment for all these pranks. I can't just give you what you want. You might try something stupid like this again. Besides, she said with a touch of levity, didn't Hanabi say she wouldn't team up with you this time? Naruto nodded. After you go tell Hanabi that you can't be her partner, you and Hinata will go and clean my monument, she ordered, a touch of her early anger returning. Wait, Hinata too? Why? Call it her reprimand for not talking you out of it, she smirked, or informing someone of your intentions. And don't think you can do this for her. She'd better be up there with you, or you'll both be in even bigger trouble. Now get out of here, before I consider sending you back to Irika for remedial etiquette lessons. His eyes again expanding in fear, Uzumaki rushed out of Tsunade's office. Frankly, kid, she addressed him in her thoughts, I don't think that Pipsqueak has earned this level of loyalty from you. Pretty much the opposite. But I guess that's part of what makes you you. Good morning, Naruto, Hayashi Hyuga said coldly. He surveyed the young man with a dubious expression. Is there something I can do for you? The clan leader noticed his elder daughter had not appeared, so this must have been an unscheduled visit. I need to talk to Hanabi, Naruto said despondently, and after that, Hinata. Hayashi led Uzumaki to one of the smaller meeting rooms in the clan manor, and dispatched one of the younger branch members to fetch his daughters. The two men sat in silence, until the door slid open again. Good morning, Naruto, Hinata's happy greeting fell off quickly as she noticed the mood. Behind her, Hanabi let out a harsh breath in impatience, and the older sister hurried into the room. She sat beside her paramour, while the younger girl stood behind her father. What is it? Hanabi demanded, hiding some of her annoyance. Naruto paused, unsure what to say. Hinata looked at him, worried. I'm sorry, Hanabi the blonde chunin finally forced out, I can't go to the land of lightning chunin exams with you. Hayashi pursed his lips in confusion and feigned disinterest. I tried everything I could think of to get demoted, he continued quickly, and I even asked Lady Tsunade to keep her promise that she'd do anything to let me compete. But she wouldn't do it. Suddenly Hayashi understood, and he was disappointed in himself for doubting the young man. Naruto had been willing to lose both reputation and rank to fulfill his pledge to Hanabi. The girl's father smiled encouragingly at the young man, trying to convey his apologies without having to say the words. Who cares? Hanabi shrugged, indifferent, this time my whole team is going. I don't need you anyway. Is that all? The genin addressed her father, who nodded slightly. With a slight bow to her elder, the young woman strode out of the room. Naruto, I'm sorry, Hinata said unhappily, It's okay, he interjected, I'll just have to find some other way to make it up to her. And speaking of that. The fox-faced man grinned at his girlfriend sheepishly, I guess I'll have to make it up to you too. Make it up to me, she looked bewildered, and Hayashi frowned in amusement. Lady Tsunade said that you have to help me scrub the Hokage monument, he told her, as punishment for not stopping me. So my punishment is to spend the morning with you, the pale beauty smiled happily. I think the Hokage might be getting soft. Hayashi suppressed a chuckle. Give me a minute to change into some work clothes, she told him. So he vandalized the Hokages again, the elder ninja thought. Now that he knew the why, the Hyuga leader found Uzumaki's actions amusing. After the two young adults had left, Hayashi hurried in a most undignified manner up to the second floor, to the room with the best view of the mountain, activating his Kekkai Genkai as he strode. A few seconds later, peals of unfamiliar laughter echoed through the Hyuga clan's stronghold. Isn't this where you trained me and Hanabi for the last Chunin exam? Naruto asked, shrugging off his backpack. Hinata and Sakura nodded as Kakashi confirmed the assessment. I discovered this place a few years ago, he told his students. It's a great place for training. The clearing is a decent size, it's close to the river, there are some fruit trees in the forest nearby, and it's far enough from the village we probably won't be disturbed, but close enough for a quick return trip in an emergency. 2 days after Naruto's latest string of pranks had come to an abrupt end, the copy ninja gathered his team and told them they would be leaving for 2 weeks of intense training. Really? Sakura asked, pleasantly surprised. Why now, sensei? Naruto and Hinata already suspected the reason, and Kakashi confirmed their guess. As you may, or may not, know, he glanced at his mail charge as he offered the qualifier, this is the year for the Jonin trials. They are held every other year, usually in the summer. But sometimes they are held earlier or later, for various reasons. And this year, the tests will be April 14th through the 18th. I know you two chose not to participate last time, the Jonin indicated the two young women, but I guessed you might be up for it this time. And even if you decide not to enter, the training will still be good for you. We'll be leaving on Sunday, so get ready. Sensei, can you tell us about the Jonin trials? Naruto asked as he set up his tent, assuming they're not secret or something. Hatake raised his uncovered eyebrow at the question, and Sakura moaned in frustration. But Hinata nodded her agreement. I've only heard the basics, the Hyuga heiress exaggerated slightly for his sake, so if you give us any specifics, it would be helpful. Well, their teacher sat down, trying to decide where to begin. Unlike the Chunin exams, the Jonin trials are not a competition. Candidates in Jonin who are renewing their credentials undergo 5 days of testing. Each day, you must exhibit your mastery of one of the 5 pillars of the ninja arts before a proctor. Each test is one-on-one. The tests of ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and weapons justice are all defined, though the specific definitions for each test vary and the examiner has some leeway. The 5th test, the espionage test, is determined by the individual proctor. So all I have to do is pass 5 tests? Naruto smirked, piece of cake. Unless you have made some sudden miraculous strides in genjutsu I'm not aware of, the Sharingan user shot his student down quickly, you won't be making the rank of Jonin this time. But even if you don't pass all 5 tests, if you pass at least 3 and display a particular aptitude in one area, you may still be awarded the rank of Tokubetsu Jonin. On the other hand, you can pass all 5 tests and not be promoted if you just scrape by or if the Hokage and the Jonin Council feels there is some other reason to hold you back. The teens pondered until Sakura raised another question. Sensei, what did you mean by Jonin who are renewing their credentials? The sharp-eared medic asked. Even once you become a Jonin, you have to undergo the Jonin trials at least once every 10 years, he answered, to prove you haven't lost a step. Fail, and you get demoted back to Tokubetsu Jonin or even Chunin. And if that happens, Naruto was reminded of the Hokage's words, it's even harder to get back to being a Jonin. Kakashi nodded. Naruto dropped the last of the weights, panting. It was a testament to the young man's stamina that he could still move. Both of his female teammates were sprawled on the ground. Sakura had started healing her bruises with what little chakra she had left. And Hinata had not even bothered to remove the training straps around her legs. When Kakashi-sensei said intense training, the toad summoner croaked, he wasn't exaggerating. Uzumaki knelt by his girlfriend's legs, and after removing the weights, began to gently rub her calves and feet. I've never been This tired before, Hinata spoke in short gasps. You guys didn't do too bad, the silver-haired ninja admitted, but it's only our first day, so I thought we should take it easy. Before lunch, Kakashi had observed while they ran through the basic forms of both the hard fist and arcing leg taijutsu styles. If any of the trio made the slightest mistake, all three were forced to restart from the beginning. And all of that was while they were made to wear 3 of the red chakra weights on each limb. After scrounging for lunch in the barren of the pre-spring woods, Kakashi had allowed them to downgrade to only 2 sets of yellow weights per leg and 1 yellow per arm, before running them through all the standard E and D ranks ninjutsu they had learned in the academy, or in a few cases skills one of them should have learned but had not. Again he was relentless, running them through each set over and over, with full hand seals for every technique. I need to go clean up. Hinata finally sat up and started to regain her feet. Do you want me to wash your back, Hinata? Naruto asked with a lecherous smirk. His girl turned bright red and started to answer. But before she could speak, Sakura stepped between them. You can help Kakashi-sensei get dinner ready, she insisted angrily, but she was too tired to clobber him. I'll go with Hinata. She stomped out of camp towards the river, half dragging the younger woman. The two, worn-out kunoichi found a small depression, pooling water at the creek's edge. Sakura used her fist to deepen it into a proper bath, despite the protests of her tired muscles. Hinata gathered some of the stones her teammate cast off, and heated them with a fire jutsu. After shedding their clothes, the 2 women slid thankfully into their makeshift hot tub. For the first few minutes, they just sat there in silence, letting the warmth relax their exhausted bodies. But then Hinata saw smoke rising from their temporary base, and she half stood to retrieve the soap from her bag. Sakura felt a twinge of jealousy as she studied the other woman's body. The emotion reminded her of her conversation with Naruto the previous week, and she sighed as Hinata started to lather up. Hinata, Sakura started tentatively, Well, it has been brought to my attention that I haven't been treating you very well recently. Please stop, Hinata requested softly, shaking her head while continuing to wash. Naruto already told me about your discussion, the pale beauty told her dejectedly. Hinata, why didn't you tell me? He started without warning, even as she sat on his couch. After his return from the land of greens, the first thing he had done was to summon his significant other. Though she was excited to see him after almost 2 weeks, when she arrived, his face was sad, his voice disappointed. Tell you what, Naruto? Hinata was confused by his statement and worried by his demeanor. Sakura, he proclaimed, softly yet powerfully. He tried to contain himself, so he did not yell at her or blame her. Niji told me how she's been treating you, he continued, that for a long time now she's been making you miserable whenever I'm not around, and even sometimes when I am. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Naruto, Hinata said guiltily. I understand why you didn't, he said bitterly, looking down. How bad of a boyfriend am I, that I didn't notice? I mean, Niji had to tell me. Niji. Naruto, you shouldn't blame yourself, she told him, kind yet firm. Sakura and I both tried to keep it from you, and you are used to Sakura acting that way. He nodded in agreement, but was not consoled. But why didn't you tell me, he pleaded, staring into her eyes. Partly because I wanted to handle it by myself, she answered thoughtfully. You have had to deal with scorn all your life, alone. And if I want to stand by your side, I have to become just as strong. But I'm not alone anymore, and neither are you, he shook his head. We are stronger together than apart, right? I know, she agreed, and if pride was the only reason, I probably would have told you. But there were other reasons. She paused, taking a breath, and then explained, I was also worried how you would react if I told you. Would you think you had to choose between Sakura and me? And if it did end up that way, and you did choose me, would you come to resent me for coming between you and your friend and teammate? Naruto started to protest, but Hinata interrupted him. I know you are not like that, but things we worry about aren't always rational. My biggest reason, though, was personal, she told him. Part of me wanted to come between you two. All those years I was jealous of Sakura for having your attention, but she often told me to tell you how I felt so you would leave her alone. Then, when I accidentally did just that, and you and I started to spend time together, she started acting well. Bitchy. She whispered the last word, blushing from using such vulgar language. She shook her head to concentrate her thoughts and kept going. I was angry, and part of me wanted to get even to hurt her. But I felt guilty for that. Sakura was my friend, and even if she had been my enemy, I didn't want to be that person. So I hid my hurt. I didn't tell you about Sakura's cruel words. Naruto finally sat next to her and put his arm around her shoulder, drawing her to him. Thank you, Hinata, he murmured into her ear, but from now on, if anyone gives you any trouble, whether it's my friends, your family, or the gods themselves, you tell me and we'll set them straight together. Okay? Yes, she smiled, putting her arms around him too. She sought his warmth against the cold of her lie. But I talked to her about it, he continued, so hopefully you two can work it out. And he told me what you said, the Hyuga-san continued, about why you had been acting that way. But it's not true. I'm not sure if you were lying to him or if you are still lying to yourself. Either way, until you can be honest, I think this will keep on happening. And despite my promise to him, I won't tell him if you do. Sakura was left stammering, and Hinata quickly stood and dressed. I really do want to be your friend again, Sakura. Hinata's words were full of regret, and she left before the other kunoichi could recover. Sakura's eyes narrowed, and she bit her lip as she frowned at the retreating woman. That arrogant little. Sakura growled in her head, what makes her think? That she's totally right? Inner Sakura appeared, confronting her other self. The dominant version snarled at her submerged voice. I liked it better when you didn't disagree with me, she told the black and white duplicate. And I liked you better when you didn't lash out at your friends. As promised, over the next 5 days, Kakashi steadily ramped up the difficulty of their training. On the morning of the 6th day, for the first time even Naruto was not fully recovered from the previous day's efforts. Each day at dawn, they started out working on physical arts, taijutsu, weapon jutsu, or stealth and tracking, with multiple chakra weights. And in the afternoon they worked on ninjutsu or jinjutsu. On that brisk Friday morning, Kakashi decided he had been going too easy on them, and he had Naruto and Sakura add 2 yellow weights to each limb on top of the 3 reds. Hinata was given 8 more blue straps to increase her effort. After attaching them, the 3 teens looked like they were wearing striped leggings and wristbands. Hinata saw Naruto strain to lift his arm, and activated her Kekkei Jinkai instinctively. Under her enhanced vision she saw more of the red chakra than usual, in blotches all throughout his system. Though worried, she decided to trust her boyfriend and her teacher. After their midday meal, they focused again on jinjutsu, with the 2 young women using their techniques on Naruto, while the oblivious young man tried desperately to break the illusions. But he remained unable to free himself, and spent the afternoon bumbling into trees, and attempting to eat rocks and branches that appeared to be food. At one point he fervently believed his clothing had caught fire, and stripped off his jacket and undershirt, throwing them away. A light, let's try one more thing, Kakashi said, as Sakura dismissed the vision of the Sunagakure from Naruto's eyes and ears, something simple. Sakura and I will assume Hinata's appearance except with jinjutsu instead of ninjutsu. All you have to do is pick out the right one. Right, the younger man shuddered, his body and chakra exhausted, and his will weakened. That should be easy. Kakashi blindfolded the blonde Chunin, and then the other 3 shinobi moved into the forest so he could not hear them. After 5 minutes of fidgeting, Naruto felt gentle hands ply at the cloth covering his eyes. Are you okay, Naruto? Both of the Hinatas in front of him asked in worried tones, as the third circled around to join them. The 3 young women all gazed at him with concern. His vision blurred, as his brain tried to reconcile the triplicates before him. He staggered, and the Hinata on his left moved to catch him, but he backed away. Kakashi-sensei, I think you've been too hard on him, the Hinata in the middle said. Naruto shook his head, breathing harshly. He looked at the trio before him, trying to find any difference, any gap in appearance or scent. But he could not tell, and his head ached from the effort. He put his hands together, cycling his chakra again. Release, he commanded, but nothing changed. None of the jinjutsu so much as flickered to give him a clue. Chakra pulse, he intoned, forcing energy through his system at high speed. Despite his random hope, the technique to counter chakra sealing had no effect on the masking techniques. He dropped his head, panting. Naruto, which of us is real? One of the Hinatas prompted tensely. Uzumaki did not answer. Instead, he slowly, unsteadily lifted his hand. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Naruto pointed to each of them in turn as he chanted, before finally indicating the Hinata on his right. Then he lifted his head, showing them his glowing red eyes, and the expanded wickers on his cheeks. Uzumaki's body darted forward, the seal on his stomach appearing like a glowing brand. He grabbed Hinata by the neck with his right hand and lifted her into the air. Their illusions fade, and the real Hyuga squirmed in his grasp. Break her neck, or let her go, the Kyuubi concluded her little song, squeezing. Visible red chakra danced all over Uzumaki's body and 4 tails of energy whipped behind Naruto's body. His face elongated, and his canines became more pronounced. And his eyes, ferocious, pitiless, crimson, roamed over the other 3 leaf warriors, evaluating them. There was no doubt in any of their minds who was in command of Naruto's body. Sakura charged forward even before her genjutsu had fully faded. But the Kyuubi backhanded her with Naruto's left hand. The pink-haired Kunoichi rocketed away, as if her vaunted strength were non-existent. The fox demon watched Kakashi carefully, but the Jonin did not move. I suppose I owe you, the monster told her host's teacher, for driving him to this point. But then, what use is gratitude to a corpse? You think you can defeat all 3 of us? TCH, the demon snorted in disgust, the girls are too tired to be a threat. And despite your bravado, you are only slightly less worn than your students. Normally, that would make you beneath my time, but I have a special reason to end you. Once I kill the 3 of you, Naruto's stolen face twisted in a murderous grin, the kid's spirit will be broken, and I will be able to take control of this body permanently. Her glare and the force of her chakra held the copy ninja in place, confirming her claim about Hitaki's state. Then the Kyuubi looked up at Hinata, viciously happy. Her blood-red orbs met Hinata's silver ones with an expression of murderous triumph. You have no idea how much I have been longing for this day, girl, the monster almost purred. I was figuratively beside myself when I thought Daraku had killed you. I thought that Bloodsucker had managed to steal my prey once again. I gave up my chance in the hidden sound, because there were too many people around. But I knew if I was patient, I would get this chance. Why? Hinata forced out, what have I done to you? Directly? Nothing, the spirit shrugged, and Hinata's body shook from the movement. The fact that you are a friend of Naruto's would normally be enough. But you are a special case. You make him happy, and you can calm him down. You have undone so much of my hard work influencing him. That's why you are first, and you will be the one I enjoy the most. Nah. Naruto, Hinata murmured. The kid is not available to take your call, the fox mocked, but if you leave a message at the sound of the breaking vertebrae, I will make sure he gets it. Crun. Even as she started to pronounce the onomatopoeia of something breaking, the demon started to close Naruto's hand. Unable to delay, the Jonin teacher started to make his move. Before Hitaki could complete his first hand sign, the stolen body froze. Hold it right there, you stupid fox. Uzumaki's left eye had gone back to blue, and his left arm was clear, but the rest of his form was still wrapped by the bijuu's energy. His face was oddly distorted, the left side partially reverting to its human mode, while the right side maintained its beast-like appearance. If you don't, it will cost you. Again, Naruto's voice was somewhat hollow, but was not touched by the monster's dark growl. What was that, Kit? The demon asked, feigning confusion. Naruto's left hand snaked down to his hip pouch, and retrieved one of the black kunai Hinata had given him for his birthday. He pointed the blade at his uncovered heart, pricking his skin. If you so much as twitch that hand, the possessed Chunin insisted, I will kill us both. No, you won't, the demon insisted. Had the situation not been so dangerous, Kakashi would have found the sight of Naruto arguing with himself amusing. You want to live, you little punk, the monster sealed in the Chunin taunted, you won't kill yourself. At the same time, one of her tails snaked around, trying to grab the arm she could no longer control. However, when the red chakra extension touched his flesh, a bolt of blue energy shot out and the tail partially dissolved before the 9 tails could retract it. Yeah, I don't want to die, Naruto agreed, but you should know by now what I'll do for my comrades. I'd trade my life for any one of them in a heartbeat. But for Hinata. For Hinata, I'll plunge this kunai into my heart before I let you put a single mark on her skin. You're bluffing, the fox denied, her chi extremities whipping about nervously. Stop trying to act all too. Irk. Her claim was cut short as Naruto slid the knife into his chest. The razor-sharp ceramic cut effortlessly through skin and muscle, brushing against his rib. He stopped his pressure a fraction of an inch before it would have cut his right ventricle. Blood spilled from the wound, running down his uncovered chest. I'm not playing around here, the human side informed his monster side. In fact, I'll give you to the count of 3 to let Hinata go, or I'm gonna finish it. 1. The demon-controlled side of his face seemed to flicker. Hatred, rage, and deep, uncertain fear all ebbed and flowed across Naruto's right eye and the right half of his mouth. She kept his right hand perfectly still, but the bicep and shoulder trembled from her warring desires. 2. I can let the girl go, and grab his hand, the fox spirit decided, and then sharpen these foe tails into blades, and cut down Hinata and Kakashi in one move. Naruto had never tried something like that before, but the monster was sure she could do it. And even if she failed to compress the chakra, she could stop the kit and knock the other 2 around. Then once her Jinchuriki was under control again, she would finish the others. Then the calamity-made flesh realized she had been planning too long, but the human had not completed his count. I knew you didn't have it in you, she crowed, you are all Tao. For the 3rd time, Naruto disrupted her taunts, this time through force of will. He took control of his neck, burning most of his remaining chakra so he could tilt his head to look into Hinata's 2 eyes with the one eye he controlled. I loved you, Hinata, he said sadly. The demon took that as an admission of defeat, but she could not have been more wrong. RRRRRAA, Naruto roared as he reversed his hold on the stealth blade. With the increased torque of the underhand grip, he forced the blade deeper into his chest. "No," the fox howled in fear, all of her plotting forgotten. She released Hinata, trying to grab Naruto's left wrist before it was too late. As she fell, Hinata sent more chakra into her eyes than she ever had before. She watched how his 2 energies mingled without merging, until she almost thought she could see the individual souls of Naruto Uzumaki and the 9-tailed fox demon. Time seemed to slow for her as she studied the shimmering seal on Naruto's stomach. She could see every detail of the 4th Hokage's technique, both the fine details of the inscription and the lingering traces of Minato's chakra. And underneath it she saw the other, hidden jutsu that split the demon's essence almost in 2. The pieces fell into place in her mind, things Naruto had said, the theories of sealing they had learned at the academy and she had studied since then, and how the 8-trigram divination seal worked. Mi, Uma, Hitsuji, Saru, Tori, Inu, I, Na, Ashi, Tora, Ashi, Tatsu, she proclaimed, before tracing the kanji 4 dragon on Naruto's abs, just above the existing seal. The trail of her digit continued to glow brilliantly with a pale lavender chakra. Uma, Hitsuji, Saru, Tori, Inu, I, Na, Ashi, Tora, Ashi, Tatsu, Mi, she continued, and then drew snake to the right of the dragon, and slightly lower. She continued the pattern even as her feet touched the dirt, going through all 12 signs in order, concluding each set by transcribing the next kanji in the series. Horse, ram, monkey, rooster, dog, pig, rat, ox, tiger, and finally rabbit appear on the blonde Chunant's trunk, circling his seal like a divine clock. I invoke the 12 noble animals to trap this beast, she intoned, divine arts, zodiac seal. Lines spread out from each of the dozen kanji, connecting them to one another, and forming a web over the 8 trigrams divination seal. As the closest symbols connected, the red chakra began to recede from Uzumaki's body. No, you can't, the fox cried out. But her protests came to naught. The second seal stripped her control of her container's body, driving her power and her very soul back into the prison. After the demon's aura had faded, Naruto collapsed forward, and despite her own exhaustion, Hinata leaned in and caught him. Kakashi moved forward, not unaware that their current posture resembled the kanji 4 person. He supported them both, and Sakura suddenly snapped out of her reverie. The other kunoichi put her arm under Hinata's shoulders so Hataki could carry Uzumaki. Let's get them back to their tents, their teacher said gently. But the Hyuga heiress shook her head. I want to stay with Naruto, the pale beauty insisted. After a moment of consideration, Kakashi nodded. Naruto awoke with the feeling that no time had passed. He started to sit up, but a weight on his chest stopped him. He turned his gaze down, and saw Hinata, asleep, lying half on top of him. Her head rested on the right side of his chest, and her right hand gripped his left shoulder. I thought you would sleep through the night, Kakashi's voice wafted to Uzumaki's ears, but I should have known a little demonic possession couldn't keep you down long. Naruto shifted his head so he could see his teacher. The Jonin was sitting in front of the door of his tent, watching the younger man with both eyes. It wasn't a dream then, Naruto whispered, I was kinda hoping it was. But I guess I'm not that lucky. Tears began pooling in his eyes as he set his head back down on his pillow. I almost killed Hinata. That wasn't you, Hatake shook his head, and either way it doesn't look like Hinata holds it against you. In fact, I'm quite proud of the both of you, Kakashi said tenuously, you managed to take back partial control from the Kyuubi, and then forced her to back down. That is one heck of an accomplishment. And Hinata, the copy ninja, shook his head with amazement. What did Hinata do to me? The blonde Chunin asked. He flexed his chakra, causing both seals to become visible on the part of his belly not covered by his girlfriend. She put a zodiac seal over the 8 trigrams divination seal, Kakashi explained. I didn't even know she knew that technique, and she executed it in that circumstance. You sound really impressed. Naruto managed to feel happy for Hinata despite his generally depressed mood. The zodiac seal is an S-rank ninjutsu, the teacher enlightened his student, and is generally considered the second strongest seal. There are only a handful of shinobi in the world who know the technique. But wait, Pervy Sage told me mixing seals is a bad thing, Naruto protested. When he was teaching me about seals, he finally told me about the seal Orochimaru put on me during the Chunin exams, and that the seal the snake put on me messed up my chakra control and my ability to use the fox's power. Is that going to happen again? No, the problem you had that time was because Orochimaru put a 5-pointed seal over the 8-pointed seal, Hatake answered, mixing odd and even point seals never works out well. But Hinata put another even-numbered seal on you. So you might suffer a minor loss of the fox's chakra, maybe 5%. But otherwise you should be the same as ever. Naruto nodded, and then thought of something else. So if the zodiac seal is the second best seal, does that mean the 8 trigrams divinity seal the strongest? The fox-faced teen asked. No, it's actually the 4th or 5th strongest, depending on what you are sealing, Kakashi shook his head. Minato-sensei was never quite as good at sealing as Master Jiraiya, which is probably why he also used the Reaper Death seal to divide the fox's chakra first. Then Kakashi realized he had let something slip, and he quickly stood before Naruto could think to question it. You should go back to sleep, the Jonin advised. We're going to take a break tomorrow, but then we'll go back to training, just at a more reasonable pace. Uzumaki nodded as Hatake escaped. But Naruto's thoughts were in too much turmoil for the 16-year-old to fall back asleep. Instead, he ran his mind back over what had happened that afternoon. His memories of what happened while the fox was in complete control were hazy, but they became starkly clear the instant Hinata called out to him. As his recollection started to move to the Hyuga Scion using the insanely long set of hand signs, suddenly all thoughts were driven from his head. A spark traveled up and down his spine, igniting both his brain and his loins. He heard a slight slurping sound. Struggling against the pleasure, Naruto realized 2 things. Hinata was awake, and she was sucking on his chest. Hi. Hinata? Naruto gasped, and not just from surprise. His melancholy briefly dispelled, he forced out, What are you doing? Thanking you, she purred, looking at him briefly before kissing his chest again, rewarding you. Loving you. Hinata, you shouldn't, he shook his head, gently pressing on her shoulders so he could escape. I hurt you. I coulda. She finally leaned away, and looked sadly into his eyes. That wasn't your fault, she told him. Kakashi-sensei knows how many times you lost control during your research to create the Futon Rasengan, but he still pushed you to your breaking point. And I saw something was wrong, but I chose not to say anything. Besides, she smiled at him, you saved me. You stopped the fox. Kakashi-sensei was right, that was amazing. I didn't stop the fox, Naruto shook his head, I just diverted her. You are the one who stopped her. That zodiac seal is what's amazing. Who taught you it? Nobody, she said shyly. I have been studying sealing techniques ever since you told me about the Kyuubi. I had read about the basics of the zodiac seal a few times, that was all. But this afternoon, when I saw your chakra and the Hokage's seal, it just suddenly all made sense. I understood. Wow, he grunted, my girlfriend, the sealing prodigy. Then something caught Hinata's eye. On the left side of Naruto's chest, a thin straight line now creased his skin. Having seen most of his body, she knew he had no other scars. Even the hole Sasuke had put through Naruto's right lung had healed without a scratch. And the Reaper's attack had been in nearly the same spot, but had been wider and deeper, and still had not marked him. She wondered if this scar was the fox's vengeance, or if her seal had reduced his regenerative abilities. The young woman leaned over and gently kissed the scar. Hinata, Naruto said regretfully. She met his eyes, and with great difficulty, he continued, I really don't want to stop you, but I think we both need to get some sleep. She nodded, and settled back down, resting her head on his shoulder. Besides, Kakashi and Sakura are close by, and this tent isn't exactly soundproof. Hinata Hyuga turned bright red. How are you doing? The Jonin asked the medic as he zipped up the flap to Naruto's tent. He suspected that now that he was gone, Hinata would stop pretending to be asleep. The demon hit you pretty hard, he remembered. I'm fine, she said softly, still watching the tent. It cracked a couple of my ribs, but nothing too major. I already fixed the damage. He nodded, studying her expression. I understand if this changes how you feel about Naruto, he told her supportively. I mean, we've both seen the fox take over before, but usually it is just a raging beast. I've never seen the monster that calm and in control before. It rattled even me. I still haven't sorted it all out, she admitted, but I think it will change how I look at Naruto. Just not in the way you're thinking. It's like you said, she explained, the fox was more terrifying now than it was when we fought Orochimaru and Kabuto. This time I could really see why it is the calamity made flesh. But this time Naruto fought it off. He took back control and made the demon back down. Every time I think I know his limits, Sakura said, almost blissfully, he goes and does something like this, something that should be impossible. Well, I guess that's good, Kakashi sounded surprised. I was concerned this might be a problem for the team, but if you and Hinata are both okay, I guess was worried for nothing. Naruto vaguely remembered falling asleep, so he had to assume that the beautiful, sun-drenched field was a dream. There were idyllic mountains in the distance, and amidst the grass were flowers of every possible color and configuration. I have to say, Kit, a soft, tired voice rumbled behind him, your girlfriend is a much nicer jailer than Namikaze was. Uzumaki pivoted, and found himself not even 10 feet from the Nine-Tails Fox demon. Though the vixen looked smaller than usual, a mere 40 feet in length, there also appeared to be nothing restraining her. Naruto jumped back, reaching for his weapons, but the plain t-shirt and sweatpants he wore sported none of his ninja tools. What are you freaking out for? The fox asked grumpily. It's not like I can reach you. My guess is the reverse is probably true, too. To illustrate, she lifted one of her tails and flicked it towards him. After the appendage passed a certain point, the seal reacted. The flowers burst from the ground, growing and meshing until they formed a giant lattice of vines in between Naruto and the monster. The space between the plants was enough for Uzumaki to get his hand through, but too small for any more than the point of one of the vulpine's tails or claws to fit through. The vertical net gently rebuffed the swinging extension, and when the fox withdrew it, the flowers shrunk back into the ground. Not bad, Hinata, Naruto grinned. Appreciate it while you can, the demon growled. Remember how I said she hadn't done anything to me? Well, now she has. Before, I might have let her go if she wasn't around when I broke free. Now, I will hunt her down. I don't buy it, Naruto shook his head. Aside from the fact she could seal you again, you just had a perfect chance to kill her, and you didn't. I think you really are going soft. The monster roared, and threw herself at him. The barrier sprang up, and she bounced harmlessly off the foliage. She hurtled forward again, but the net flexed gently under her pressure, and then pushed her back. I'll admit, I made a mistake, the vixen panted, regaining control. I decided to have some fun, to get the smell of their terror before I finished it. I should have broke your girlfriend's neck as soon as I grabbed her, and stabbed Sakura instead of just punching her. Maybe, he countered, unconvinced, but you still could have finished Hinata while I was counting. Fortunately for both of you, killing Hinata Hyuga is number 3 on my list. She settled back down, not looking at him. Staying alive and getting free both come before that. If I had killed her, you would have killed us. But you said before you wanted to die, he protested, during the fight with the Reaper. I have my melancholy moments, she shrugged, times when I think death would be preferable to being trapped forever. But given the choice, I would live. Just go away, Kit, she commanded, I'm tired. Then her chakra flowed at him like a torrent. The zodiac seal's lattice appeared, but the energy flowed through the gaps. It struck him like a tsunami, and pushed him out of the dream. Naruto awoke, gasping against a liquid that was not there. As he recovered his breath, he recognized Hinata's weight on him still. Letting out a deep sigh, Naruto tried to get back to sleep. After giving them the previous Saturday off, Kakashi resumed their training at a more reasonable pace. The Jonin let the Chunin eat the food they had brought with them, and cut the mass of the weights they were wearing by more than half. He had Hinata carefully monitor Naruto's chakra levels and limited them to one, more carefully moderated Jinjutsu session. All the precautions proved unnecessary, as Naruto did not hear a peep from the fox after his dream. When he told them about his encounter with the demon, they were all interested and mildly anxious, though Uzumaki could tell his girlfriend was secretly overjoyed by the description the prison she had crafted, while their teacher was more worried than he let them see. This in turn had briefly concerned Naruto, though he wasn't quite sure why. So, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto suddenly called out as they were packing, I know you said I couldn't make Jonin, but I got Tokubetsu Jonin wrapped up, right? You did good, Naruto, Kakashi agreed, but it's hardly a sure thing. Your past could still influence things, as could your inhabitant. Naruto wasn't listening after the initial compliment, and the warning rolled right off him. Anyway, barring any missions, you guys should keep practicing for the next 3 weeks, he counseled them, but also try to take it easy. Hey, Hinata, are you busy tonight? Naruto asked as the pair started walking back towards the village. No, she shook her head, did you have something in mind? Naruto took out his phone and fiddled with it briefly. He then showed her the screen. On the display was the 14th entry stating simply, the shoe. I mean, we haven't been there since before the whole movie mission, he told her, so I've barely had a chance to break in my new shoes. That sounds good to me, Hinata agreed joyfully, shall we say 6 o'clock? As the couple planned their latest date, Sakura addressed their leader. Do you really think we are ready, Kakashi-sensei? She asked nervously. It's hard to say, Hatake admitted, sometimes politics comes into play as much as skill. But just try your hardest. If you don't make it this time, there will be other chances. Either way, I think all of you will do a fine job. Except for Naruto and his Jinjutsu test, he qualified with a shake of his head, indicating his lack of comprehension over his student's block. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted back, do you and Yugo-sensei want to join us? I wish he would quit shouting that to the world, the copy ninja groaned, catching up to admonish the loudmouth. Sakura smiled petulantly, trailed behind them, alone. What do we do now, Lord Pain? The blonde-haired man asked, derisive despite the respect of his phrasing. Daidora-senpai has a point, the younger masked man to the blonde's right interjected, I mean, I was called on to replace Sasori-sama, and we finally found a replacement for Orochimaru. He nodded towards the woman in the shadows behind the brown-haired man who sat opposite him. And I'm sure she's cute under all those bandages, the light-hearted rogue continued, but we're still down 4 rings. Securing the land of grass for now is all well and good, but even if we captured the 6 or 9 tails, or recaptured the 7 fins, we won't be able to perform the 9 consuming seals. There is more than one way to transfer a demon, Pain told his subordinates, they are just slower and more dangerous. So I see no reason to delay. Deidara, you will accompany Zetsu on his new partner's final test. Toby will assist Conan in evaluating the candidates for the rings we have recovered, while I help our experts prepare the alternate extraction technique. What? Deidara exploded, why are you letting him be the judge for? Because he doesn't blow up my less powerful minions for fun, Pain reproached mildly. Nobody appreciates art, he grumbled. Then he gestured at the pair he was to team with and announced, let's go. The woman behind Pain and the bizarre man seated on the other side of the talkative renegade nodded in unison, and then all three vanished in bursts of air and dust. Are you sure we can trust her? The remaining woman asked the masked man pointedly, once she was sure the others were out of range. Of course we cannot trust her, Conan. Madara removed the mask, his voice dropping an octave and his speech becoming more precise, but her motives are simple and obvious, making her easy to control. That fact, combined with her raw power, makes her a useful tool. Perhaps not so useful as you in Pain, but too valuable to be discarded without thought. The dark-haired Kunoichi looked at their true leader distastefully, but nodded. He replaced the mask and bowed graciously. Shouldn't we get going, then, Konan-sama? Toby asked lightly. Good morning, Sakura. Rock Lee shouted stiffly when he saw the younger woman. Are you ready for our briefing? The pink-haired woman asked, joining him. Of course, he flashed her a grin and a thumbs up, and she could have sworn his teeth sparkled. I will not let you down. Great, Sakura's smile was slightly uncomfortably. Lee's corny earnestness could be off-putting, but she knew him to be reliable and hard-working. So, how was your training trip? He asked her. It went well, she said uncertainly, and not just because of Naruto's episode. Lee did not seem placated by the statement. We practiced our basics and learned some new advanced techniques, she offered. That sounds rather tame for 2 weeks with Kakashi-sensei, he frowned. Guy-sensei will be quite disappointed. Well, it's just, she said softly, I didn't know if you were competing, and I didn't want to rub it in. That is very thoughtful of you, he nodded appreciatively, but of course I will be participating in the Jonin trials. Even though, she could not vocalize the question. Even though I cannot ever attain the rank of full Jonin, barring some sort of impossible miracle event, he confirmed, slightly bitter, I can still become a Tokubetsu Jonin, and show the world my nindo in that way. I'm sorry, Lee, she said with honest regret, it doesn't seem fair. Quite the contrary, Lee smiled broadly again, it is the Chunin exams that are unjust. The Jonin trails are completely fair. But anyone can become a Chunin, the younger woman was confused, there are no restrictions. Precisely, the taijutsu expert agreed, consider Ninja A and Ninja B. Ninja A is an expert tracker, a talented leader, and knows a variety of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. And on the other hand, we have Ninja B, who is a combat monster, but has no jinjutsu, is a total loner and has all the stealth of the Naruto of 4 years ago. Ninja A helps her team through the first 2 parts of the exam, while Ninja B coasts through on the talents of her teammates. Then in the finals, Ninja A and Ninja B fight. Ninja A could defeat any other participant, but she is decimated by Ninja B. And in the end Ninja B is promoted while Ninja A is not. It is not an uncommon occurrence in the Chunin exams, but it is totally unfair. Sakura nodded. But that is not possible in the Jonin trials, Lee continued, the minimum necessary skills are carefully set down, but the conclave of shadows. A village that bypasses the qualifications and promotes its people to Jonin can get themselves in a great deal of trouble. And because the tests are all one-on-one, no one may sneak through with the help of his or her comrades. You've given this a lot of thought, Lee, the medic smiled softly. Yes, well, the bushy-browed warrior blushed, it took me some time to come to terms with the fact I could never attain the highest rank. They continued the rest of their way to ninja ops in silence. I'm sending you 2 on a rescue mission, the Hokage informed the pair, after the pleasantries were out of the way. A blacksmith, Tetsuo Masamune, from a small town in the southern province has been kidnapped by a group of bandits operating just over the border, in the land of tea, Tsunade informed the teens. So we are to save Masamune and put down these rogues, Lee announced loudly. Yes and no, the Sannin shook her head, unless there is literally no other option, you are not to engage the kidnappers. Sneak in, get the target, and escape. I do not understand, Lady Tsunade, the taijutsu expert said what was on the younger medic's mind, should we not eliminate these ruffians? After all, if we do not, what is to prevent them from capturing the craftsmen again? Tsunade studied them both for a moment, and decided it would be easiest and safest to trust them. This is not to go beyond this room, she ordered them sternly. Both shinobi nodded. Those bandits are an up-and-coming group with growing ties to a certain, larger syndicate, she explained. Both the Leaf and Mist villages have agents in this band, hoping to insert our people into the primary target. If we were to take down this group too soon, we'd lose that chance. But at the same time, we can't let them use this smith to produce stronger weapons and armors. Lee bobbed his head again, but Sakura asked thoughtfully, why send us then? Why not send an ANBU team? There are a number of reasons. The Hokage smirked at her students' insight, availability, and deniability being two major ones. But more than that, there is a specific reason I am sending Lee. The elder Chunin perked up at that, and Sakura arched an eyebrow. Lee's little deficiency will be an asset this time, the leader of the Konohagakure Corps explained. You see, the chief bandit is a survivor of a dying bloodline. The only other living heir we knew of was killed last year. Their Kekkei Genkai allows them to smell chakra. Of course, they don't really smell it, but that's how they describe it, and the sense is tied to their noses. Anyway, this power makes it very hard for most ninja to ambush them, and allows them to easily track a ninja after they have the person's scent. She leaned back, pointing at Guy's protege, but Lee, your chakra restriction means you could walk right up to him, and he'd never know you were a ninja. And Sakura, your chakra control is good enough that you should be able to hide yourself, so long as you don't have to use any jutsu. Plus, I want you along in case Tetsuo is injured. Question. Lee called out, sticking his hand straight up in the air. The head ninja nodded in amusement, and the young man stated his query. I understand why we cannot eliminate the bandits, but that does not explain what is to prevent them from kidnapping Mr. Masamune again. Well, I have already sent a squad on to Tetsuo's village. She smirked at her own cleverness, ignoring the fact that his question was a statement. 3 of our craftsmen ninjas, 2 chunin and 1 genin. Officially, they will be there to learn metallurgy and old-fashioned forging techniques from a master. The fact that they are also there to protect him is not something we will broadcast. Anything else? They both shook their heads, and Tsunade leaned forward, picking up the mission request folder. I'm placing Lee in charge. Get your stealth gear, and head out as soon as possible, the Hokage ordered, handing the file to the young man. The 2 ninjas bowed slightly, and then hurried out of the room. Sakura was only mildly surprised when Rock Lee met her at the gates in a black jumpsuit and vest otherwise identical to his normal attire. There was minor difference in that the brawler now wore full gloves and ninja tabi instead of his usual sandals. Instead of her regular uniform, Sakura wore a traditional stealth shizoku of a dark gray material, just a shade or two away from black. Like Lee, she was completely covered from the neck down. Her infiltration uniform also had a standard shinobi hood, but it currently hung loose on the back of her neck. Are you ready to? Rock Lee started to ask, but his statement was interrupted. Huy, Sakura, Lee. Naruto shouted as he jogged up. Good morning, Naruto. Lee inclined his head to his friendly rival. You two have a mission, the youngest Chunin asked, considering their apparel. You think? Sakura asked, fondly sarcastic. She briefly considered asking to borrow the blonde stealth kunai, but considering their origin and everything that had happened recently, she decided she against it. And to what do we owe the pleasure, Naruto? Lee queried in kind. I'm meeting Hinata here, Uzumaki answered with a broad grin. We're gonna work on our C-rank earth and lightning ninjutsu. Lee smiled to show his understanding, and Sakura turned away, unwilling to show them her frown. But Guy's student caught a glimpse of her face and looked thoughtful. Naruto, a softer voice called out, and the medic started walking. We really should head out, Lee, Sakura said, starting to jog before her third teammate could recognize them. Of course, the appointed leader agreed. Naruto, I will see you later. Please say hello to Hinata for me. Sure thing, Naruto returned Lee's thumbs up. Good luck. Their trip was expected to take the duo a day and a half, and for most of the first day, they traveled without speaking. An hour after they finished their dinner break, Lee broached the subject that had been on his mind since they left the village. Sakura, is there something going on between you and Hinata? Lee asked her as they jogged down the path. Did Tenten tell you that? Sakura snapped, though she instantly regretted her tone. No, he shook his head, confused by her words and her anger. I was simply asking based on your avoidance of Hinata this morning and subsequent solemn mood. Does Tenten know something about this? Well, her temper cooled, she answered. Hinata and I had an altercation in front of the other girls. I thought maybe Tenten had told you and Niji. Tenten has not spoken to me about it, he informed her, though I cannot say if she said anything to Niji. Knowing he might be treading on thin ice, Lee could not help but continue anyways. Did Hinata say something to you about your feelings for Naruto? Sakura slowed down, her emotions warring in her. Part of her was happy that Lee was taking her side by implying Hinata was at fault, even if she was fully aware who the guilty party truly was. But as before, she was annoyed and mortified by the implication that she felt more than friendship for Naruto. Why do people keep saying that? She asked, carefully controlling her tone between outraged and curious, first Ino, then Hinata, then Shizune, and now you. I am not in love with Naruto Uzumaki. I am sorry, Sakura. I just assumed but the taijutsu expert's reasoning was cut off as she continued ranting. I love Sasuke, she screamed. I've always loved Sasuke, and no matter what he does, I will keep loving Sasuke. And even if I didn't have Sasuke, how could I have feelings for Naruto? He's just an annoying, short, untalented, unreliable, unattractive hindrance. He gets in the way in missions, he. Sakura ran out of steam out, her gaze falling to the ground as tears started to run down her face. He isn't any of those things. He never was, except for short and maybe annoying. He has always stood by me, put his life on the line for me. He's everything Sasuke isn't. Loyal, kind, generous. He never lets me down, not really. He forgives people and never stops moving forward. I mean, I'd have to be a total idiot not to be in love with Naruto, right? She looked up Lee, smiling stupidly as she wiped her eyes. It's so messed up. He was right there, totally in love with me for all those years. And I never gave him a second thought. I didn't even notice what I could have had until he told me it was already too late. And after that, it seemed like it was all I could think about. It seems like karma is taking her turn at me, she moaned, on a roll. Naruto spent all that time watching me fawn over Sasuke, and now I get to watch him with Hinata. Except that Naruto and Hinata are happy, and Sasuke just made me miserable. Lee put a comforting hand on Sakura's shoulder, and she laughed at herself. Listen to me, she ran her forearm across her face again, whining about karma, when I've been a total jerk to Hinata this last year. I deserve this misery, turning down love and then begrudging it in my friends. Sakura, I do not believe that at all, he told her. You are not a bad person. I have not told this to anyone, but I had similar feelings 2 years ago. Right after Niji attained the rank of Jonin, he and Tenten also started dating. And I was quite jealous. Not that I had any interest in Tenten, he said quickly, not wanting Sakura to doubt his intense, burning love for her, but I had failed to make Tokubetsu Jonin, after learning I could never become a full Jonin. And I felt very much alone. So I started to act badly towards the two of them, avoiding them whenever I could and challenging Niji any time I could not steer clear of him. How did you get over it? She asked quietly. Gai-sensei gave me the drubbing of my life, he explained as his thoughts drifted back, pushing me harder than he ever had before. In our sparring match, he showed me just how far I still had to go. He defeated me almost without effort. Then he extended his hand to me, and told me if I had the energy to be jealous of my friend's happiness, I had the energy to work harder to find my own happiness. Sakura nodded thoughtfully. Then she caught sight of her covered hands, and remembered where they were, and what they were supposed to be doing. Lee, I'm sorry, she exclaimed, I got distracted. We better go. She darted forward again, and Lee joined her. I will not mention the matter further, he resolved, unless Sakura chooses to bring it up. Sakura raised 3 fingers, and then pointed to her left. Lee nodded. He pointed at his eyes, and then indicated the right side of the building. The kunoichi nodded, and split off in that direction. After reaching the region where the bandits operated, it had taken the pair less than an hour to locate their quarry. The outlaws had discovered an abandoned village, and set up shop in the remaining homes and stores, repairing the structures. The Leaf Shinobi looked for signs of a working forge from the outskirts of the town, but found none. This left them with more than a dozen potential places the craftsmen could be held. They continued to scan the village, eliminating only 2 of the possible targets before night fell. As darkness covered the village of raiders, they donned their cowls and moved in. Sakura shook her head in a slow, exaggerated manner when she finished surveying the third home. Across the street, Lee nodded once and started his study of the former general store. The medic watched for any guards while the brawler silently pried back one of the boards over the window so he could look inside. After he scanned the interior, he set the plank back into place and shook his head in turn. Sakura sighed silently under her hood, and the 2 ninjas circled around the backs of the buildings to remain hidden while moving to the next set of structures. Tsunade's apprentice failed to find the blacksmith in the partially repaired forge, but on the other side of the thoroughfare, her comrade gave her a big thumbs up, and she presumed his usual toothy grin under the mask. She started to cross the road to join him, but he held up his hand, palm out. She shrugged in askance. He held up his hand again, this time with 4 fingers splayed wide. Then he made a sword-drawing motion. She nodded, biting her lip. For armed guards would be nearly impossible to sneak past without jutsu. And knocking out all of them before one raised the alarm was equally unlikely. Their best bet was to create some sort of distraction, but Sakura could only think of one possibility that did not involve chakra techniques. And her pride would not let her do that, especially since she had avoided those classes at the academy. Her mind wandered, and she started to wonder if Lee always felt so restricted. Lee, on the other hand, was running through his options. He knew he could defeat the guards, but like Sakura he doubted he could do so before one of them called for help. He could set up an explosion with his black powder packets, but that sort of distraction would violate the spirit of their orders, and would be used only as a last resort. The village had modern lights, but it was unlikely the bandits were hooked into the power grid and were paying an electric bill. This meant they had to have a generator somewhere. If they could find it and disable it, the duo would have the time and additional cover they needed. There was still a risk the sabotage would be discovered, but it appeared to be their best option. Before he could signal Sakura his plan, the door to the large pub next to the forge burst open, and a trio of bandits stumbled out. Judging by their flushed cheeks, glassy eyes, and inability to walk straight, Lee concluded they were all in an advanced state of inebriation. 2 of them still had flasks out, and one took a deep swig. Bushy brows instantly formed a new strategy, and he signed for Sakura to circle around to join him as he gathered the tools for the initial push. A few seconds later, the medic joined him, and the bandits started to separate. He indicated she should look at the back of the house, while he moved closer to the street. As she stepped back, she saw what had caught his interest. The living quarters had a back entrance, however unlike the rest of the building, the door and its lock were top quality, and brand new. She extracted her lockpicks, and he nodded. Then his sign language told her she should wait for his indication, and she inclined her head in understanding. The thieves had finished their slow, drunken turns, and were precariously preparing to stagger away. Lee selected his first weapon, a rock the size of his fist. As the stoutest and shortest of the rogues took a step forward, the leaf ninja pegged the robber's supporting foot with the stone. The besotted man lurched backwards, off balance, and bumped into his comrades, all but knocking them over. "Hey, wash where you're goin'," one of the brigands slurred angrily. "Sorry, I tripped," the fat bandit glanced down in confusion. "Whatever," the third, tallest renegade growled, returning to his original course. Lee was not about to let them get away that easily, and launched his second projectile. The walnut tapped the rotund man in the back of the head like a flicking finger. "Hey," the outlaw whirled back and pushed both of their shoulders, "you didn't have to hit me." "I apologized." The second fighter looked confused, but the last of the group was not concerned who hit their overweight ally. "Hat'll teach you not to drink so much you can't walk," the third rogue snarled, leaning down over the heavier man. Lee tensed in anticipation. You don't have to be so mean about it," the patsy suddenly burst into tears, sobbing messily. The previously aggressive bandit took a step back from the mopey drunk, surprised and worried. Lee slapped his palm to his forehead, watching his plan fall apart as the third brigand stammered an apology. But the Konoha shinobi was rescued when the second man shoved the third aside and punched the crying thief full in the face. I've had enough of you, you Frelin crybaby, he shouted. Every freakin' time we get blitzed, you start bawlin'. Hey, hat's goin' too far, the tall renegade blinked in shock. For his protest, he received a fist to the gullet. The broad warrior regained his feet, no longer crying. Instead his eyes almost glowed with anger, and he charged forward, his arms spread wide. He caught both of his drinking buddies and plowed them into the ground. With matched roars of anger, the three began brawling in earnest. Lee pumped his fist in victory as more men poured out of the bar. Though a few seemed content to hang back and watch, most joined the fray enthusiastically. In short order 10 men and 2 women were trading blows in the mass melee. As the racket grew, more lights turned on, and heads began to emerge from the living quarters. What is that? Lee heard a muffled complaint emerge from the makeshift prison. I dunno, someone answered stupidly. You two go check, the first voice instructed in exasperation. The front door opened, and 2 of the guards emerged. The first had a dim face, but it lit with joy seeing the battle. The other was taller, with a handsome face and carefully coiffed hair. It's just a brawl, the dense one said again. Then go put an end to it, the leader growled. We don't want our guests to be overly tired, do we? Okay, the brainless bandit sounded disappointed. His other teammate stepped forward. Break it up, the vain rogue shouted indignantly. Lee had been waiting for this, and the target was better than he could have hoped for. He palmed the pebble he had collected and flicked it towards the edge of the melee. He had noticed a sharp bit of quartz on the ground, and when the pebble hit it, the jagged stone shot up, cutting the sentry's face. The lieutenant reached up and felt the bloody wound. When he took his hand away, his face wound up with an exaggerated fury. That's it, he roared, leaping into the fray with both arms swinging. Lee gave Sakura the thumbs up as the fight grew louder, and some of the spectators were drawn in as the perimeter expanded. With the din of the melee covering her, the nimble kunoichi opened the deadbolt. A few seconds later, there was a rumble of boots inside the house, and the bandit leader exited. Lee signaled Sakura even as the chief began to punish his subordinates. The medic slipped in and reappeared seconds later. She was carrying a slight figure. The prisoner was manacled and covered from the waist up by an old sack. Don't worry, Lee whispered, we're here to rescue you. The hostage went limp in relief, and the 2 shinobi darted back into the woods. After they were a few miles distant, the Leaf soldiers came to a halt. After taking down their hoods, they removed the bindings from their prize. But both were surprised and dismayed as removing the ratty bag revealed the small yet obvious swell of breasts, and then a definitively feminine face. She had shoulder-length brown hair and bright, sharp violet eyes. She studied the ninjas with reserved interest. You are not Tetsuo Masamune, Lee informed the woman. She blinked at him in surprise. No, I'm Mara, she agreed. Which means you are not here to save me, the recent captive said darkly. Well, it's not like we're going to send you back, Sakura groused. The other woman nodded, convinced by the ninja's sarcasm. Are you hurt? Lee prompted. They did not. Other than being kidnapped and tied up, I'm fine, she shrugged ironically. I guess I'm too valuable or not pretty enough to be raped. I disagree, Lee protested. You are quite attractive. Thanks, Mara said nervously, edging closer to Sakura. Is he hitting on me? She asked the kunoichi softly. No, he's just absurdly straightforward, Sakura smiled reassuringly. If he was hitting on you, he'd either ask you out on a date or ask you to marry him, depending on his level of interest. Okay, Mara chuckled, feeling strangely at ease with the odd pair. Mara, why did they capture you? Sakura asked as she began to treat the other woman's chafed wrists with ointments and bandages. I'm a software engineer, Mara explained to her rescuers. I was told they wanted me to develop a program to monitor high-energy chakra interactions inside of a single, limited spatial quantum. I believe I understood the word chakra, Lee stated, his eyes wide as saucers, though at this point I am not even 100% sure of that. I think she means, like what would happen if more than one person used a genjutsu on you, but each illusion made you see something different, Sakura tried to explain, remembering the events of 11 days ago. Yes, that is an interesting analogy, the computer scientist nodded as she said that, but then immediately started shaking her head, but it has almost nothing to do with what I said. Imagine instead that I were a ninja too. We had just finished a fight, and there was some sort of jutsu I had to use. And I don't have enough energy left. If one of you loaned me the chakra, my body would absorb it fine. But if neither one of you had enough power, and you both fed me chakra, how would they interact, and what would it do to my body? Sakura understood what the programmer was saying, but Lee still looked lost. Then he shook his head and settled into a determined visage. That is not important now. Sakura, stay with Miss Mara, Lee ordered, sliding his cowl back over his hair and face. I will see if I can find and liberate the blacksmith before the brawl is ended. He removed his black arm and leg bands, setting them quietly on the ground, and then disappeared faster than either woman could follow. Lee decided the gods must have been pleased they rescued Mara, because the first house he checked contained Tetsuo Masamune and a single guard. And this time Guy's student was certain he had the right target. The blacksmith was not covered, he was working on some sort of chemical mixture, and matched the picture the shinobi had been supplied. Hearing the fight die down, Lee knew he had to move quickly. He grabbed the inner slats of the window, and pulled, causing the glass to shatter outwards. Before the bandit could react, the taijutsu expert dove through the broken window, and laid the guard out cold with a single blow to the back of the neck. Mr. Masamune, Lee whispered for confirmation. The smith nodded carefully. I was hired to rescue you, the ninja explained. Lee grabbed one of the unformed lumps of metal and tossed it through to broken window so it landed amidst the glass shards. The teen glanced at the chemicals, but did not know what any of them were. Are any of these alcoholic? The shinobi asked quickly. The captive shook his head, but then added, but I think he has a flask. Lee found the canteen, and confirmed the smell of its contents. He poured a liberal portion down the brigand's throat and splashed some down the kidnapper's shirt. He discarded the booze under one of the front windows, and positioned a chair over it. He then situated the unconscious guard so it appeared he was watching the brawl. Finally, Lee took one of the iron ingots, and smashed over where he struck the man, hiding the knife hand bruise under a larger, square one. He hoped the bandits didn't have any medics capable of telling the difference. Hurry, Lee hissed, we must go. Not yet, the metal worker grabbed 2 vials and limped over to a barrel. This is a bath that greatly increases the shearing strength of ferrous metals, the middle-aged craftsman told the ninja. Lee simply nodded, having appeared foolish once already that evening. Tetsuo poured the 2 flasks into the barrel. And now it's an oxidizer that will make treated metals rust 4 times as fast, the smith said triumphantly. He let Lee help him through the window. The ninja quickly exited as well. Once outside, Lee crouched down. Get on, he told the craftsman. I will not, Masamune objected proudly. We need to move as quickly as possible, Rock Lee explained, and even at your best, I doubt you could keep up with me. So you can choose, do I carry you fireman style, princess style, or piggyback? Looking slightly mortified, the older man climbed on the ninja's back. After the 2 men met up with Sakura and Mara, and Lee re-equipped his weights, they set out to put some distance between themselves and the thieves' village. After a few hours of carrying the former captives, Lee called for a break, so they could rest and Sakura could treat the blacksmith's injuries. Once the shinobi had recharged, they resumed their escape, running through the night. By mid-morning they had crossed back into the land of fire, and after noon they reached Masamune's town. They handed the craftsman off to his 3 new apprentices, and then called the village to report their progress. The Hokage asked them to bring Mara back to the village for debriefing, and the scientist tentatively accepted the request. They took in a meal in the small city, and then the 3 of them left at a slightly slower pace. Upon reaching the Konohagakure, they were greeted at the gate by Reito Namishi. Miss Mara, the older ninja greeted her gently, if you will come with me. The Hokage would like to see you right away. She nodded nervously, and looked to Sakura and Lee. It's okay, the medic tried to ease her worries. The software designer bobbed her head again, and took up a position following the older ninja. Sakura, Lee, Reito addressed them, Lady Tsunade instructed me to tell you she will call you when she is ready to see you. All right. Lee gave the Tokubetsu Jonin a thumbs up, then turned to his temporary teammate again, I will see you later, Sakura. Lee, she called gently, stepping towards him. What is it, Sakura? He asked carefully. I wanted to say thank you, she told him on our way out after our conversation. You confided in me and did not judge me. You helped me come to a decision. Sakura took a deep breath and stated, I'm going to be nice to Hinata. I had said before that I would try to be nicer, but it was just a cop-out. But now I'm going to hold myself to it. Even if it means I have to count to 3 before I talk to her. Well, then, I guess that means you are finally available? Lee asked hopefully. No, I haven't given up on Naruto either. I'll make him see that he's still in love with me. Anyways, I had to thank you for helping me figure that out. I'll see you later, okay? As she ran off, almost skipping, Lee wondered if she would be able to reconcile her seemingly opposed resolutions. Sighing with slight disappointment, Guy's pupil headed home. When his alarm went off as 5 a.m., Naruto was already wide awake, full of anticipation. He slapped the button, silencing the buzzer. Then he hopped out of bed, dropping his sleep shorts to the carpet in the same action. The knucklehead Chunin bounded into the bathroom, and was in the shower in less than 10 seconds. After a quick scrub down, he brushed his teeth and got dressed. Even though Hinata wasn't scheduled to arrive until 6, he wanted to make sure he was ready by the time she got there. Participants in the Jonin trials were due to meeting at Ninja Ops at 7 a.m. to obtain their examination assignments. That would tell them what time, what day, and which proctor would be overseeing each of their 5 tests. Naruto was just finishing frying the bacon when there was a knock at the door. Come in, he called out. The door rattled, and the young man heard an annoyed exhale. A few seconds later, he heard the lock open, and the door slid inward. Naruto, it was locked, Hinata complained as she set the paper bag on the kitchen counter. He shifted the pan off the heat and turned to grin at her. Well, if it was someone I wasn't expecting, they would have knocked again. He crossed the kitchen and wrapped his arms around her. And if it was my still occasionally shy, but unbearably cute girlfriend, he gave her a quick peck on the lips to emphasize she should have just used her key without knocking. But Naruto, it would be improper, she argued, blushing slightly. Hinata, this isn't a late-night rendezvous, he laughed, hugging her tighter, it's breakfast. Kakashi-sensei and your father both know we're meeting like this. And it's not like we have much time for dessert after breakfast. Though we might want some, since you vetoed the donuts. Unless you changed your mind, he released her and went for the bag. No, she shook her head, the red slowly fading from her cheeks. Bagels are healthier than pastries, and will need to be at our best today. Naruto sighed and moved to the cupboard. He took out a pair of plates and served up the bacon before setting the dishes on the table. The couple then worked together on the beverages, Naruto setting out the glasses and Hinata pouring the milk, apple juice, and orange juice in turn. She walked out to the dining area and arrayed the cups, while he took out the butter and grabbed the bagels. So, Naruto? Hinata asked after their first few minutes of eating in silence, have you thought about whom you'd want for your proctors in the trials? Not really, he shrugged, quickly taking a swig of apple juice before adding, I mean, it's not like we get a choice, so there isn't much point in worrying about it. But what about what Kakashi-sensei told us? About how difficult Guy-sensei's stealth tests are, or how strict Kurenai-sensei was about the Jinjutsu test? And what do you think Anko-sensei would do if she was your weapons jutsu examiner? Well, Kurenai is in a land of air, so that's not a problem. Naruto considered it for an instant, and I'd be happy to get Anko-sensei or Iruka-sensei for weapons, at least they'll respect the staff blade. And as for Guy's obstacle course, I say bring it on. Besides, he continued more evenly, sensing her nervousness, not only do we not get to choose, we don't even know which teachers will be handling which tests. He took her hand and met her eyes, so don't worry about it, Hinata. I'm sure you'll do great. Probably better than me even. She smiled faintly at the compliment. She forced down her fear, drowning it with his love and confidence in her. Naruto glanced around the meeting room, looking confused. Wow, I thought there would be more people, he said to Hinata. Aside from the two of them, there was Sakura and Lee, as they expected. Most of the rest of their friends were present as well. Tenten, Shino, Kiba, Sasami, and Choji were all waiting for their instructions. Besides the teenage Chunin, the only people in the room he recognized were Inoichi Yamanaka and Shikaku Nara. the remaining handful of 20-something ninjas were unfamiliar to Uzumaki. I mean, where are Shika, Maru and Ino, he protested, or for that matter Rado, Gunma, and the other Takujo. Actually, Choji looked chagrined. Anko-sensei said the three of us weren't ready and told us not to compete. But I decided to give it a try anyway. Asuma would be proud, Hinata offered insightfully. Yeah, I was thinking if sensei were alive, he'd be bribing me to test myself here, the rotund young man agreed. I'm kinda disappointed Shikamaru and Ino didn't sign up too. Anko-sensei can be pretty scary, Naruto offered in consolation. And as for your other question, Inoichi offered, joining the younger ninjas, very few Tokubetsu Jonin ever advance beyond that rank. They have a block in one or two of the pillars, and decide their time is better spent shoring up their strengths than trying to overcome their weaknesses. Shizune, Enko, and Yugao are the exceptions, not the rule, Sakura added, and the mentalist Jonin nodded his agreement. There were many more people last time, Lee told them. It seemed like almost half of the Jonin in the village were renewing their credentials 2 years ago. Well, if it's just the 19 of us, what are we waiting for? Naruto asked loudly at the door. The others all turned to entryway, and Shino checked his watch. Despite the loud Chunin's prompting, they received no immediate response. They all began to glance at their watches or phones, wondering how long they would be kept waiting. At 7:09 a.m., just as everyone besides Naruto was starting to get antsy, the door finally swung inwards. I'm sorry we're late, the Hokage announced crankly as she strode in, waving a manila folder in annoyance, but 2 of our proctors were running behind. Irika, Enko, Shizune, Yamato, Gai, Niji, Temari, Choza, Kakashi, and Yugo followed quickly behind her, with the last 2 Jonin both looking moderately guilty. So, anyway, Tsunade glared at the late-arriving lovers. These are the proctors of this year's Jonin trials. Irika, Yumino and Shizune will be administering the Jinjutsu tests, Kakashi, Hatake and Yamato will handle the ninjutsu tests, Might Guy and Enko Mitarashi will be handling the stealth and espionage skills tests. At that point the announced was interrupted by a collective groan from the assembled shinobi to be tested. Yugo Yuzuki and Niji Hyuga will test your taijutsu, she continued without pause, and that leaves Temari and Choza Akimichi to check your weapon skills. She opened the file and explained, I will be giving each of you a printout informing you the date, time slot, and proctor who will be overseeing your trials. The first slots are at 8, so I'll get this over quickly so those of you in the early times will have a chance to prepare. She announced their names one at a time, and they each stepped forward to collect their assignments. When she was done, Naruto noticed there was still 1 sheet left in the folder. Hey, Grandma Tsunade, you still have 1 left, he pointed out loudly. Well, maybe someone decided to drop out at the last minute, she coughed nervously, no reason to embarrass him or her. Well, that's it, you can go, she said more gruffly. Most of them took the hint and shuffled out, but Shizune and Temari stayed where they were. Once the others were gone, the Sand Kunoichi spoke first. Are you sure this is all right? The Gaara's sister asked uncertainly. I'm not a Jonin from this village, and this knowledge might be considered sensitive. Tsunade snorted at the suggestion. The qualifications set down by the 5 Kage for Jonin rank are well known and carefully monitored. You won't be learning that much. Besides, I figure this is the least I can do. Kurinai is helping determine your village's new genin curriculum. If I were to force that information out of her, the whole next generation of sand ninjas would be compromised. Temari looked a little surprised by the open admission, but then she smiled wryly and nodded, stating, well then I better go. I'm sure Tenten will be treating her weapons test like a rematch for the Chunin exams, so I need to get ready. After she left, Shizune approached her mentor. I don't know why you are so embarrassed, Lady Tsunade, the slimmer medic admonished. Every Jonin has to renew her credentials. But I'm not every Jonin, she snapped, taking the final sheet out of the folder. I'm one of the legendary Sannin, and the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Sannin is a title of respect, not an actual rank, Shizune reminded her sternly, and there is no exemption for the 5 Kage. Well, there should be, the leader of the Konoha Corps grumbled. Then she thought of something and brightened. Maybe I'll suggest that the next time the conclave meets. I'm sure you will, her apprentice sighed, but that will not excuse you from this week. So I will see you at noon, Lady Tsunade. Though most of the others quickly dispersed, Naruto and Hinata stopped to compare notes. He tried to flag down Sakura too, but she ran off, nervously telling them that she had the 8 a.m. skills test with Guy. So, who did I get? Naruto said, looking at his assignment list for the first time. April 14th, noon, Taijutsu with Yugo Yuzuki. April 15th, 8 a.m., Ninjutsu with Kakashi Hatake. April 16th, 3 p.m., Weapons with Temari. April 17th, 8 a.m., Genjutsu with Iruka Umino. And last but not least, April 18th, 3 p.m., Stealth and Espionage with Might Guy. But Naruto, Hinata was confused by his reaction. I thought you said you didn't care if you had to go through Guy-sensei's test. Yeah, he nodded, except it's the last slot of the last day, which means he'll have had plenty of chances to smooth out the wrinkles, and I'll get compared to everyone else. Oh well, he grinned forcibly, no sense getting worried, right? So, who'd you get? Hinata looked over her printout again, and told him, today I have Kakashi-sensei, tomorrow I have Shizune, the day after that is Enko-sensei, then Yugo-sensei, and finally Choza. What times? He asked. They are all during the noon time slot, except for Enko-sensei's skills test, she answered, that one is the early slot. So we should get together tonight. Naruto's grin became sly, and I can tell you about Yugo's exam, and you can tell me about Kakashi's. Naruto, a familiar voice growled behind him. The Hokage had just exited the meeting room, and she draped an arm over his shoulder, not quite putting him in a headlock. If I hear that you have been cheating on the Jonin trials, Tsunade rumbled, I'll not only disqualify you, I'll give you nothing but D-rank missions for the rest of the year. Got it? Come on, the blonde youth smiled nervously, I was just kidding. We both know Hinata wouldn't do that. He looked to his girlfriend for support, prompting, would you? Oh, no, she suddenly agreed, of course I wouldn't. The master healer did not look convinced, but she released her nephew anyway. You better not, she warned them both, before sauntering off. Well, we're both at noon, Naruto sighed in relief once the Hokage was gone. Want to go back to my place until then? Yes, Hinata answered enthusiastically. Hello, Naruto, Yugo Yuzuki bowed slightly. She was already in one of the academy's dojos when the younger shinobi arrived, a full 10 minutes early. Unlike normal, the former ANBU agent wore a plain white GI, and her purple hair was braided and tucked into her collar. Her purple eyes regarded him with a bemused fondness. Hey, Yugo-sensei, the younger man inclined his head in turn. The way I run this is slightly different than you might be expecting, she told him, so I will explain. Of course, your goal is to exhibit mastery of 8 different styles of taijutsu. To pass, 4 of them must be C rank or higher, 2 must be B rank or higher, and final 2 must be of at least A rank. However, rather than simply have you show individual techniques and forms, I will first give you 10 minutes to perform whatever forms you like. Then, we will spar for 10 minutes. That will give you time to show as many as 9 styles, and let you show that you can use each style in real combat. Great, Naruto nodded enthusiastically, I prefer a real fight to all that technical stuff. I expected as much, she smiled wryly, so where shall we begin? Sure thing, he nodded vigorously. Well then, what style do you intend to show first? Well, he considered the question. How about the whipping willow style? If you like, the kunoichi was surprised by his choice, in that case, proceed with your first kata. Naruto nodded intensely. He lifted his right foot and stamped it firmly into the mat. He repeated the movement with his left leg. Then he sliced with his right hand, while turning his body to the side and slapping away an invisible attack with his left palm. Such an unusual choice, especially for him, Yugao thought as Naruto's torso snapped back, firing a left-hand palm strike and then twisting away from another fictional attacker, a technique that expects its user to have his legs bound or trapped, and one that uses only open-hand attacks. If memory serves, it was developed by a ninja who became paralyzed from the waist down in battle. He designed the taijutsu after he saw a willow tree battling the wind and rain in a storm. Despite her introspection, the Jonin watched him very closely, and was pleased by the speed and accuracy of Naruto's movements and by the fact that he was able to remain completely still from the knees down. Naruto completed his training sequence with a bow, and looked to her for approval. Well done, she said simply, and you still have 3 minutes left. Is there another kata you would like to present? He considered that, pondering out loud, well, the whipping willow doesn't have any short forms. Other than that one. He quickly demonstrated the wind dance kata. But that one only takes about 20 seconds, he said regretfully once he had finished. It's the first beginner's kata. In that case, shall we move on to part 2? Yugo queried, assuming a fighting stance. Sure. Naruto remained in place, his feet planted. He extended his hands, stretched his right out far, while keeping his left closer to his body. She stepped forward, aiming a hard right cross for the teen's face. The Chunin struck her wrist with the edge of his right hand, numbing her arm even as he knocked the attack away. In the same motion he drew his left arm back, and then fired his palm at her right breast. She sidestepped, but Naruto's right forelimb was also moving, and he brought the heel of his hand down on her left shoulder. Good, she said, stepping back and switching styles, but you know that you are allowed to move your feet in a real fight. A student of the whipping willows may move if he is able, he quoted, a master will never need to. I don't think you are a master quite yet, she admonished, quickly moving behind him. She punched at the middle of his spine, but Naruto twisted back. He caught Yugo's arm and forcibly dragged her back around in front of him. Not yet, he agreed, grinning, but I got your number, Yugo-sensei. We'll see, she pretended to be baited. She charged in, firing twin punches at his head. When he blocked and began his countered attack, she dropped low and swept his legs. As he fell, she rolled forward, landing on top of him. Ready for a recount? She asked, smiling. You've been spending too much time with Kakashi-sensei, he remarked, grabbing her shoulders with his opposite arms. He untwisted his limbs, putting her off balance, and then thrust the jonin away. Freed, he put his hands on the ground and levered himself up into a handstand. Once he was upright, if inverted, Naruto performed the last part of a cartwheel, ending up back on his feet. All without moving his legs at all. Should I put that under commitment to the style or showing off? She asked, hiding how impressed she was by the acrobatics. Whatever you want, sensei, he told her, but in the meantime, I've got 5 more minutes sparring in this style, and by my count I've landing 3 blows to your 1. If you get too smug, she told him coldly, I might just forget that this is test. Clear? Yes, ma'am, Naruto shuddered from her dark gaze. Good, her expression cleared and her lips twitched up, let us continue. She stepped up her assault, forcing him into a more defensive position. So who taught you this style? She asked conversationally, but also testing his focus, was it Kakashi-sensei or Master Jiraiya? Heh, Naruto chuckled, you still call Kakashi-sensei sensei when you're sleeping with him? What's he teaching you now? Yugao tried to ignore him, but her face colored slightly, and she reminded herself that she still needed to thank Hinata for bringing their relationship into the open. When she didn't answer, Naruto returned to her original question. It wasn't either of those guys, he said, aiming her left fingers at her neck. Hinata asked Lady Tsunade to teach us the style. She used it in part to refine the protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms into the protection of the 8 trigrams 128 palms. And then when I got good enough, she came up with the idea for our double version. Were you there for the final test? She shook her head no while she aimed a kick at his knees. He blocked, bending low, and she continued. I had heard you two were no longer training with the Hokage. The retired ANBU warrior added a curious inflection to her statement. Yeah, she called it quits right after she set up to the new teams, he told her. She said we had come far enough and that she didn't have time for us anymore. That does sound like the Hokage, she conceded, catching his fist and trying to pull him off balance. But despite her stance giving her a lower center of gravity, Naruto's superior mass and strength won out, and he ended up dragging her into a knife hand strike. Well, her goal was to improve our taijutsu and chakra, and she definitely did that, he said proudly. He stopped her last attack, and then Yugo stopped, stepping away. Time's up, she told him, pick your next style. Wait, aren't you going to tell me how I did? No, she said simply, without recrimination or malice, now choose. The blonde Chunin considered his options. Hello, Hinata. Kakashi Hatake slipped a bookmark into Ika Ika Paradox and returned the tome to a pouch on his jacket. The Sharingan user was hosting his exam outside the infamous Forest of Death, where they would have ample space for massive earthquakes, huge explosions, or transforming the river into a giant dragon. "Good afternoon, Kakashi-sensei," the young woman returned his greeting while sketching a deep bow. "So, this is your ninjutsu test," the copy ninja told her, "and though we both know this test is basically a formality, we better do it right anyway, just to be safe." She nodded, and the jonin took a note card out of his pocket. "This a ninjutsu qualification examination for the jonin trials," he read. "To be considered for the rank of jonin, you must be able to exhibit at least 9 C-rank techniques, 6 B-rank techniques, and 3 A-rank techniques beyond the standard academy curriculum. In addition, you will also be expected to show mastery of at least 2 chakra elements. Finally, at the proctor's discretion, you may be called upon to exhibit the E-rank through B-rank skills deemed standard and basic by the Hidden Leaf Village. Your time limit is 3 hours. Good luck." Well, he put the piece of thick paper back. "I think we can bypass the common skills part of the test. In fact, I can only think of 2 of the 10 people I am testing, who I will be asking to show that. Anyway, you can begin at any time. Care to start at the bottom?" "Actually, sensei," she shook her head nervously, "if you don't mind, I'd rather work in sets rather than by rank." "It's your test, Hinata," he told her encouragingly, "go right ahead." "Thank you," she bowed. Then she arrayed her fingers in a cross shape and announced, "Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu." Kakashi's jaw almost dropped as 100 copies of the Hyuga Eris appeared in the field. But he forced himself to maintain his composure, realizing he shouldn't be surprised that Hinata knew this technique. After all, the one who taught her had no sense of restraint. "Naruto?" he asked for confirmation. "Yes," she nodded en masse. But he had trouble explaining the differences between the multiple version and the normal version, another of the girls admitted. Then most of the copies dissipated, leaving only Hinata plus 7 clones. Without waiting, the original raised her right hand. Chakra began to swirl above her palm, condensing into a glowing blue sphere. "Rasengan," she announced, knowing it wasn't necessary. Then, the first stepped back, and 2 more stepped forward. The first clone held up her hands as if holding a large ball, and the second clone began to move her hands as if spinning the imaginary globe. Chakra became visible again, and this time instead of hand-sized, the orb was just over 1 meter in diameter. "Odama Rasengan," the clones told their teacher in unison, and then they too moved away. The next pair of copies stepped forward, and the Hinata on the left raised her right hand. As the energy began to swirl over her palm again, the right side version's hands began to dart in, and the chakra began to change from blue to purple. Sparks arced between the individual strands, and the injecting Hinata's motions sped up. Finally the full sphere formed, brilliant lavender and crackling with electricity. The hair of both Hinata's heads started to drift gently away from their scalps. "Raiten, Rasengan," the shadow said, before they too made way for the remaining replicas. The last 3 duplicates stood before Kakashi, and their movements were the amalgamation of the previous 2 sets. The Rasengan formed between the trio was almost 4 feet in diameter and a deep purple. Even 5 feet away from her, Kakashi could feel the charge given off by the jutsu. "Odama Raiten Rasengan," all 8 Hinatas intoned triumphantly. After a few more seconds of display, the pale beauties cancelled the spiraling orbs, trying to reclaim some of their spent power. Then the 7 copies all vanished. "Well, it looks like you and Naruto have managed to do what I could not," Kakashi said with a catch in his voice. Even though he had heard about the lightning chakra versions of the Rasengan before, this was his first time to see them. Hinata looked down, uncomfortable and slightly embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei," she said regretfully, "maybe." "Don't be," he said quickly, realizing she had misunderstood him. "I am very proud of the both of you." "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," she smiled softly at him, profoundly grateful. Hatake blushed under his mask, and cleared his voice to regain his composure. "Well, that would be 3 A-rank and 2 S-rank ninjutsu," he noted, "plus use of the lightning element. A strong start. What do you have to show me next?" "I was thinking of showing you my Byakugan techniques," she answered, "and then my earth element techniques." "That sounds good," he confirmed, already starting to tally in his head the Hyuga clan arts and her personal variants that he knew about. Well, that was number 8, Yugo said, panting slightly. Do you want to quit there, or do you have another style you want to show? Nope, I saved the best for last, he grinned, the tiger and heron style. Really, for an instant the Jonin was unable to hide her surprise. Then she composed herself, and continued more evenly. Well, then proceed with your first form. My only form, he told her, it usually takes over 12 minutes, so I'll have to speed it up a little. No, please don't, she shook her head, we are ahead of schedule, so take your time and do it right. Naruto did not answer in words, but took a deep breath and combined a bow and a nod. He then entered the salute for the style, standing his left foot, his right leg curled, while he scratched down his upper arms before spreading his upper limbs wide like wings. Uzumaki began the form by darting forward, jabbing quickly 3 times with his fists, before jumping up, pivoting at the waist in a double roundhouse kick. He landed, sweeping the invisible opponent's leg, before hopping back to standing position with an uppercut. It really is tiger and heron, she confirmed, that set of strikes, the use of attacks as the only kind of defense. But I've only ever seen this in videos of the 4th Hokage. Who could have taught it to Naruto? She continued to watch him, amazed, her thoughts continuing to blaze through her skull. I suppose someone probably taught Minato Namikaze, but who? And who still knows this art? Kakashi doesn't know this style. He told me that the 4th only ever taught it to Rin, and that she did not get that far before. Her musings trailed off, not wanting to think about her lover's old sensei or previous girlfriend. A few minutes later, Uzumaki finished the kata. Once he was done, she voiced her mind. Naruto, may I ask where you learned that style? She asked carefully. I know Kakashi-sensei doesn't know it. Was it Master Jiraiya, or perhaps Lady Tsunade? Nah, the pervy sage doesn't know it, he said. I asked when I found the scrolls. But Grandma Tsunade did help me. She knows the original tiger and crane styles that my mom used to create the tiger and heron. But mostly it was just me and Hinata going over mom's notes. Naruto, are you saying the Jonin was reeling at the ramifications? Yeah, my mom created the tiger and heron. But since she was a genin, she didn't have any students to teach her it to, and she never taught her own sensei, Grandma Tsunade, either, he remembered wistfully, but we found her scrolls in her armory. And it really impressed me, so I had to learn the style. So I guess you were a fan of hers too, he smiled, seeing as how you recognized the style by name. Something like that, she said evasively. Naruto, are you sure Yuki Hana invented the tiger and heron? That she didn't learn it from someone else? He frowned, not entirely pleased by the question, but he still considered it. Well, I can't be totally sure, he admitted, but the notes were all hers, and they seemed to cover the entire planning process, even from the conception stage. I suppose she could have copied it all down from somewhere else. Or maybe she worked together with someone on it. He liked the idea, looking thoughtful. Grandma Tsunade did say some things seemed to be missing or incomplete. Maybe someone else out there has like the other half. Maybe, the purple-eyed woman suggested, suddenly anxious to be done, but I guess we don't really have time for that now. Oh, right, Naruto suddenly remembered the test. We still have to spar. Engored, Yugo-sensei. He dropped into a fighting stance, and waited for her to do the same. With a grin at his malapropism, she prepared to battle the younger man. Good morning, Yugo, Kakashi said in surprise, when his girlfriend opened the door to her apartment before he could knock. Am I late? He pondered aloud, glancing at the skyline before he stepped inside. The sun was still low, he had made it before their 6 a.m. appointment. He observed her anxious features, growing nervous in turn. No, I was waiting, she said quickly, closing the door behind him and invoking an advanced privacy jutsu. He raised his uncovered eyebrow. I learned something yesterday, she told him, striding back to her kitchenette, pouring him a cup of coffee, and the more I think about it, the more it leads me to a certain conclusion. Well, he said carefully, taking the mug she offered him, why don't you start at the beginning? The beginning, she took a deep breath and continued more slowly, fine. The beginning is that Naruto Uzumaki knows the tiger and heron taijutsu style, she informed him. In fact, more than knows, it was probably his best style. Definitely A rank, easily bordering on S rank. Kakashi exhaled at that bit of information, but otherwise kept his cool. And what difference does that make? He asked innocently. setting aside for the moment that it was the fourth Hokage's primary style, and it basically vanished when he died. She said that pointedly, indicated she would be using it later. When I asked Naruto where he learned the style, he said he learned it from the scrolls his mother left behind when she designed the technique. And, he asked in a blasé tone. And, she was too familiar with him to rise to his teasing, and how did Minato Namikaze learn a fighting style created by Yukihana Uzumaki? Why would he make it his primary style? The two of them barely ever crossed paths, at least officially. She could have asked him for advice, he suggested evenly, or he could have noticed her practicing and asked her to teach him. Minato-sensei was always looking for new techniques to learn. He had hoped to surpass Sarutobi in terms of raw knowledge. But that would mean they had to spend a decent amount of time together with no one knowing about it, she countered, and then there is Lady Tsunade's reaction when I brought back the duplicate of the siphon. Why would she be worried about his axe appearing unless there was something she thought might draw him back to the village? Yugo, stop, he said gently. If I knew anything about what you were suggesting, it would be killing me not to talk to you about it. But not as much as it would kill me to talk to you about it. And it would be safer for you if you forgot this. He tapped his heart with his right hand as he said the last part, and her eyes widened in recognition. She nodded slowly. It's just random speculation anyway, she offered. I just got too excited over finding out that lost technique was being revived. Well, don't get too carried away, he advised. We've both got a long day ahead of us. Despite being a few minutes early for a change, Naruto was already waiting outside the Forest of Death when Kakashi arrived. Sensei! Naruto shouted, waving at the elder shinobi. Kakashi rolled his eyes and shook his head, but walked over to the Chunin. Good morning, Naruto, the copy ninja said simply. Ready? Naruto asked without greeting or preamble, crossing his fingers for the multi-shadow clone jutsu. But Kakashi raised his hand to forestall his eager student. Hang on a minute, Naruto, he cautioned, I haven't asked you to start yet. Well, what's the hold-up, the younger man complained. I have to go through the introduction first, the Jonin explained, taking a small slip of cardstock out of his vest. This a ninjutsu qualification examination for the Jonin trials, he read for the third time. To be considered for the rank of Jonin, you must be able to exhibit at least 9 C-rank techniques, 6 B-rank techniques, and 3 A-rank techniques beyond the standard academy curriculum. In addition, you will also be expected to show mastery of at least 2 chakra elements. Finally, at the proctor's discretion, you may be called upon to exhibit the E-rank through B-rank skills deemed standard and basic by the Hidden Leaf Village. Your time limit is 3 hours. Good luck. Placing the card back, the teacher studied his student, so, before you start in on the advanced techniques, let's do a quick run-through of the basics. Kakashi-sensei, Uzumaki complained, do we really need to do that? Yes. Okay, the blonde youth's shoulders dropped as he sighed loudly, so what do you want me to do? Let's make it a little interesting, Kakashi suggested by way of consolation. To start, create a single shadow clone. Then one of you transform into Iruka, and the other into Enko. Have Iruka attack Enko with a shadow shuriken jutsu, and have Enko use substitution to escape, and counter with a phantom kunai jutsu. After you finish that set, we'll go from there. Naruto nodded as he complied. Even as he split in two, the copies took on the forms of his staff blade teachers. They hopped apart, and Iruka threw what appeared to be a single ninja star at Enko. But 2 blades struck the log that appeared where Enko had been, the second having been hidden in the path of the first. As Enko reappeared 6 feet to the right of her original position, she tossed a single kunai at the opponent. But the weapon struck Iruka in the face, and exploded in a puff of smoke, not having enough substance to even break his skin. After the smoke faded, both fighters sketched a bow, and Iruka disappeared while Enko resumed the shape of Naruto. Very good, the proctor admitted to his student. Next. After nearly 30 minutes of different scenarios, Kakashi Hatake finally seemed satisfied with Naruto's grasp of the basics. All right, I think that will do it, the Jonin said evenly. Finally, Naruto panted slightly, you ready for my real stuff, sensei? Go ahead, the Jonin was nonchalant. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto exclaimed, splitting into 17 copies. The duplicates surrounded Hatake, splitting into groups of between 2 and 4 Narutos. The original, still alone and in front of Kakashi, raised both hands, palms up and his fingers slightly curled. Rasengan, the Chunin proclaimed, forming one of the spheres in each of his hands. The others took that as a signal. Odama Rasengan, the two Naruto clones behind Kakashi, created a 6-foot diameter orb between them. Futen Rasengan. Raiten Rasengan. The two sets of 3 clones on either side of the original worked in unison, creating the 2 elemental variations of the 4th Hokage's technique. And after a second of additional shaping, the final 2 groups, each comprised of 4 clones, finished the ultimate forms of the spherical technique. Futen Rasen Shuriken, the clone holding the disc, declared loudly, despite the small cuts on his arm. Odama Raiten Rasengan, the 4 clones supporting the 5-foot electrified purple sphere, announced. After their teacher had finished glancing around, the clones all vanished and the original Uzumaki cleared his throat for the Jonin's attention. He dropped his left hand and stared intently at his right. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. A single, 2-inch diameter Rasengan formed above Naruto's pointer finger, and 4 more perfect globes followed in succession: middle, ring, pinky, and finally thumb. He darted towards a chunk of stone lying on the ground and stabbed his hand into the rock. Once his fingers drilled past its surface, the core of the chunk of granite exploded, covering Naruto in dust and dirt. 5 points Rasengan, the blonde stated proudly, brushing himself off. So, did you and Hinata plan this in advance? The proctor asked carefully. Huh? Naruto frowned in confusion. No, why? She also started off with using shadow clones to perform the Rasengan and its variants, the Jonin explained. Really? Naruto smirked. Great minds, I guess. So how did Hinata do? I can't really tell you that. Kakashi frowned at the Chunin. Come on, tell me something, he pleaded. It's not like it's gonna help me. Like how many food pills did she take? She bought a whole bag 'cause she was worried her chakra would run out. 3, he admitted after a second, 2 during the test, and 1 afterwards. I was surprised by how much she was able to do before recharging. At this point, I'd say she probably has more chakra than I do. Good for you, Hinata, Naruto said under his breath, then added at his normal volume, but given how hard Grandma Tsunade pushed us, it's not much of a surprise. And speaking of that, Naruto took one of the small brown pills from his pack and swallowed it. I could still go a while longer, but better safe than sorry, considering what happens sometimes when I run out of chakra. Kakashi nodded sagely, having no desire to encounter the Kyuubi without Yamato or Hinata around. Well, that first display was 3 A-rank techniques and 5 S-rank techniques, the examiner said evenly, and 2 different elements. A fairly strong start. Can you continue at that pace? Just you watch me, sensei, Naruto roared, re-energized by the food pill. How about another S-rank technique? The Jonin waved his hand in supplication, and Naruto took out a kunai. The younger man quickly and deeply slashed both of his palms, allowing his blood to spill messily over the earth. Once he had enough fluid, he stopped consciously holding back his healing powers, and as the wounds on his hands closed, he began to sign. Ninja art, blood clone jutsu, he incanted, and the red liquid quickly changed into 4 copies of the teen. Wanna see how tough they are, sensei? Naruto asked, with 2 of clone cracking their knuckles. But Kakashi just shook his head. You already had the taijutsu test, the copy ninja said blandly. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto complained, how can you evaluate my jutsu if you don't see how strong my clones are? Fine, hold still, the elder shinobi capitulated. Without waiting for any acknowledgement, Hitaki darted forward, burying his fist in one blood clone's stomach. The copy folded in pain, and the Jonin sprang to the right, his foot colliding with a second duplicate's face. A large bruise appeared, but it just as quickly faded. And the first clone had recovered by the time the copy ninja had returned to his starting position. That should suffice, Kakashi said evenly. I accept that the blood clone jutsu is an S-rank technique. And I should warn you, I intend to recommend to the Hokage that this jutsu should be sealed. Naruto looked upset but nodded anyway. He released the jutsu, and the blood fell back to the ground. So, that leaves you with 9 C-rank or better techniques to show, the examiner prompted. What do you intend to show next? How about cementing my air and lightning mastery, and then showing my earth jutsus, the Chunin suggested. Go ahead. Naruto extended both his hands, and lightning began to crawl over them, eventually focusing in his fingertips. Ranshinsho, he informed his teacher. Kakashi nodded. And my last medium-rank lightning technique, Naruto signed as he explained, Raiten, spark darts. 10 tiny points of electricity formed on the fingers of Naruto's right hand, and then shot out in a widespread pattern, before striking the metal fence surrounding the forest. And then for air chakra, I have, his hands flashed, and he intoned, Futen, Cyclone Spikes Jutsu. The 7 cones of wind burrowed into the ground, and Naruto was already preparing his next technique. He displayed bird, dragon, bird, rabbit, and bird. And its big brother, the teen announced, Futen, Tornado Lance Jutsu. A large funnel of wind formed around his hand, and Naruto threw it overhand. The projectile accelerated as it flew, drilling an 18-inch diameter hole in the rock the young man targeted. And I guess it's not elemental, and it's only C rank, but I'm still proud of the young man bit his finger, and spread his blood across his fingers before slamming it into the ground, announcing, summoning jutsu. Naruto was carried into the air as the Gamakichi appeared underneath him. Hey, Naruto, the toad swiveled his left eye back to look at the human, what's up? You getting your butt kicked again? Hey, Kichi, the blonde returned the greeting, nah, I'm just showing off my ninjutsu for the Jonin trials. Promotion time, huh? Naruto bobbed up and down as the amphibian nodded his head, well, good luck buddy. Thanks, the human grinned at his ally, dismiss. Okay, that's 3 CS, AB, and 1A, Kakashi noted, that leaves 4 C rank or better to qualify. What else do you want to show? Well, I'm working on an upgraded version of the summoning jutsu, Naruto pondered, but it's not ready yet. Oh right, I haven't shown my earth techniques yet. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The clone was moving away as he appeared, a sour expression on his face. Why do I have to be the victim, the duplicate groused, knowing Naruto's plan? Because if I get hurt, we don't get promoted, the original Uzumaki explained angrily. Yeah, sure, the copy told him, still annoyed. Doton, Stone Claw's Jutsu, Naruto said after completing the seals for the technique. 6 earthen hands erupted from the ground, grabbing the facsimile and holding him still. And thanks to Hinata, I finally mastered the upgraded version. Me, Hitsuji, I, Doten, Stone Jacket Jutsu. The dirt erupted upwards, slamming the duplicate like a giant, granite, bear trap. Despite the initial appearance, the maneuver had no impact and the clone was unharmed. But as the extra material crumbled away, the clone Naruto was encased from his chin to his toes in a thick layer of rock. The original kept his hands together, still sending out chakra, and the duplicate's attempt to break free failed. After holding the jutsu for 30 seconds, Naruto halted his flow of chakra, and the trap began to fall to pieces. And the real Chunin was already signing his next technique. And my first offensive earth chakra technique, Doton, Stone Spears Jutsu. The ground exploded again, but this time the mineral emerged as large, sharp spikes. The points surrounded the partially immobilized copy, but none actually struck him. Once the jutsu was over, the clone bowed with a relieved look, and then vanished. A third element, and 1 more C rank and 2 B rank moves, Kakashi nodded, letting his pride show through despite his intentions, and good control on the attack technique. That leaves you with just 1 more jutsu to go. What will it be? Naruto thought about it, then suddenly his face lit up. Oh man, I can't believe I almost forgot that one, he yelled. He took off his weapon pouch and opened the zipper. He retrieved 4 shurikens and 4 kunai, and then handed the container to Kakashi. Will you hold on to this, sensei? He asked, then dropped his money pouch on top, and Gamma too? Kakashi nodded, curious and confused. The teen moved a few paces away, and set the weapons on the ground. He then opened another of his pockets, and took out 5 food pills. He split himself in 5 with the shadow clone technique, and then handed each clone 1 of the energy tablets. After downing the restoratives, the 5 Narutos surrounded the ninja tools and plopped down, cross-legged. Tori, Inu, Saru, Yu, Tori, Tora, Ushi, Na, Inu, Mi, Tatsu, Uma, Hitsuji, Uma, Saru, the 5 blondes incanted and signed in unison. As they continued to chant, a crimson and ebony sphere formed in the air between them, slightly above their heads. The energy vortex sucked in the weapons under it, and also tugged at the zippers on their jackets. Ignoring the show, the 5 copies kept their focus, and continued the incredibly long jutsu. Unseen under his mask, Kakashi's jaw dropped. Even though he had seen the fruits of the technique before, part of him always doubted that the knucklehead actually knew it, more or less could perform it. He slid up his leaf shield, unleashing his Sharingan eye. The dojutsu failed to pierce the crafting globe, so he watched the versions his student. Despite his skepticism, he had no choice but to admit it. This was the weapon forge jutsu, the infamous, nearly unworkable S-rank crafting technique. Even at this distance, he could feel the orb pulling at the metals he carried. He watched in awe as Naruto continued to craft the jutsu without any indication of uncertainty. After 25 minutes, Naruto ending his chanting, clapping his hands together and shouting, "Hitsuji." The sphere faded away, and the newly crafted weapon dropped to the dirt. Naruto picked it up and handed to his teacher. It was a chakram, 14 inches in diameter, and stylized to look like a 6-pointed shuriken. Inside the hollow ring was a bar grip, wrapped with the cotton from the hilts of the kunai Naruto has used. "It's not anywhere near as good as Kitsune or Jinmaki," the younger man admitted. "I didn't have the extra metals for a stronger alloy, and there isn't exactly the time in the exam to attach all kinds of special jutsu to it." The Jonin examined the weapon, impressed. The blade was sharp and the balance was perfect. Even without any special enhancements or exotic material, it was an extremely well-crafted tool. "Naruto, may I keep this?" Kakashi asked, levering the chakram over his palms. Of course, Naruto was noticeably pleased by the request. "Well, that does it," the teacher told his student. "You have more than met the requirements of the ninjutsu pillar." "Well done, Naruto." "Wait," Naruto objected, "I've got like an hour left, right? I thought of some other techniques I want to show you." "It's closer to 45 minutes, the copy ninja countered, but he shrugged dismissively, despite his true feelings. "But I guess if you insist, it would go against the spirit of the test for me to stop when you want to continue and you have time left." "Great," Naruto grinned broadly. "I've just finished this combination of the body flicker and shadow clone jutsus. I'm not sure where it ranks, but I think it's pretty cool." "Hello Hinata," the Hokage's assistant said cheerfully as the younger woman entered the training room. "Hello, Shizune," the younger woman bowed to her tester. "How are you doing?" the polite medic asked. "Did your ninjutsu test go all right?" "Yes, it went fine," Hinata nodded, "though I was quite tired afterwards. Spending all of my chakra and repeatedly recovering most of it with food pills was an unpleasant experience." "There is a reason most ninja do not rely strictly on ninjutsu in battle," Shizune agreed. "And how was your first experience as a Jonin examiner?" Hinata prompted in turn. "It went pretty well," the healer answered evasively, "though one of my exhibitors tried to give me a hard time." "Oh, I'm sorry," Hinata said sadly. Shizune smiled kindly at her. "It's not your fault," Shizune said, mildly amused. "No, I guess not," Hinata returned the smile. "I still do that sometimes." "You're a good person, Hinata," the proctor told her. "I'm happy you and Naruto found each other." "Thank you, Shizune." The teen mimicked her boyfriend's form of address fondly. "Are you ready to start?" Shizune asked. Hinata nodded eagerly. "Good," the examiner affirmed. "Well, then, I am supposed to explain the test to you. I'm sure you already know this, but it's required for those certain individuals, who I won't name." She winked at Hinata, and the younger woman giggled. "So there are 2 parts to the Genjutsu exam," Shizune explained. "The first part will test your ability to defeat offensive Genjutsu. I will use 3 techniques against you each for D, C, and B levels. To qualify you must defeat all 3 D-rank illusions, 2 C-rank illusions, and at least 1 B-rank attack. After that, if we both agree, you can try for some bonus points by going against more or stronger techniques. Of course, I won't be telling you which techniques I am using, and I may mix in some ninjutsu to try to fool you. We wouldn't want it to be too easy, after all." She paused to take a breath, and then continued her exposition. "For the second part you must exhibit your own genjutsu, but they may be either offensive or support techniques. Though offensive skills are ranked higher, it is also preferred that you have at least 2 support techniques prepared. I do have one question, Hinata added when Shizune ended her explanation. Are there any special limitations on breaking the Genjutsu in the first part? Well, as with all of these tests, attacking your proctor without authorization is not allowed, the elder Kunoichi answered with a sour look, but pretty much anything else is fair game. Good, Hinata nodded. Then the veins in her forehead popped out, and her eyes turned metallic silver as she proclaimed, Sui Jinbyakugan. I am ready to go, the candidate informed her tester. Good, Shizune said after a worried pause, let's begin. The medic stared into the younger women's eyes with trepidation. Okay, Shizune raised her hand in submission, I don't know any more attack Genjutsu, and I'm running out of chakra. I'm so sorry, Hinata jogged over to help the other woman. She offered the medic a food pill, and helped her over to the only chair in the room. That was amazing, Hinata, the proctor gushed slightly, you took every illusion I threw at you without hesitation, and you saw through every one of my other tricks. How do you do it? Hinata looked embarrassed, my Sui Jinbyakugan destroys any visual genjutsu used against me. Any visual genjutsu? Shizune was amazed. So far, Hinata admitted, her eyes returning to normal, it is possible there are S-ranked techniques that could overcome my Kekkei Jinkai. But up till now, any genjutsu that is wholly or mostly based on sight feels like it shatters when it hits me. And even those illusions that are only partially based on sight, I can see right through the visual part. So that's why the superior interrupt technique didn't work, Shizune noted. Yes, I heard the door open and Lady Tsunade's voice, but I could see that there was nothing there, Hinata expounded, also, because I don't have to worry about seeing illusions, I can focus on my other senses when detecting them. That is an impressive technique, the medic complimented the heiress. Then she stretched as she stood, the supplement having restored some of her energy during their conversation. Shall we move on to the second part? The proctor asked. We only have half of our time left, and you need to show me 10 genjutsu techniques. Yes, Hinata suddenly looked nervous, but how can I show my offensive techniques without a target? You use them on me, Shizune said brightly. Oh. But I thought I wasn't supposed to attack you, Naruto's beloved frowned in uncertainty. No, you aren't allowed to physically attack me or use ninjutsu on me during the genjutsu test, Shizune clarified, some people try to do that to get around their deficiencies. But you have to use your illusions on me, otherwise how would I know you're not just faking the hand signs? Right, of course, Hinata looked down, feeling naive again. What do you want to show first? The healer plowed ahead, not wanting the younger woman to get off track. Oh, the teen Kunoichi suddenly jerked her head back up. Well, I guess I'll start with my C-rank distraction techniques. Sounds good to me, Shizune said reassuringly. But inside she was worried. Inu, Uma, na, Hinata said, and then whispered the final incantation under her breath. Shizune looked on expectantly, but she did not see anything change, nor did she hear anything. She turned back at Hinata, who was straining for the technique. Hinata, I don't think. Shizune paused in her gentle admonishment when she caught a whiff of smoke. Hinata's hands suddenly came apart, and she met her proctor's gaze worriedly. Do you smell something? The Hyuga scion asked, her nose flaring slightly. Tsunade's apprentice nodded and returned her attention to the door. Wisps of smoke curled under the door. Uh-oh, the examiner said, I wonder if Inoichi's ninjutsu test got out of hand. We better go. But Hinata didn't move. As Shizune reached for the door handle, she froze, feeling sheepish. Release, Shizune broke the spell and then added, well done, Hinata. C-rank distraction technique, smoke alarm jutsu, Hinata offered simply. C-rank? A genjutsu that's subtle with both visual and olfactory components would normally be considered a B-rank. But Kurenai-sensei said it was only a C-level skill, Hinata protested nervously. Kurenai is an expert, but she also holds genjutsu to a higher standard because of that, Shizune sighed, well, I guess I'll trust her judgment and mark it as C-rank. So that leaves you with 4, 3, and 2 by skill level. Please continue. Hinata quickly launched into her next set of hand signs, concluding by saying loudly, Ninja Art, Starburst Jutsu. Dozens of bright lights began flashing before Shizune's eyes, and she quickly broke the technique. She instinctively expected some minor flash burns to her eyes from the dazzling explosions, and found her instantly clear vision disconcerting. She started to compliment the girl, but Hinata was already moving on to her next technique. Futen, tornado howling, Hinata announced. Shizune heard the wind roar past her, and could have sworn she felt it tug at her kimono. The jonin squeezed her hands together and exclaimed, "Release." As expected, the noise and the pull vanished. Shizune looked at Hinata with slightly more respect, but also a touch of confusion. "I've never heard of an elemental genjutsu before," the proctor admitted. "It isn't," Hinata shook her head, "and I can't use wind chakra. It is just part of the name, to sell the illusion." "Smart," Shizune nodded with a wry grin. "So that is 3 C-rank techniques, right?" Hinata prompted. "Sure," Shizune said dubiously. "Did Kurenai teach you all of those?" "Yes," the younger woman confirmed. "Did she teach you all of your genjutsu?" the examiner queried evenly. "Most of them. But Kakashi-sensei has taught me a few jutsu, and I learned one from Yugao-sensei when we were at the beach." "Oh, what technique did Yugao teach you?" "The Echo of Whispers jutsu," Hinata replied. "The A-rank support technique?" Shizune asked her to confirm. Hinata nodded. "Will you show it to me?" The healer's curiosity leaked into her voice. Hinata bobbed her head again, and rapidly formed the 11 hand seals. Shizune walked to the other side of the room, and hid her mouth behind her arms, while carefully watching Hinata's eyes. "Why would you need this jutsu?" Hinata said in a monotone, "With your Byakugan, you should be able to read lips further than this technique works." "That's true," the teen continued in her normal, soft voice, "but there are ways to block my Byakugan, and also things my ears might understand that my eyes cannot." Shizune lowered her arms with a sigh of amazement. "Still, a skill that lets you hear what people say, even if they don't vocalize, just from the movement of their lips. Maybe when this is all done, you could teach it to me? It would come in really handy for keeping Lady Tsunade on task." "I think Yugao-sensei might be a better choice." Hinata looked away. "If you can teach Naruto, you can teach anybody," the older sister informed her. That might be true, Hinata agreed with a small grin. "Yup," Shizune thought, "that's the magic word." "So that's 1A and 3C rank genjutsu." The tester resumed her mission, leaving 2C, 3B, and 1A to go. "What do you have?" "Well, there are those," the younger Kunoichi considered, "but after the last time, I'm almost afraid to use them. Or there is my other enhancement jutsu, the smell one I worked on with Kurenai-sensei and Kiba. But how can I prove that one works?" "Oh, I have incense sticks for that," Shizune told her. "Do you want mild, ultra mild, or Inuzuka mild?" "I don't know, what is the difference?" Hinata pursed her lips. "Mild is for normal strength genjutsu and normal noses," the medic explained. "The ultra mild are for people with special noses, like a certain knucklehead, or for really powerful smell-enhancing genjutsu abilities. And Inuzuka mild to test the Inuzuka clan, since most of them can smell mild and in some cases even ultra-mild without a boost." "Probably the mild then," the younger woman said tentatively. Then she activated her scent vacuum genjutsu. Shizune lit the first stick, and had it not been for the label, she would not have known what the smell was supposed to be. "Jasmine," Hinata said when Shizune waved the stick in between them, but not too close to the chunin. "Good, and next is?" "Cinnamon," Hinata inhaled deeply. "Right, and last?" "Chocolate." "Right again," Shizune extinguished the scented sticks. "That's one more C rank." "Do you have any B ranks?" "Yes, but I would rather finish the lower level powers first," Hinata insisted carefully. "Okay, what's your last C rank?" "Well, Hinata blushed, "it's an offensive technique, but it doesn't seem particularly combat-worthy." She signed slowly, and then almost whispered, "Ninja arts, shiatsu fingers." Shizune's eyes widened as she felt multiple non-existent hands start massaging her back. The healer let out a groan of pleasure as the suggestion of comfort caused her muscles to relax for real. She shuddered slightly and tried to explain. "This isn't." "Oh, right there. It's not a combat technique. It's a skill for infiltration and seduction. For example, you could use the genjutsu to pretend to give a feudal lord a massage while you really search his room." "You can stop now," Shizune almost panted, but she looked disappointed when the illusion ended. Do you mind if I recover my energy? Hinata asked, using the Suijin Byakugan for nearly an hour is quite draining. Yes, of course, Shizun was only half paying attention. The younger Kunoichi took out a food pill and hastily swallowed it. Okay, the proctor regained her composure and grinned at the Jonin candidate. Let's see those last 4 techniques. Ninja art, Huamai Jutsu, Hinata complied. Instantly the young woman was gone, replaced by her paramour. I'm gonna pass this test no matter what, Shizunizan, Naruto proclaimed loudly, giving her a thumbs up, believe it. Then she returned to being Hinata, who lowered her arm awkwardly. Huamai is a well-established move that covers all 5 senses, Shizun said, even Kurenai couldn't say that it's not B rank. No, she said it was B level, Hinata agreed. Okay, then 2B and 1A left. Right, well, I guess I'll have to use those, the Hyuga heiress said uncertainly, me, Tori, you. Around Shizun, the floor seemed to melt. The sticky lump of former stone clutched at the Hokage's aid, pulling her down. She put her hands together and defeated the illusion. Shizun was surprised to find she was on her knees. And then I have tears of insanity, as the Chunin completed the jutsu, the Jonin began to hear sobbing. Why did you let me die, Shizun? I thought you were a healer. Too weak. The medic recognized all the voices taunting her, the cries of all the people she had failed to save. She wanted to grab her ears and block them out, even knowing it used just a fantasy. She managed to put her hands back together and choked out release. I'm sorry, Shizun, Hinata said sadly. No, that's part of the test, Shizun took a deep breath, I went through worse yesterday. Though I wouldn't object to another round of your shiatsu fingers after I see your last 2 techniques. Without announcing her intent, Hinata launched into her last B-rank skill. After crafting the jutsu, the pale beauty began to change. She sprouted red and black leathery wings, even as he began to grow in size. Her face distended, with large tusks thrusting upwards out of her lower jaw. Her outer layer of clothing burned away as her skin became mottled and scorched. At the end of the transformation, her arms split below the elbow, giving her 4 sets of fists and forearms. Barely recognizable in her demonic form, Hinata exhaled hard, sending an odious cloud of sulfur at her examiner. Release, Shizun said, breaking the hold of the younger woman. Hinata immediately reverted to normal. That was an interesting image, Shizun shuddered. What did it look like? Hinata wondered, then explained, the waking terror genjutsu looks different for each person viewing it. You turned into a 4-armed, winged Oni, the healer said, it was pretty frightening. My other A-rank technique is supposed to be used against a group, so it might not appear as impressive, Hinata said mournfully. That's all right, the proctor said. Hinata showed dragon, bird, ram, monkey, bird, and boar before stating masking storm jutsu. Clouds formed above Shizun's head and began to dump a cold rain on her. The rain was already obscuring her vision when the bolt of lightning turned everything white. The liquid hitting her skin started to chill her, and the patter of rain and whistle of the wind blocked her ears. The ozone and clean smell of the rain filled her nose. She shivered reflexively and decided she had seen, heard, smelled, and felt enough. She tried to release the genjutsu, but Hinata's technique resisted. The Jonin pushed a little harder, and the illusion finally broke away. Do you have anything more? Shizun asked. No, she shook her head regretfully. Kakashi-sensei had to teach me the absorbing earth and masking storm powers so I would have enough techniques to cover the test. Everything else I know is D rank. Well, then, I guess we are done here. Hinata, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, Shizunizan. Is it just the 2 of you? The deep voice rumbled from the shadows. More or less, Kakashi answered glibly. What does that mean? The hidden shinobi growled dangerously. It means we don't trust you, Tsunade said smugly, then she flashed the ninjutsu scrolls they were carrying. These are reinforcement talismans. If they are cut, torn, or get even a drop of our blood on them, a ninja tied to the scroll will be summoned instantly. So while we came alone as we agreed, if this is a trap we can have you outnumbered in a heartbeat. I guess Itachi was right. Kisame Hashigaki stepped into the moonlight. You are smarter than lore. Pain gives you credit for. As per their agreement, he was not carrying his Samahata, but his arms were folded into the expansive sleeves of his coat, concealing them to the point where he could have held a short sword in each hand. But then, I should have known better than to doubt Uchiha, the Akatsuki agent added. So what is this all about? Hatake watched the mist rogue carefully, but kept his tone firmly neutral. You know Itachi is dead, right? The swordsman prompted, and both Leaf Shinobi nodded slowly in response. I am here to fulfill his will. Itachi's will? Tsunade frowned, surprised and also annoyed because of the shock. Right, Kisame grinned at them, showing his pointed teeth. Uchiha asked me to do two things in the event of his death. The first I already took care of. You found Itachi's sword with the old man, right? Yes, Kakashi answered simply. Good, the shark responded. I figured if I left it there, you guys would take it. Does that mean you were there during the fight? Tsunade demanded sternly. No, Kisame said after a moment's consideration. I found the old man after everything was done. Just Master Jiraiya? Kakashi asked, more evenly than his leader. Are you saying that Itachi's body wasn't there? That's right. It was just the toad and Itachi's blade. Then how do you know for sure he's dead? Tsunade prompted expectantly. Because Pain told us Uchiha was dead, and he had Uchiha's Akatsuki ring. Tsunade deflated, her hopes dashed. And even Kakashi slumped slightly. Anyway, it took me a little while to retrieve the second item and slip away, Hoshigaki continued, then he chuckled and added, they didn't trust me anymore, for some reason. Itachi's last request of me, the swordsman sobered, was that if he died, I was to bring his daughter to the Hidden Leaf village for Kakashi Hatake to raise. And then he unfolded his arms, revealing an infant of no more than 8 months of age. The girl had a short crop of dark green hair, and she yawned, looking around with eyes black as the night sky. Kisame actually smiled gently at the child, then he stepped closer, extending her. The Hokage moved forward quickly and took the baby. She carefully set the girl down on a flat patch of grass, kneeling over her as she began to give the infant a medical examination. Then the renegade took out an envelope and tossed it to Kakashi. Hatake opened the letter and started to read out loud. Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja read, cliché though it is to write, if you are reading this, I am dead. I have entrusted my partner Kisame with delivering my daughter to the Konoha Corps. I humbly request that you become her father. There are only 3 people left in this world with the Sharingan, and you are the only one I can trust. Madara is out of the question, and my brother has gone too far down our ancestors' path for me to trust him with my child. Please raise her and teach her how to use this power for the good of our village. I am hoping you can lead her away from the arrogant and vengeful nature that so often gripped my clan. Thank you. Itachi Uchiha. P.S. My daughter's name is Rei Uchiha, and her birth date is September the 15th. Why did you do this? Kakashi tucked the letter into his vest and addressed Kisame. What's in it for you? Surely the Akatsuki would reward you. I'm not with them anymore, the former mist ninja growled angrily. My loyalty was always to Itachi. He saved my life and was the only one who treated me like a human. Just what does that mean? The Hokage questioned, trying not to yell in front of the baby. He really didn't tell you, huh? Kisame was amazed. I thought for sure he would. Why do you think I looked like this? The renegade demanded, though he too kept his voice under control. Do you think I have gills and this sandpaper gray skin by choice? Of course not. I am the Jinchuriki of the 7-finned shark. Kakashi blinked in amazement, and Tsunade regarded the rogue with guarded curiosity. After our failed coup of the Hidden Mist village, those of you who survived were forced to scatter, the demon-carrying rogue explained, and within a month, I was captured by the Akatsuki. This was early on, before Deidara, Kakuzu, or even Zetsu joined the group. They found me, and planned to extract the demon and seal it in an amulet until their statue was ready to hold the 7th bijou. But Itachi saved me. Kisame was calmed by the memory. He argued that killing me would be a waste, that someone with my skill and aggression could serve as a member of the Akatsuki, until they needed the 7 fins to finish their plan. Pain agreed, but made Itachi responsible for me. Despite that, Uchiha never treated me like a monster or a prisoner. I was his partner and we were equals, more or less. And before long we became friends, after a fashion. That's why I'm doing this, Hoshigaki said pointedly. I owe Itachi, and I'm done with the Akatsuki. With them getting so close to their goals, my usefulness is running out fast, especially without Itachi sponsoring me. She appears to be healthy, Tsunade stood, holding the infant gently, though I will need to give her a more complete examination when we get back to the village. Then she glared at the demon container, snapping gently, not that I believe any of this. How could Itachi have a daughter without us knowing? I was the only one who knew he was married. Kisame smiled smugly. He never told anyone else, so Pain and Madara wouldn't find out about Erika. Not that it did him any good in the end. Itachi was married? Kakashi goggled at the possibility. Explain, the Hokage demanded. Kisame faked a sigh, obviously amused by his superior knowledge. As I'm sure you both know, the Raikage has been obsessed with capturing the Kekkei Genkai of other shinobi villages, he began. Both nodded, familiar with the attempt to kidnap Hinata Hyuga. Well, about 6 years ago, he sent one of his agents to infiltrate the lower ranks of the Akatsuki for the express purpose of extracting Itachi's genetic material and bringing it back to the Hidden Cloud village. The memory pleased the shark Jinchuriki, but Uchiha saw right through Erika's attempts to entice him. He knew what she was, and what her mission was, so he kept her at bay. That pretty much mystified Erika. No one had ever resisted her considerable charms before. Hoshigaki continued. After taking a drink from his canteen, she started to fall for Itachi for real, and at the same she began to realize how much better she had it away from the Raikage. Meanwhile, despite knowing what she was, Itachi found himself in love with Erika too. He saw the lost, kind-hearted woman under the seductress. He wanted to give her the chance to be her true self, like he could not. Finally, she came clean about her mission and renounced the Hidden Cloud village. Of course, it was pretty much impossible to lie to an Uchiha, so he knew she was sincere, and they started dating. May 11th would have been their 4th anniversary. Kisame seemed almost saddened to report they were married in a simple, secret ceremony. It was just the two of them, the priest, and me. They faked Erika's death so she could be free of the Akatsuki and the Raikage. And for a time, it looked like it would work. About 16 months ago, she got pregnant at last. Itachi was ecstatic. Well, for him, anyway. But in the middle of January, Madara killed Erika. The mist trader snarled. He told Itachi he caught her sneaking into Itachi home, and assumed she was a spy or assassin. Itachi never really believed him, but played along. Fortunately, Madara left Rei alive. We weren't sure if he didn't know about her, or if he had some other reason to let her live. I suspected Madara knew killing both of them would push Itachi too far, but Itachi believed Madara wanted his bloodline continued. It was then that Itachi asked me to bring Rei here if anything happened to him. Given my life debt to him, it was the least I could do. What will you do now? Kakashi asked evenly. What difference does it make to you? The shark grunted defensively. You'll be on the run from the Akatsuki. Tsunade followed Kakashi's thinking. We could offer you sanctuary in the Hidden Leaf village. Yeah, I'm sure you have a nice safe prison cell waiting for me. Kisame shook his head. Thanks, but no thanks. We could make you come back with us, Kakashi suggested. So this is your vaulted honor? The Akatsuki renegade appeared to enjoy the threat, violating a seal of truce. Well, you can try it, but can you fight while taking care of Rei? This isn't some movie where you can juggle her around. Are you saying you would attack a baby? Itachi's daughter? Tsunade was horrified, but Kisame simply shrugged. I've fulfilled my promise, he said viciously. I'd rather not hurt the kid, but if you have no honor, then I see no reason to leave his daughter in your hands. Kisame tensed, and Tsunade reached for the talismans, but then Hatake interrupted them. Let him go, Kakashi advised. Kakashi, what are you saying? The Hokage struggled between yelling at him and not upsetting Rei. He's an S-rank criminal with a tailed beast inside him, the copy ninja explained, so holding him will be next to impossible anyways. Besides, Hatake grinned under his mask, it's better for us if he leaves anyway. Kisame looked at the leaf ninja with a little more respect, and Tsunade nodded as she caught on to his reasoning. If both he and Naruto are in the Hidden Leaf village, Kakashi clarified anyway, then that is twice the incentive for the Akatsuki to focus on us. But if this guy is out there, on the run, he might be a bigger priority than Naruto. Not only is his bijou easier to contain, he's also a traitor who took one of their precious rings. Fine, he may go, Tsunade waved her empty hand dismissively. You're not that dumb after all, Kisame grunted. Maybe Itachi's decision wasn't all based on empty sentiment. Goodbye, Rei, Kisame added, almost fondly. I don't think I'll probably see you again. The two-leaf shinobi made no move to stop him as he vanished back into the night. We need to go back, Tsunade ordered. The girl needs a full battery of tests to confirm what Kisame claimed. I'll catch up with you, Kakashi said, troubled. There is something I need to do first. Yugo was awakened. With her first thought she recognized the knock at her door. In the second she realized it was just after 2 in the morning. The shinobi slipped out of bed, pulling on her robe and slipping her hand into the secret pocket housing a single kunai. She doubted there was a need for the weapon, but was too well trained to be caught off guard. She opened the door a crack, revealing her lover. Seeing the troubled expression he wore, she quickly opened the portal the rest of the way to allow him entry. Kakashi, what's going on? She asked after relocking her apartment. Shouldn't you be resting for the trials today? The Hokage and I received a special summons this afternoon, he explained. I just returned from the meeting now. She nodded, waiting for him to continue. Kakashi struggled to speak, and this made Yugo more apprehensive. These past 3 years with you have been good for me, he said softly. Our relationship has exactly been normal. More like casual exclusive. But we've both been hurt in the past, so it has worked for us. Still, we've been able to support each other, and I haven't been this happy since. Well, for a long time. But I can't do this anymore. He turned away from her. I'm sorry, Yugo. What's all this about? She asked carefully. I can't believe you would wake me up in the middle of the night to break up with me. What happened at this meeting? He did not answer immediately, and tried to get back to the door. She blocked his way, and he started to use ninjutsu to escape, but her voice stopped him. I'm not going to let you run away from me, Kakashi Hatake, she told him directly. I love you too much. She froze, having never told him before. He looked at her intently, his uncovered eye wide with shock. I love you, she said again, and if you won't tell me what is going on, I'll find out on my own. And you know me, you know my skills. I will uncover the truth. Exhaling in defeat, he walked over to her dining area and slumped into a chair. I thought this was the best way to handle things. I can't keep doing this anymore, and I didn't want to pressure you into something more. Something more, her voice caught. She started to ask him what he meant, he was already explaining. I'm going to be a father, he said, and her eyes turned angry. Realizing his mistake, he quickly continued, I didn't mean it like that. I've been asked to raise the daughter of a fallen comrade, and unless it turns out to be a trap, I plan to accept. That's why I can't have this kind of fling anymore. Not if I'm going to be a parent. And so you assumed what? She said angrily, that I would want a serious relationship with you? That I'd flee from the mere mention of a child? Kakashi, she said more gently, sitting beside him and taking his hand, I do love you. You said our relationship has worked, but I've been think that we're just hiding, just taking the easy way. We've been together long than I was with Hay-8 and longer than you were with Rin. I think it's time to face the fact that this is more than just a fling or comfort sex. Then she smiled wryly and informed him, and if you are going to raise this girl, you are definitely going to need a woman's touch. You don't know all of it, not yet. Kakashi took his hand back and faced her seriously. The child's name is Rei Uchiha. She is Itachi's daughter. Yuzuki blinked twice, unsure what to do with his announcement. Hatake told her the rest of the story, the truth about Itachi's betrayal and death, and the meeting with Kisame. And I'm not sure how the Hokage intends to spin this, Kakashi concluded. Will she release the truth about Itachi, or try to keep Rei's parentage a secret? Or most likely, she will let it be known who Rei is, without revealing the other secrets, leaving me to deal with the circus that follows. It would be Naruto all over again, Yugo said thoughtfully. Not quite the same, but yeah, he agreed, and that's why I wanted to keep you out of this. Too bad, she said, I'm not going anywhere. Come, she instructed, standing, let's go see your daughter. The elder Jonin did not move, and she looked at him warily, waiting for his next protest. Yugo, he interrupted blandly, you might want to get dressed first. She colored slightly and turned to her dresser. Before she could take a step, he caught her up in his arms and kissed her deeply. "It's a year or more too late," he divulged when they broke apart, "but I love you too." The door finally opened. Shizune exited first, followed by a thinly built woman in her early 50s, with long hair, of a cyan so pale it was nearly white. Her eyes settled briefly on Kakashi and Yugo, appraising them with an unsettling whiteness. Then the Hokage emerged, and she stopped before the couple. She held the last Uchiha gently in her arms. The child was asleep and was wrapped in a fresh blanket. "Hiroko Hyuga," Kakashi noted worriedly, "the curse breaker?" "It was just a precaution," Tsunade reassured them. "And?" Yugo prompted. "She is a normal, healthy, adorable girl," the Sannin answered. "She is not under the effects of any jutsu. And we ran the genetic tests. She is Itachi's daughter, and she does possess the Sharingan." "So what are you going to do?" their leader asked cannily. "I'm going to be her father," he answered, taking the girl, "and with your permission, we." Yugo interjected. "We will move into the Uchiha estate to do so," he continued. "It is rightfully Rei's, and I think that's where she belongs. Besides, my current place doesn't exactly have the room. I'll have to confer with the clan leaders first," she nodded, "but I don't have any problem with that. In the meantime, I suggest Rei stay here." "Why?" Yugo whispered in concern. "Because unlike the hospital," Tsunade smirked, "neither of you has anything you'll need in your apartments. Like diapers, formula, clothes, a crib. So until you can get set up, Rei can stay here, and you too are welcome to stay with her." Speaking of that, Yugo's cheeks colored slightly, and she leaned in and whispered something in Tsunade's ear. The medic's eyes widened, and she looked to Kakashi. His eye sparkled mischievously, and he nodded his head. "If that's what you want," Tsunade shrugged, "I'll set something up for tomorrow. But in the meantime, you two should get some sleep. You both have tests to proctor in a few hours. And Kakashi might have a pretty tough day." The Hokage grinned smugly at the copy ninja, who groaned in response. "Shikamaru, I'm glad you came." Come in," Jiraiya said broadly to the younger man. The apathetic Chunin ambled into the hospital room apprehensively. "Good morning, Master Jiraiya," Shikamaru said carefully, not aware why he had been asked to visit the recovering shinobi. "How is your physically therapy going?" the teenage genius asked. "Pretty good," the infamous pervert nodded, then he lowered his voice to a whisper and added conspiratorially, "I'd be done with it by now, but I'm taking it slow because my nurse has huge." "Is there a reason you had me sent here?" Shikamaru interrupted, annoyed. "Please, close the door," the Sannin instructed, sobering. "Shikamaru," Jiraiya addressed him seriously, "I'm told you're one of the brightest minds in the Hidden Leaf Village, if not the brightest. And that you're also quite the codebreaker." The Chunin smirked and shrugged in false humility. "So?" "Well," the Toad Sage frowned, "before we begin, I should ask how you feel about blood oaths." "I thinking they're a drag," the Nara heir responded predictably. "Good answer," Jiraiya smiled slightly. "In that case, just promise me you won't tell anyone what you're about to hear, and we can lie to the Hokage about the oath that I'm supposed to make you swear before discussing this with you." Shikamaru studied him for a few seconds, and then shrugged again and said, "You have my word." "Now, what's this all about?" "I'm sure you've heard about Sasuke surrendering his body to Orochimaru," Jiraiya started and Shikamaru nodded, his interest piqued. "Well, there's more to the story than you know," the injured sage informed him. "So far only clan leaders and a few other know the whole story." He proceeded to give the Cloud and Veer a rundown of Itachi's real history, and of the fight against the new and improved Orochimaru. "So Orochimaru killed Itachi," Shikamaru said softly as he digested the information. Then he bobbed his shoulders again, and asked, "What does that have to do with me?" "There was something else," the Sannin admitted, "something we didn't tell the clan leaders or even Naruto and Kakashi. You'll be the only one who knows this besides myself and the Hokage. During the latter part of the fight, the older ninja frowned in memory. After Orochimaru paralyzed me and set me up to watch him kill Itachi, I noticed the snake was using some pretty fancy footwork. I'm fairly familiar with Orochimaru's fighting style, and his legs are generally the last things he worries about. He tends to focus on ninjutsu and that sort of his." He usually doesn't even take a single step unless someone attacks his legs or moves out of range. That was when I noticed his toes were tracing characters in the dirt. It was about the same time I figured out Sasuke was no longer ordering Orochimaru to stop. So, you think Sasuke was directing Orochimaru's feet to send you a message? Shikamaru mused, rubbing his chin, since Orochimaru doesn't use his legs, and Sasuke only swore not to interfere if Orochimaru fought Naruto, Sakura, or Kakashi-sensei. Yes, Jiraiya nodded. I suspect Sasuke was able to influence Orochimaru's footwork to try to send me a message. This message. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to the younger man. Shikamaru studied it for a minute before handing it back. It looks like gibberish, the Chunin noted with a yawn, but given your attempts at flattery, I assume you think it is encoded. Jiraiya nodded. And have you considered that this might be a trap? The lazy shinobi asked the Sannin, that Orochimaru wrote this message to trick you, or even just to mess with you? We have, the Toad Summoner admitted. In fact, the Hokage is certain of that fact. But I convinced her we should at least decode the message before we discard it. It took a bit of a guilt trip, but I talked her into letting me have you help figure out what this says. I don't suppose I have a say in the matter, Shikamaru sighed. Not since you promised to keep this a secret. Well then, we might as well get to work. The apathetic young man began to look more carefully at the string of characters. Well, Enko Mitarashi smirked as Hinata Hyuga entered the small clearing, the first victim of the day, right on time. Enko, Hinata inclined her head politely. All right, maggot, here's how this works, the Jonin started pointedly, to test you stealth and tracking skills, we're gonna play the old classic, hide and seek. The proctor picked up the bizarre-looking helmet sitting on the ground beside her. This blocks all visual, auditory, and olfactory stimuli, Mitarashi explained, even your vaunted Byokugan. I'll be creating 3 shadow clones, 1 to watch you and 2 to hide with me. After 10 minutes, the clone here will take the helmet off you, and dissipate to let me know you are coming. Then you have 75 minutes to find the 3 of me. To be fair, I will be leaving a few traces for you to follow. Then, if you pass the first part, we'll switch places for the second part. While you're hiding, if at least one of your copies can avoid capture, you'll pass the test. And you don't have to leave a trail for me. You better do your best to stay hidden. Oh, and other than jutsu to enhance your senses, no ninjutsu or jinjutsu are allowed. Enko paused for a second and then added for good measure, or taijutsu or weapons jutsu for that matter. The same will go for me. What about traps? Hinata prompted, remembering Kakashi's tests. So long as you don't cheat and use a jutsu to set them up, go to town, Enko shrugged, I'd say your time would be better spent other ways, but if you think it will help. Anything else? No, Hinata shook her head. Good, the serpent summoner handed her the hood, and then split in 4. 10 minutes starts once you tighten the strap, Enko told her, and one of the clones moved to stand next to Hinata. The younger Kunoichi nodded. Good luck, Mitarashi offered condescendingly, as the Hyuga heiress lowered the helm into place. True to the description, the aspirant could no longer see or hear, and could only smell the dull metallic tang of the mask. She activated her Kekkei Jinkai, and then went to the advanced form, but she was still blind. Hinata had to take a deep breath and force herself to relax. Being unable to see was a new experience and an unsettling one. Though she slept in total darkness like most of her clan, and had consented to be blindfolded in the past, this was the first time she had been in a situation where she could not regain her sight if she wanted to. She tried counting to keep track of the time, but the feeling of her anxious heartbeat interfered, and she could not tell if she was counting too fast or too slow. Finally, she felt unexpectedly gentle hands touch her neck and shoulders, and the helmet was removed. The clone of Enko set the device on the ground and winked at Hinata. Have fun, she smirked, before disappearing in a puff of chakra. Suijin Byakugan, Hinata quickly placed her palms together and activated her bloodline trait. She instantly picked up on the 3 trails, 2 leading north and 1 leading south. Obviously she was meant to follow the northern tracks first, but the Kunoichi pushed her enhanced vision further and saw that one of the northern trails ended, while the other thinned as it turned to the left. She studied the trail that abruptly stopped and realized it was deeper and more noticeable than the other 2. She doubled back, Hinata whispered to herself, but where? Broadening her focus again, she saw a branch higher up in one of the trees had been unnaturally bent. Okay, Hinata nodded to herself and turned to the south. As with the other two paths, after the initial indication, it rapidly grew fainter. But not faint enough to fool Hinata. The young woman ignored the broken branches and disturbed leaves, and instead watched for Anko's footprints. She's better than I am, Hinata admitted to herself, by a decent margin. She's probably as good as Kakashi-sensei, Yugo-sensei, or any of the ANBU members. The footprints suddenly came to an end. Hinata glanced about for any continuation of the trail, but there was none. Nor was there any indication the examiner had doubled back again. Then Hinata smiled slightly. There was something I forgot to ask you, Anko, the Chunin announced. What do I need to do when I find you? Do I have to tag you, or is it just enough to let you know that I have caught you? I assume I am not allowed to attack you physically, like in the Genjutsu exam. There was no answer, and so Hinata pointed as her eyes widened. You are in the maple tree 7.8 meters to my 2 o'clock, the Hyuga Scion told the forest, on the third branch up, under a chameleon tarp. Do I need to come over there and reveal you directly? I guess not, Anko said sourly, sweeping off the concealing cloth, but for the other two and for when you are hiding, yes, tagging will be the indicator. Hinata nodded and the clone exploded. 12 minutes, the candidate for advancement noted, that leaves me just over an hour to find the other two. She turned about and headed back to the home base clearing at top speed. But she still kept careful track of the woods around her, just in case one of the other Ankos had changed direction. But she caught no hint of the Jonin, and when she reached their starting point, she briefly pondering the northeast trail and the western tracks making up her mind, she jumped into the trees to her left, landing right next to the footprint of the Anko that had laid the false trail. Looking forward, Hinata saw a branch bent low, with a chunk of the bark knocked loose to the north. But she realized the break in the tree skin was too sharp, and the tree limb had been pushed down by something far lighter than Anko. So she continued to look around, and saw deflection marks on a tree slightly south of due west. She jumped there, to here, Hinata tallied in her head as she followed the imprints, and she is moving higher. Which means... As Hinata expected, the tracks through the trees stopped. The pale beauty turned her attention downwards, and quickly found Anko's new trail heading south on the ground. The white-eyed Chunin dropped to the ground. Anko's trail became erratic, switching directions every 100 feet or so, as if she was hoping to catch the younger Kunoichi napping, or at least force her to slow down. Despite this, the Jonin's trail was as faint as before, and even with her Byakugan, Hinata found following her target challenging. Hinata dropped to a walk when she saw Anko resting against a sturdy oak. Suspecting a trap, she approached her tester cautiously. No need to hold back, Mitarashi smirked, this isn't a combat test. And this was the hard-to-follow trail, so I usually don't hide. Though I suppose maybe I should have, considering who's following me. Hinata closed the distance and tapped Hizashi's student on the shoulder. But this Anko didn't vanish. This one only took you 14 minutes, Anko tried not to sound too angry, maybe you should pace yourself. You know, try not to totally humiliate the proctor. The pursuing Kunoichi's head dropped and she mumbled something incoherently. I'll see you back at the clearing, the real Jonin sighed, not having intended to punish the girl for succeeding. But as she ran off, Hinata kept pace with her. The elder daughter of Hayashi kept her eyes focused ahead and her mouth timidly closed. Are you sure it's a good idea to follow me? The curse-marked woman asked, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. I could be leading you the wrong way. Without saying a word, Hinata picked up speed, leaving the Jonin behind. Guess not, Anko said as Hinata faded into the brush. One of these days I have to get Irika to teach me how to deal with teenage girls. Hinata reached the sensory deprivation helmet, slightly out of breath and thoroughly conflicted. I need to do my best, right? She asked herself, but I don't want to upset Anko. The still somewhat withdrawn young woman stood there, staring at the last trail. The wind had picked up and was starting to shift the leaves, covering the route the last clone of Mitarashi had taken. Hinata heard the other woman enter the clearing, but did not react. Listen, kid, Anko started in an oddly uncomfortable tone, I got one hell of a temper and don't like getting shown up. But that's no reason not to break me like a cheap shuriken. This is your test, and I'm not going to be so petty as to fail you just 'cause you find all my copies in under 40 minutes. It just means I'll have to show you up in the second part, okay? If you can, Hinata said softly, drawing on that safe place within his regard. Fair enough, the Jonin chuckled, now shouldn't you get going? Yes. Hinata smiled slightly at her examiner in thanks, and then darted north towards the fading tracks. Enko picked up the helmet and spun it in her hands. Yeah, she's got my number, Enko sighed again, but I think I handled that pretty well. Even with the breeze interfering, this trail was the most obvious of the three, and Hinata quickly figured out why. On this path, Enko's clone had been running full out, sacrificing stealth for speed. Still, the Jonin's trail was very faint, and the 16-year-old doubt anyone without a dojutsu or advanced sense of smell could have followed it at the speed with which she maneuvered through the trees. That thought inspired two others, a curiosity about how Kiba and Shino were faring, and a relief that Naruto had Gai's skill test instead of Enko's. Allowing herself to be distracted by her musings, Hinata almost continued her jog after the tracks ended. The Hyuga heiress skidded to a halt in a most Uzumaki-like fashion, and began to look around. She chided herself, knowing that the human instinct to moving her head to shift her vision was unnecessary and was considered unbecoming of a Hyuga shinobi. Then she chided herself again for allowing her internal monologue to disrupt her focus again. Spreading her vision as far as she could, Hinata could not see another mark on the ground or in the trees. Nor could she spot another chameleon tarp or the skeletal or chakra systems of a human being. It was like the shadow clone had just disappeared. Enko wouldn't do that, right? She pondered. That would be cheating. Maybe I have been underestimating her this whole time. She took a few steps in each direction, centering on the end of the footprints, trying to push her quicksilver eyes to see even farther, burning through her chakra. Then she relaxed, not wanting to take a food pill before the second part of the test. She's gone, Hinata lamented, but she can't be. I have to be missing something. The Chunin tilted her head back, staring into the sky as she sighed. Then she realized what she was doing, and her eyes widened. Even with all-around vision, we still tend to focus on the horizontal, she told the universe, and like most other people, we still forget to look up. And down. She leaned forward symbolically, her Byakugan having already pierced the ground and found the skeleton and chakra system of shadow clone Enko. The duplicate sighed, even as Hinata dug into the ground to tap her tester on the chest. Enko's head emerged with a wry grin. I thought I had you there, maggot, the proctor said ironically, but at least it took you longer to find me than it did the first one. So I guess you better get moving. Hinata rotated her face back and forth gently, knowing there was no way for the clone to know what had happened to the original. You already found the solid one? Enko blinked in surprise. Hinata nodded, and the copy shook her head. Then I guess this is game over, the facsimile dismissed herself with a frown. Smiling slightly in triumph, Hinata stretched, and started her run back to the real Enko. 36 minutes and 14 seconds, the Jonin announced as the Chunin entered the field, less than half your allotted time, and easily the best showing so far. Then Enko's visage turned joyfully savage. Are you ready to run, little rabbit? Just 1 second, please, Hinata requested. As she had decided earlier, she took out the small tablet and quickly gulped it down. Yeah, good call, Mitarashi acted in kind, relaxing, holding on to clones for that long can be pretty draining. As is the Byakugan, Hinata agreed. Okay, now are you ready? Enko prompted again. Yes, Hinata said in quadruplicate. Good, Enko stared them down as she retrieved her cellular. It's 8:40 now, which makes it easier to track the times. So I'll be seeing one of you at 8:50, the others a few minutes thereafter. Despite her best efforts, the Hinatas shuddered from her tone and took an instant to pity Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. You better go, the Jonin cautioned before she strapped the hood into place. Unlike her examinee, Enko was used to the sensory deprivation and began carefully ticking off the seconds. Not that she expected Hinata to take advantage of her, but others had tried, and it was only fair to hold the honest young woman to the same standards. After the lead time had expired, Enko freed herself and dropped the helm unceremoniously on the ground. You'll forgive if I don't wish you good luck, Hinata said softly before vanishing to send her knowledge to the other three. Enko was signing even as the smoke cleared. Ninja Arts, Obsessive Eyes Jutsu. She activated her first support Jinjutsu, then followed it up with Ninja Arts, Nose of the Bloodhound Jutsu. Like an advanced version of the children's puzzle, Enko's enhanced orbs sought out any changes in the landscape around her. At the same time, her empowered nose drank in Hinata's pheromones, helping Enko determine the girl's course. There were 3 visible trails, one leading north, one south, and one east. Enko recognized that Hinata's northern route reused her own aborted path. Cute, but not good enough, Enko selected that set of tracks to follow. As the experienced woman expected, Hinata's path continued past her original reversal point. Reusing the heavy tracks was just a weak ploy by the girl to cover her own footpath. But after only another half-mile, then trail vanished. Mitarashi sniffed at the air. Hinata had paused here, but the scent was not strong enough to indicate the target was close by. A few more deep breaths didn't reveal the Fuga girl's direction, and Enko frowned. Then she remembered the trick she had used after doubling back, and looked up. Sure enough, there were marks on the trees from where Hinata took to the foliage. A few quick hops later, and Enko was on a branch looking back to the south. Surprised, the examiner followed the footprints on the limbs back to the clearing. She came back, Enko mused, but that leaves only 2 set of paths from her, and neither looks doubled up. As she considered, Enko felt a slight respect growing for the girl. This little detour had taken 7 minutes, and now she was racked with indecision. She took a deep breath and let it out as a sigh, but in doing so she noticed something. Enko realized Hinata's odor had barely dissipated at all while she had been following the false trail. She sniffed again, verifying it was more than just the time Hinata had spent in and out of the clearing over the last hour. No, she's definitely been here recently, Enko decided, unless... No, she wouldn't. Although, it would be an unexpected tactic. She wandered around the perimeter, staring into the woods and twitching her nose for hints of Hinata's scent. Then she suddenly turned back, kneeling down, and flicking the trunk of a tree, hard. Ow, the voice of Hinata Fuga emerged from under the facade, and Enko grabbed the chameleon tarp, scattering the leaves and branches strewn across it. Tag, Enko said smugly, and it only took me 9 minutes. Hinata nodded sadly, and then the clone broke apart, sending news of her defeat to her comrades. Enko stood back up and addressed the other 2 paths. East or south? Enko debated. The trail going east is more obvious, which could mean she wants me to follow it. Or it could mean she was trying to trick me into not following it. Or that whichever Hinata went east piled the twigs and leaves on the one hiding here and was in more of a hurry. Then she smirked ironically, or that she wanted me to sit here debating her motives. Whatever. With that proclamation, Enko charged east. But after the first few hundred feet, she was forced to slow down as the trail split in 3. One continued due east, one veered slightly north, and the last turned sharply south. All 3 looked real, but only one had a solid scent tack, so Enko followed the northeastern path. So it continued. Every 100 meters or so the path would split in 2 or 3, obliging the Jonin to pause and use her olfactory Jinjutsu to determine Hinata's true course. What, is she planning to go all the way to the land of waves? Enko groused to herself after the 14th such split. Despite occasionally diverting north or south, the Chunin's evasion had tended towards the east. But at the next split, Mitarashi hit a new roadblock. Of the 3 paths, none contained Hinata's gentle aroma. The proctor grimaced and dashed down the middle path, which again was heading in a purely easterly direction. But after only 80 feet, the trail ended, and Enko was forced to backtrack. This time she chose the left branch, and was rewarded by it continuing onwards, until the next fork. How did she do this in 10 minutes? How could she run this far and lay so many false trails? Enko frowned in annoyance. The Jonin decided to bend her rules, and activated an illusion to mask any pain or exhaustion she might be feeling. This would allow her to run at full speed and concentrate more easily, even if she became tired or sore. And because the technique was altering her own sense of touch, she judged it as within the guidelines she had set. She picked up speed and sprinted through the trees. After 19 more splits, Enko saw her. Hinata was standing at the next fork, panting slightly. The younger woman held a flat piece of stone, approximately 1 foot in diameter and with a cord tied around it. The Hyuga heiress flung the stone sidearm, causing it to skip across the ground, disrupting the foliage and creating marks that looked remarkably similar to the ball of her foot, only tracks that Hinata left behind when she strode at high speed. When the rock reached the end of the rope, the Chunin yanked it back, just barely catching it in her fatigue. "So that's how you did that," Anko announced, "pretty clever." Hinata spun back around to look at her tester. The mischievous woman also noted the skin on the younger Kunoichi's hands was raw from throwing and catching the weight. "But you didn't do all of this in 10 minutes, Mitarashi admonished. "You didn't say we had to stop and hide after you started looking," Hinata countered carefully, "and sometimes the best way to evade someone is to not stop and wait for them to catch you." Anko looked like she'd been slapped. But then she smirked and admitted, "True enough. But I have you now." "No, Anko, you don't," Hinata again challenged her gently, "check the time." Her expression turned dark, and the staff blade user practically tore her jacket, yanking her phone out of her pocket. The digital display read 10:08, but as she watched blinked over to 10:09. "Time's up," Anko admitted sourly. Then she exhaled to regain control of her emotions, and asked, "Are you the real one?" The duplicate shook her head no. "Then get out of here, and tell Hinata to meet me back in the clearing." The clone, and her copy of Hinata's cable disappeared, and the stone she was carrying fell to the ground. No longer troubled by the limitations on of test, Anko took a chakra restorative, and sent energy to her legs both to recover the strain she had put them through, and to enhance her performance on the way back to the starting point of the test. Despite length of the chase the clone had lead her on, Anko was back to the break in the woods before Hinata. She collected the helmet and sat down to wait. To her amazement and slight irritation, the younger woman took almost 10 minutes to arrive. When she did, the Jonin stood up and glared at her. "Where were you?" the snake summoner demanded, "the land of tea." "Actually," Hinata began nervously. Naruto almost jumped when his front door swung inwards. The blonde Chunin had moved one of the love seats and the coffee table aside, and was practicing a katana form in the empty space wielding the awesome, deadly paper towel tube. He spun around, brandishing his weapon menacingly, until he recognized the form of his girlfriend, standing in the portal. "Hinata," he goggled, lowering his sword, "aren't you supposed to be having the stealth test with Anko-sensei? Or is it done already?" "Actually," she grinned at him, obviously self-satisfied, "I'm in the middle of it. We're playing hide and seek. So, can I hide here for the next 70 minutes? She stepped inside, closing the door, staring at him suggestively. "Sure," Naruto smirked back, "but what do you want to do for the next hour?" "I just want to watch you practice," she said, and his expression turned to one of disappointment, until she added, "though I think you might find it easier to move around without that shirt." "You might be right," he agreed happily, obliging her. "You went to Naruto's place for a quickie?" Anko exploded. "No. We didn't. We haven't. We don't." Hinata stammered. Then she took a second to compose herself. "You never said the village was off limits," she explained, "and it's always easier to get lost in a crowd. Besides, I thought Naruto's condo was the last place you would expect me to go if you were looking for me." Anko continued to glare at Hinata until she could no longer hold her composure. The Jonin burst out laughing, eventually dropping the helmet to clutch her sides. "Gods, Hinata," she guffawed, "I never thought you'd be the one to make me change my rules for the next time I have to do this. When Kakashi pulled out that note card for my taijutsu trail 2 years ago, I thought he was being anal. But now I can see why he does it. I'm just glad Guy has to deal with Naruto and Shikaku. I can only imagine what those two would put me through." "Anko?" Hinata walked over carefully, concerned by the Jonin's fits of mirth. "I'm okay," Mitarashi wheezed, finally regaining control. She straightened and addressed the Chunin directly, still struggling to keep a straight face. "Congratulations, Hinata," she said, "take a deep breath to keep from giggling, you have passed the stealth and tracking pillar of the Jonin trials." "Thank you," Hinata bowed deeply. "Now get out of here before you make me collapse a lung," she ordered. With no further prompting, the younger woman ran off. She went to Naruto's, Anko chuckled, and made him practice in his underwear. Wait till Irika hears about this. Even was gap between them widened, Hinata heard peals of laughter erupting from the forest behind her. You slipped up on the waterfall cutting technique, Temari told Naruto abruptly as he finished, and your 6 stars kata was sloppy. But overall, I have to give your katana style 8B ranking. Naruto nodded and replaced the blunted, practice blade on the rack. But Temari continued to stare at him expectantly. What? He asked self-consciously. The requirements are 2 A-rank weapons, 2 B-rank weapons, and 4 C-rank weapons, the Sand Jonin explained, and with 4 A and 6 B styles, you've pretty much blown that away, even with the devaluing of light-throwing blades. But I was hoping to see your real weapon. He did not respond, and she pressed him, why haven't you shown me the staff blade, Naruto? Well, we don't have one here, he pointed at the racks of sparring weapons with a weak grin. Temari gave him a dubious look, and he sighed again. To be honest, I wasn't expecting to exhibit the staff blade, he admitted, it doesn't have a formalized style, and anyway most people just dismiss it as a stand-in for training with other weapons. I mean that is part of why I like it, he added defensively, most of those moves and forms I know for the long sword, katana, short sword, jian, mace, and even the tonfa and short spear, they all can be easily translated into the staff blade. That's also part of the reason I was able to get so good with so many weapons in the last year or so. Well, Naruto, Temari looked kindly at him as her fan appeared, I'm certainly not one to deride you for an unusual weapon. No, I suppose not, he chuckled. She swung the fan over her shoulder and pointed it at him. So will you show me, though phrased as a question, her tone made it sound more like a command. How, he asked, like I said, there's no set style. Half my moves come from other weapons. So it's not like I can prove anything. You can prove the staff blade the same way I prove the fan, she told him, you spar against someone, until you beat an acknowledgement of your skill into them. Spar, he asked, but there still isn't a training staff blade here. So you use your kitsune, and I use my fan, she ordered him, no ninjutsu or genjutsu, and as little taijutsu as you can. Just weapon against weapon. Since part of being an expert is having control, if you're really as good as the rumors say, you should be able to mock a fight without hurting me. She flicked her wrist, partially opening her weapon, just so you know, I am considered an S-rank fighter with my weapon of choice. So you better not hold back. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, Naruto smirked. Like the kunoichi, Uzumaki summoned his weapon without any outside indication he was going to do so. Kitsune appeared, scabbard and all, across his back. He smoothly drew the tubular blade and assumed a fighting stance. He extended Kitsune lightly in his right hand, keeping his left free and balanced. That's the Jin's fighting stance, she considered, which means if I attack hard, he will redirect me and I can use that to turn back for a quick shot to the head. Temari swung her fan sideways at Naruto's chest, and as she expected, the staff blade flicked out to intercept. But contrary to her reasoning and his posture, the Chunin absorbed the blow, and once her attack had been fully aborted, he drove the point of her weapon towards the ground. Once she was off balance, he swung his arm back and stopped Kitsune just short of her chin. You probably don't want to underestimate me either, he informed her, annoyed. Sorry, Naruto, she said sincerely, then her eyes grew hard as well, it won't happen again. Right, it's a fusion of other weapon styles and unique moves, she chided herself, so a katana stance could easily lead into a mace or short sword type maneuver. Temari lashed out horizontally again, but this time when he stopped her cold, she expanded her fan further, and flipped it over his weapon, trying to score fictional scratches on his chest with the spines at the end each slat. He responded by pushing both of their weapons high, and stepping in, jabbing the vulpine hilt of his creation towards her solar plexus. She caught his wrist with her left hand, but he was too strong for her to stop, so she pushed off, moving away. He countered by stabbing at her neck, but she blocked the attack with her fan and was knocked back for the effort. Temari flipped backwards as she regained her feet, sweeping her fan up in a move that nearly caught Naruto off guard, but he managed to step back at the last minute. She brought the weapon back down, as if to smack the top of head, but he the blocked strike. He turned his blade over, pushing her weapon down as he stepped out of the way. He finished the rotation, striking the flat of the fan with Kitsune, sending a vibration through the weapon, numbing her hands. I guess I still owe you an apology, Naruto, she offered, even as she stabbed out, quickly opening the fan when he tried to block. I think I need to stop testing you by rank and just fight, she admitted. Does this mean we're starting? He asked with only a hint of mocking, because I've faced S-rank weapon users before, and this wasn't what I would expect. Fine, let's dance, her eye twinkled happily, just don't blame me for what happens. She swung her fully opened fan, and when he tried to stop it, closed the weapon over the top of the pole, continuing her path. He tried to divert his weapon to knock her strike away, but he was just too late. Instead, he accepted the injury, in return for stabbing her in the shoulder. Temari stopped, raising her hand to indicate he should hold up as well. Uzumaki obliged, both were breathing hard and sweating profusely. What is it? He asked, are you okay? Each had lightly struck the other a handful of times, though Naruto's bruises and scrapes had quickly vanished. I'm fine, it's just, she paused, exhaling raggedly. Then she pointed to the wall. It's 6:13, she informed him, we ran over. He looked at the large clock hanging in the academy sparring dojo number 3. Then he sheathed kitsune, grinning sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head with his left hand. Sorry, I guess I got too caught up in the match, he apologized. No, it's my responsibility, she absolved him, I was having too much fun. It's been a while since I had a challenge like that. Thanks, he smiled broadly, you too. Heh, Anko chuckled darkly, I've been looking forward to this all week. Good morning, Choji. The large Chunin stood steady, directly meeting his teacher's eyes without a hint of fear or challenge. The Toad Sage stared through the partially open door to the hospital room with a goofy, lecherous grin. Sure, she wasn't quite as endowed as he normally preferred, and the best part was covered. But despite that, he was more than happy to ogle Yuga Yuzuki's slightly larger than usual chest as she nursed the infant Rei Uchiha. If the kunoichi had noticed his presence, she gave no indication. Just as Yugao was about to set down the baby, giving him a brief, clear view, Jiraiya felt a murderous intent moving swiftly towards him, and he quickly composed his face into the appearance of total seriousness. Good morning, Tsunade, he addressed his former teammate, his voice all business. I wanted to meet Itachi's daughter, but she is bonding with her new mother, so I didn't want to interrupt. Right, the Hokage calmed somewhat, not entirely convinced. I presume you are the one who put the wet nurse seal on Yugao, he prompted. The medical Sannin did not answer, instead her fury began to build again. He held up his hands in submission. Fine, none of my business, he conceded. Still, Tsunade said, her voice carrying a tone of allegation, it is odd that Itachi never told us about this Erika, or that he had a child. Just what are you implying? Jiraiya countered evenly. You were his contact all those years, she told him directly, and he trusted you more than anyone else. I can't believe you didn't know anything about this. Apparently I wasn't the one he trusted most, the Toad Sage concluded darkly. Then he forced those emotions away, adding, he never told me anything about getting married or having a child, though he did mention this Erika a couple of times around 5 or 6 years ago. He wanted me to let Sarutobi know that the Raikage was still hunting for Kekkei Jinkai. And he did occasionally make statements about having reasons beyond Madara that he wanted to stay undercover. Tsunade frowned thoughtfully, then shrugged. She started to comment, but was interrupted when Yugao's voice emerged from the hospital nursery room where she, Kakashi, and Rei were staying. If you two don't want to discuss state secrets in the hallway, I'm done with the feeding, the former ANBU agent chided them, and against my better judgment, I will introduce Rei to the pervy sage. Tsunade laughed, but Jiraiya looked annoyed. I thought you were above that, Yugao, he said in mock hurt as he stepped into the room. She smiled angelically at them. According to all the members of both my team and Kakashi's team, that is your official title, Master Jiraiya, she informed him. Now there's an idea, Tsunade grinned as she shut the door. The male Sannin groaned in response. Good morning, Naruto, Iruka greeted his surrogate nephew. Hi, Iruka-sensei, Naruto's acknowledgement was unusually subdued. He did not meet his teacher's eyes and had entered the room slowly. Is something the matter? Iruka asked. When the question didn't garner a response, the Jonin decided to try a different tactic. Did Hinata's little distraction yesterday morning make you mess up your weapons test? Yumino teased lightly. Uzumaki turned red briefly, but then shook his head. Nah, that went great, Naruto admitted, though his demeanor did not change. Temari even accepted the staff blade as a real weapon. Then what is it? Iruka pressed. It's this Jinjutsu test, he complained. There's no way I can pass. It can't be that bad, the elder shinobi tried to deny him. Honestly? I would have to say I haven't improved at all since the academy, Naruto claimed, collapsing further into despair. His teacher watched him for a minute and then came to a decision. Naruto, I'm going to tell you something, Iruka said conspiratorially. You know that before I became a Jonin 2 years ago, I was a Chunin, right? The younger man nodded. Well, 2 years ago wasn't the first time I underwent the Jonin trials, Yumino told him. When I was 19 I took them. I was trying to keep up with Enko, who became a Tokubetsu Jonin 2 years earlier. But it was a fiasco. I totally screwed up my Jinjutsu and Taijutsu tests, and though it was close, I also failed the skills test. I was so mortified I didn't think about trying again until you left the village to train with Master Jiraiya. So even if you make a fool of yourself here, I'd say you're in pretty good company. Thanks, Iruka-sensei, Uzumaki managed a smile. So let's get started, the Jonin prompted. After all, the only thing worse than failing is failing to try, right? Right, Naruto perked up, finally wearing his normal grin. It's not like I've ever been afraid to mess up before. Good, Iruka smiled broadly at him. First, you have to show that you can break Jinjutsu used against you. Are you ready? Naruto's smirk slipped, but he nodded the affirmative. Okay, we'll start with something simple, the proctor offered evenly. He signed quickly, and whispered the name so the Chunin couldn't hear it. Then he took out a kunai, and turned it over in his hand. As Iruka displayed the weapon, it appeared to transform, growing longer, and sprouting a hilt, until finally it was a two-handed sword with a kunai-shaped blade. Naruto placed his hands together, and rotated the chakra in his body. Release, the blonde ordered, but nothing changed. Release, Naruto proclaimed more loudly, pressing his palms together. His uncle shook his head, and took a step closer, raising the weapon. Come on, release, Uzumaki begged as the kunai sword started to descend. No longer sure it was an illusion, Naruto jumped backwards to avoid the blade. Naruto, Iruka scolded him again, there's no way this kunai could cut you from so far away. Naruto blinked, and the sword was a dagger again. He realized that had he held his ground, the real blade would not have even come within a foot of his body. Sorry, Iruka-sensei, he rubbed his finger under his nose shamefully, but when you started swinging that thing, I suddenly wasn't sure if it was really a Jinjutsu or if it was some sort of ninjutsu. That was butchering dagger Jinjutsu, Yumino explained to his student. It is a D-rank Jinjutsu, though an uncommon one. Well, let's try another one. He signed quickly, and then split in two. Except the two Irukas were far from identical. One looked normal, but the other was only about 8 years old, wearing a white t-shirt and jean shorts. Two of me, right? Iruka asked. Both copies moved their lips in unison, but their voice emerged from between them. Naruto nodded. And which one is real? The one on my right, Naruto sounded mildly annoyed, and pointed to the adult Iruka. Good, the pair agreed, now make the illusion disappear. Right, Naruto said firmly, squeezing his eyes shut to concentrate, one fake Iruka-sensei. Release. He opened his eyes, but both versions of his teacher were still there. He repeated the process, but before he could announce his intent, he was interrupted. This is stupid, the fox demon suddenly stated. What, my trying to get promoted? Naruto demanded. Well, yes, the vixen conceded, but I meant playing around with illusions. Real is what I choose it to be. If you don't want the child version of your teacher around, destroy it with your Rasengan. Trying to do anything else is a waste of energy. Shut up, Naruto growled under his breath. The Irukas glanced at him in confusion. What? The proctor asked. Sorry, Iruka-sensei, Naruto frowned in distaste, the fuzzball is hassling me. Well, ignore it, Yumino counseled. Release, Naruto tried to break the visual spell, release. Release. Let's stop there, the Jonin said, ending his technique, maybe you should show me what Jinjutsu you know instead. Sure, Naruto agreed indifferently. He considered for a moment and then continued, well, the first illusion I learned was this. He moved through the four hand signs much more slowly than usual, before stating ninja art, palette swap jutsu. Slowly, Naruto's hair changed from blonde to gray to almost black. Is that all? Iruka asked gently. Palette swap was only a D-rank technique, and most ninja who used it could change the color of their hair, eyes, clothes, even their skin and teeth with only one use of the technique. Yeah, Naruto admitted, ending the mirage morosely. Why change your look with an illusion, instead of changing your real appearance, the Kyuubi prompted again. Just leave me alone, you stupid fox, the teenage shinobi exclaimed loudly. Naruto? She keeps bothering me about how she thinks Jinjutsu is a waste of time and energy, the Chunin explained sharply. She says instead of throwing away my chakra on illusions, I should just use ninjutsu to do the same thing for real. Really? Iruka considered that thoughtfully, and what does she say when I tell her I can make a forest with Jinjutsu, but not ninjutsu? Naruto paused for a moment, and then growled, she just made fun of you. What did she say? The proctor continued, intrigued. She said some guy named Senju Harashima could make a forest with ninjutsu, so you are obviously inferior to him. Yumino chuckled, well, I never would claim to be an equal of Senju Hashirama. There's a reason he was the first Hokage, after all. Now she says you're smarter than you look. That will be enough, Iruka coughed, not sure he liked a compliment from the demon, even a backhanded one. Let's get back to your test. What do you want to show me next? What I want to show you and can show you are two different things, Uzumaki sniffed. Just give it your best. If I'm gonna fail, might as well fail big, right? Naruto decided with a glimmer of his normal attitude, my best A-rank Jinjutsu, Masking Storm's jutsu. Naruto completed the hand signs sharply and confidently. But afterwards, nothing happened. Not the drop of water or whisper of wind was experienced by the former academy teacher. He watched Naruto sadly as the young man focused as hard as he could on the technique. I'm sorry, Naruto, the examiner stopped him, but nothing is happening. Maybe you should try it again. Yeah, sure, his brief reverie dashed, Naruto formed the seals of the illusion more slowly and deliberately. Familiar with the move, the scarred Jonin could tell his student was executing the jutsu properly. And the echoes of chakra ringing off the blonde youth could be tangibly felt. But despite that, the Jinjutsu never formed, and never invaded Iruka's senses. Stop, he commanded the younger ninja gently, quickly adding, maybe we should try something less complex. Okay, Naruto agreed. The teen proceeded to flawlessly perform the hand signs 6B and C-rank Jinjutsu techniques, expending vast amounts of chakra, all with no impact at all. With each attempt, Yukihana-san grew more frustrated and tired. Are we done here, Iruka-sensei? Naruto panted, finally too exhausted to keep trying. Yes, Iruka said simply. After a slight bow, the teen hurried out of the room. Once he was gone, Iruka finally allowed himself show his concern over what he had seen and more importantly, what he had heard. Hinata was already waiting in the dojo when Yugao scrambled in at 11:59 a.m. Sorry, Hinata, the Jonin said quickly, I lost track of time. Were you at the monument again? Hinata asked gently. No, the hospital, Yuzuki answered. Oh, Hinata's eyes went with worry, I'm sorry. What's wrong? No, nothing's wrong, she chuckled, I was visiting Master Jiraiya. Why? Hinata asked. Though her question was innocent enough, Yugao looked away and cleared her throat. Nothing worth discussing now, the former ANBU shinobi told her, as we are already starting to run late. I suppose Naruto told you how I run this exam? No, the younger woman shook her head slightly. Lady Tsunade scolded Naruto for wanting to compare notes, so we have been very careful not to discuss the tests that we have not both already taken. Then I guess I need to explain, Yuzuki said thoughtfully, and then gave Hinata a rundown of her style then spar examination method. The Chunin nodded along, seemingly pleased with the format of the exhibition. I do have one question, Yugao-sensei, Hinata put forth. Would it be against your rules for the two of us to use shadow clones so I can show you more than 9 taijutsu styles? If we each created a clone, I could exhibit twice as many taijutsu types. Or with 2 clones I could. Hinata, Yugo cut her off gently. Do you honestly have 27 different taijutsu styles you want to show me? The pale girl blushed and shook her head no. And would you have 18 styles you could exhibit? Kakashi's lover pressed. But to the Jonan's surprise, while still looking uncomfortable, Hinata nodded, yes. Really? Yuzuki was surprised, not because she doubted the girl, but because she knew Hinata was not the type to lie or exaggerate. Yes, I think I can, Hinata answered humbly, still looking down. Then this calls for a change of plans, the proctor decided, placing her hands together and proclaiming, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In that instant, not one but 4 Yugos were present in the dojo. We'll borrow a second dojo. Temari does not have an exam right now, so number 3 should be open. That way, 2 of you can spar with me, while the other 2 show me the technical side of those taijutsu styles, Yugo suggested. We'll keep the time frame per taijutsu at 20 minutes, but this will give you more of a chance to show each style. But Hinata started, uncertain, can you change the exam that much? Enko-sensei said she couldn't change the rules of her skills test. That's not an issue, the Jonin explained, because the taijutsu requirements are set by the conclave, and most style exhibited are codified. The proctor is given a great deal of leeway. However, the skills test is not well defined. There used to be some standards, like crossing a singing floor or catching a butterfly. But nobody uses singing floors anymore, ninjas have too many way past them, and a pair of video cameras are cheaper, easier to install, and less obtrusive. As a result, the proctors for the skills pillar must submit a testing plan to the Jonin Council. Of course, a small amount of deviation is unavoidable, like Enko telling you to tag her, but she couldn't tell Choji that he can't go back to the village and make out with Ino. How did you? Hinata turned beet red and couldn't finish the sentence. We had dinner with Enko and Irika last night, Yugo explained, not laughing at her. So shall we begin? The elder Kunoichi asked, trying to help the young woman recover her composure. Yes, Hinata said quickly, before producing 3 clones of her own. 2 of the copies moved towards the door, while the other pair spread out in the spacious training room. One of Yugo's copies indicated the entryway to her sister, who nodded, and they lead the 2 Hinatas away. The remaining 2 Jonin duplicates turned back to face the remaining Chunin facsimiles. What style do you wish to start with? The true Yugo asked her exhibitor. I believe I will start with the gentle fist, both Hinatas said in unison, growing confident now that she was more in her element. I will fight you, Yugo-sensei, the Chunin clone further in the room announced, assuming the fighting stance. Her left foot and palm were pushed far forward, and she held her fingers loosely. She waited for the other Kunoichi to prepare herself, then moved in quickly yet consciously. Before the white-eyed girl reached her, the purple-eyed woman launched a roundhouse kick at her side. Hinata lightly tapped the foot with her right palm, but this did not stop Yugo's leg, and the Hyuga scion was struck and sent sprawling. Hinata? Yuzuki gasped in surprise, rushing over to the fallen princess. Why didn't you block that? I did, Hinata frowned thoughtfully, but I'm afraid the gentle fist is not well suited for this kind of sparring. Had we been fighting for real, the chakra I expel would have knocked your kick away, and probably numbed your foot. But I can't use my chakra, because even a partial hit with the gentle fist can cause major injuries. Yugo considered that. She was familiar with the basic tenets of the Hyuga fighting style, though she had never seen it in actual combat. Then, since we are both shadow clones, perhaps we should fight in earnest, the examiner suggested. After all, if one of us dies, the only cost is some chakra. Hinata answered with a question, curious but peculiarly not anxious. Won't we waste a lot of chakra if we do that? I was told you had purchased a whole bag of food pills, Yugo smiled softly. Yes, Hinata agreed, but I only brought one with me. I didn't expect to need them for the taijutsu test. Then I guess you'll just have to keep me from destroying your clones, the former ANBU agent countered with a slight twinkle of mischief. I should say the same to you, sensei. Hinata regained her feet and resumed her stance. Don't get ahead of yourself, Yuzuki countered. She stepped in with a hard right cross. But Hinata pivoted at the waist, and as the Jonin's hand sailed by, the Chunin brought her left hand up, jamming her energy lace fingers into Yugo's elbow. Even as the elder shinobi's wrist fell loose, Hinata softly pressed her palm to the opposing clone's stomach. With a slight look of surprise, Yugo's copy exploded. In this case, I am not, Hinata responded to Yugo's previous statement with poise, even as the real tester spawned another facsimile. On the other side of the wall, in training room number 3, the other set of Yugeos had also asked the Chunin duplicates which taijutsu she was going to show first. I'll start with the hard fist, the younger Kunoichi informed her. Good, the copy of Yugao near the front of the dojo assumed a fighting stance, while the other Jonin shadow moved back against the outer wall to give Hinata space to perform her kata. As was fitting the style, the sparring teen charged her proctor, leading with her fists. Your Sekendo is excellent, Yugo conceded, panting slightly, not quite S-rank, but very close. So what will your last style be? My other set is showing the whipping willow style, Hinata told her, and Yuzuki nodded, unsurprised, so I will be showing the tiger and heron style. I might have guessed, the Jonin told her, Naruto told me you had been working on that taijutsu with him. He did? Hinata smiled happily. He works on it harder than I do, Naruto's girl added, but without diminishing her mood, because it's his mother's creation. But I'm still pretty good. Yugo remembered her sparring match with Naruto the previous Tuesday, and wondered what she was in for. Even if Naruto was more skilled in this taijutsu than his girlfriend, the Chunin Kunoichi was faster and more flexible. Hinata smoothly slid her body into position. The basic stance of the tiger and heron was superficially similar to the stance of the hand-fist and tiger styles, feet just over shoulder width apart, with the user's off foot leading. Her left arm was perpendicular to the ground in front of her body. Her right was parallel to the mat and positioned by her head. And unlike the hard fist or pure tiger styles, her left hand was tightly closed, while her right was open in a claw. Yugo assumed the same posture but with both hands closed, deciding to start with the hard fist style. In her sparring with Naruto, she had tried the arc limbs technique to start, but the circular attacks had proven less than effective against Yukihana's art. Still, as befitting the hard fist, the proctor attacked first, aiming a right cross at the girl's face. Hinata dropped under the attack, catching the Jonin off guard. In the same move, the young woman's right hand darted out, raking across Yugo's abdomen. Had they not been sparring, the churka in Hinata's claw would have seriously injured or even killed the clone. As it was, the blow hurt. But Hinata wasn't finished, she spun her body, extending her leg. Yugo jumped over the expected sweep, however she miscalculated. The Hyuga Scion turned her leg up, and the heel kick that had been aimed for Yugo's chin caught her left breast instead. The clone Jonin used the attack's force to flip back, gaining some distance to form a new strategy. That's 2 mistakes, Yugo chided herself, then repeated to herself the 3 basic tenets of the tiger and heron: do not block, attack. Do not control, destroy. Do not dodge, unless it is to take advantage of an opening. Yugo switched to the wolf pack style, and launched a simultaneous left knife hand at Hinata's throat and a left knee at her right side. Hinata took the blow to her gut, but sandwiched Yugo's attacking wrist in between a pair of punches that broke both forearm bones. Still gasping in pain from Yugo's knee strike, Hinata slid in, slamming her right elbow into Yugo's temple, then bringing her foot around in a pulling kick that forced the Jonin into the ground, crushing her spine. The clone exploded, and Hinata froze with a look of horror. I'm so sorry, Yugo-sensei, she bowed to the original, her face bright red. Don't be too upset, Hinata, the Jonin counseled, creating a new shadow clone. I stopped pulling my punches before you did. You just did a better job. And you were not using any chakra, right? Still. Do you want to stop? Yugo pressed gently. I have some idea of your skills, but I don't think I have the whole picture yet. And we still have more than 10 minutes. Hinata pondered this, and finally shook her head. No, the teen said softly but firmly, I am so happy that Naruto let me learn this style with him, and I am proud of how far Naruto and I have advanced in our studies. I want to show you just what I can do. Good, Yugo agreed, we'll just both have to be more careful. Yuzuki's newest clone placed both her feet together, and stood with both arms in front of her, open-handed. Hinata's eyes widened, recognizing the style. But she resumed her fighting stance, and honored the bases for both styles by attacking first. As Yugao had deduced, the loose, defensive method of the whipping willow was a better match for the tiger and heron than other, more aggressive techniques. Hinata punched, clawed, and kicked, but the only time the Chunin landed any blows was during the Jonin's counterattacks. So long as Yugao only protected herself, Hinata could not hit her. But in turn, any hint of offense by the proctor was punished by the examinee. And Yuzuki could tell that, had they been landing real blows, she would have been in much worse shape than the Chunin. Finally she noticed her opening. "Stop," the purple-eyed woman announced, "time is up." Both Hinatas panted, and she released the shadow clone thankfully. A few seconds later, the clones in the other room also cancelled themselves. "How did I do, Yuko-sensei?" Hinata asked in between deep breaths. The Jonin considered the question for a moment. In her previous examinations, she had not told the candidate how they fared. But given Hinata's dichotomous nature of late, and her fondness for the young woman, Yugao decided it would not hurt to tell her. "You did splendid, Hinata," Yugao told her. "I am genuinely impressed by your mastery of unarmed combat. You have passed, and will receive my recommendation." Hinata blushed at the praise, but smiled sincerely, and said, "Thank you, Yugo-sensei." "Are you sure about this?" Tsunade asked, turning her chair away from him. "Right now, if something happens to me before Naruto is ready, you would be my choice to be the next Hokage. If you do this, there is almost no way that could happen." "I have no desire to be the Hokage," Kakashi Hatake answered simply. "Neither did I," she said wistfully, "but I did it because the village needed me. And I'd say it's turned out pretty good." Nevertheless, the copy ninja was not swayed. "I have decided. This is what I need to do. And it isn't as if I can't change my mind later." "No, I guess not," she sighed. "I guess I'll get the paperwork started." "When are you going to tell those three?" "I plan to wait until after the results of the Jonin trials," he explained. "They have enough on their minds for now." "I have never come this close to that nest of demons before," the Reaper told her companions, shifting the new weapon slung across her back. She shuddered as she looked upon the 5 stone faces on the cliff not so far away. "Frightened?" Zetsu asked, adding in a different voice, "Or is it anticipation?" "You could say I am eager," the shield-bandaged woman agreed. "There is someone down there I really want to see." "Just keep yourself under control," Deidara warned her sharply. "We have a job to do." Like he's one to talk, the white side of the plant renegade whispered to his new partner. She did not respond, she simply stared at the outline of the Konohagakure. "I can do this," Hinata told her reflection, before grabbing the tube of toothpaste and smearing a little too much on her toothbrush. The Hyuga heiress forced herself to only think positive thoughts, because she knew that weapons were her weakest pillar. Her teeth suitably polished, Hinata shed her camisole and panties and moved quickly into the shower. The kunoichi shivered under the cold water, but she was unwilling to wait for it to warm. She and Naruto were meeting at 10 a.m. at his condo, and she wanted to get in a full 3 hours of practice with her weapons first. The pale beauty washed her hair, noticing that it was almost back to the length it had been before the battle with the vampire demon. She had become so accustomed to braiding it that she hadn't realized how long it had become. She debated getting it cut, but decided to hold off. Her locks rinsed, she caught up the soap and sponge and began to lightly scrub her skin. As Hinata slipped on her uniform's top and secured her obi, her thoughts drifted back to the previous night. Even though Naruto had not been expecting to pass the Jinjutsu test, he had not expected to do so badly. But with a good meal, some reassuring words, and a little bit of dessert, Hinata had been able to lighten his mood. She blushed at the memory of his kisses, and the knowledge that she had been ready to make love to him. But Naruto had managed to show restraint, and fact that made her proud, thankful, and disappointed all at once. Hinata picked up the duffel bag containing her practice weapons and jogged down to the courtyard. Thankfully, it was empty, so the older daughter of Hayashi deposited her bag on the deck surrounding the atrium and began to set out her weapons. First were the kunai, shuriken, and needles, the weapons grouped together as light-throwing blades. Next was her original choice of primary weapon, the Manriki Gusari. Under that were her swords, the short sword, wakizashi, and katana. After placing them on the patio, she assembled her quarterstaff. That task complete, she took out the paired tonfas Niji had helped her learn. With all her other weapons ready, Hinata summoned her new primary weapon, the Kote Jinmaki. As soon as the bracers appeared on her wrists, she removed them and set them on top of her bag. The protruding edges of the forearm guards interfered with the tonfas, so Hinata decided to practice with those first, and then re-equip her kote when practicing with all of her other weapons. She stepped into the middle of the natural space, clearing her mind and holding the swinging clubs tightly against her wrists. She saluted her invisible opponent, and then stepped back into a fighting stance even as she swung the tonfa in her right hand at her enemy. She blocked the counterstrike with both weapons, and then rotated her left-hand weapon into her target's shoulder. A number of small clues spun Hinata around just in time to block her wooden practice katana as it descended towards her head. She shifted her right arm to look at her attacker, and was only mildly surprised to see her younger sister. "Good morning, Hanabi," Hinata said evenly. Hanabi Hyuga had been in a particularly foul mood since returning from the Land of Lightning. Her team had been eliminated on the second test, and in the 2 weeks since, the girl had alternated between snappish and moping. The younger sister had been telling anyone who would listen that it was the fault of her teammates and their sensei Choza Akimichi. But now the only ones who would hear her out were the branch family members she cornered, and their increasingly unsympathetic father. Hanabi swung the long blade again, this time aiming at Hinata's neck. She wore a particularly dark expression and was attacking with all her strength. Even so, Hinata was able to stop her two-handed strike with only one of her tonfa, possessing superior strength from both age and training. After pushing the sword away, Hinata twirled the bar in her left hand, bringing it within an inch of Hanabi's face. The younger Kunoichi grimaced from the implied hit and stabbed forward towards her sister's stomach. The Chunin easily sidestepped the attack, scoring 2 more near hits against her opponent's left elbow and the back of her neck. The genin practically snarled as she turned back again to face her target. Hanabi watched her sister carefully, but Hinata made no move to counterattack, nor did she indicate any anger or disappointment over the ambush. Instead, Naruto's beloved simply observed her younger sibling, waiting for the next blow. Her teeth clenched in fury, Hanabi tensed, not to attack, but to dash the practice katana against the grass. At the last instant she stopped, and returned the weapon to where Hinata had arrayed. Without saying a word, she stalked off. "That was foolish," Niji commented, stepping out from one of the other hallways leading to the courtyard, "attacking you like that." "She wasn't attacking me, brother," Hinata interjected quickly. "Hanabi was helping me practice for my weapons test." Niji smiled slightly as he shook his head. "It is kind of you to cover for her, but there is no excuse for what she did. She may not have been trying to kill you, but she certainly wouldn't have been upset if she had given you a concussion or broken one of your arms. I think I may need to have a talk with Lord Hayashi." "Please, don't," Hinata requested with all the strength she could muster. "I harbor no resentment to Hanabi over this, and being confronted will only make her feel more angry and alone." Niji nodded slowly, unconvinced, but also unable to refute her reasoning. He bowed slightly and left her to her training. Hinata returned her tonfas to her tote and took up the quarterstaff. As she did, she exhaled and allowed her sadness to show on her face. "Just a second," Naruto shouted. He quickly glanced at the digital clock next to his TV, which read H5:6. It was too early for Hinata, leaving Uzumaki puzzled as to who was at his door. The teen dropped off his ceiling, flipping in mid-air to land on his feet. Instead of his normal orange jumpsuit, he was clad in a tradition stealth shizoku. He was covered from the neck down in matte black, reinforced silk, except for his hands. He quickly trotted over to his front door. After unlocking and opening the portal, he was confronted by the unexpected presence of his girlfriend. "Oh, hey Hinata," he stammered slightly, "you're earlier than I thought you'd be." He stepped out of her way, swinging his arm to indicate she should come in. "I'm sorry," she said sprightly, "I got done early and thought I would come over and watch you." "Doesn't that contradict the purpose of stealth training?" Naruto murmured. Despite the young woman's smile and light tone of voice, he could sense something else. Once she was inside, he closed and secured the door before approaching the subject. "Hinata, what's wrong?" he asked carefully, embracing her from behind. The Hyuga scion froze, before turning around in his arms to stare at him in mock confusion. Nothing, she countered weakly, her lips turning down for an instant. Hinata, he pulled her tighter and whispered in her ear, "Are you trying to make me worry?" She sighed, then settled her head on his shoulder. "It's barely worth mentioning," she told him, I had a fight with Hanabi this morning. It isn't a problem for me, but I'm worried about her. She is getting more aggressive and selfish. I have even overheard father lamenting how he parented her. And since she returned from the land of lightning, it has only gotten worse. Maybe we need to beat some sense into her, he suggested. Her head jerked up in surprise, but when she saw his expression, she realized he was joking. At least, mostly. She smirked back at him. No matter how much my father has accepted you, and regrets Hanabi's recent attitude, I don't think he will let you do that, she warned him. Actually, I was thinking of Grandma Tsunade, he informed her. That might work, she conceded thoughtfully. Then both started giggling. Better, he asked, releasing her after giving her a brief kiss. A little, she nodded. You can cheer me up, Naruto, but it doesn't change the underlying problem with Hanabi. I don't know how to help her. It might be you can't, he told her gently. There was a long time where I thought if I could just find the right words, I could convince Sasuke to come back. But after I came back from my training with Master Jiraiya, when we fought I realized that there was nothing I could do for him. Not that I'm saying Hanabi's as bad as that jerk, he continued hastily, seeing her worried look, just that you might not be the one to help Hanabi. You might be too close to her. She nodded again, looking at him with a gentle grin. Thank you, she told him. Any time, Hinata-chan. Very good. Chosa Akimichi walked over to the target and admired the precision of the six-pointed star Hinata had sketched with 18 kunai. After the jonin nodded his approval again, the young woman jogged over and retrieved the throwing knives, checking each one for damage. Most she returned to the main compartment her sack, but 3 were chipped or splintered, and she slid them into a separate pouch for recycling. This was easily your best weapon, he told her, far above even your Manriki Gusari. Very top of the A rank. That makes 7 weapons. Mr. Akimichi, she interrupted him carefully, if you don't mind, there is something else I would like to show for the light-throwing blades. Of course, the rotund proctor nodded, please continue. Hinata activated her upgraded Kekiai Jinkai. Then she drew a single kunai in her right hand, while taking into her left hand a stack of shurikens so tall she could barely hold them all. The Chunin squared off with the now clean target. Except instead of throwing her dagger at the target, she hurtled it upwards at an angle so it would pass right over the tree containing the bullseye. Hina. Chosa started to ask something, but stopped as she flipped the first shuriken into her right hand and released it at high velocity. Almost as soon as the first was gone, Hinata loaded the second throwing star. The first star hit the kunai, redirecting it downwards and to their right. The second star hit, and the kunai was flying straight again, but was going to miss the mark to the right. Her third star deflected the dagger back to the left, but now at a sharper downward angle. A fourth projectile diverted the kunai up without changing that it would hit to the left of the tree containing the target. The fifth shuriken put the knife's course back on a parallel to the original and third paths. When the sixth throwing star struck the kunai, the Akimichi clan leader realized Hinata was causing the kunai to spiral in a hexagon pattern as it approached the target. His face went slack, understanding the dexterity, visual acuity, and mathematical skill necessary to execute the flashy display. The next 11 shurikens continued the pattern, scribing a regular 6-sided polygon around the target. The 18th and final throwing star diverted the kunai in a different direction, and the ninja blade buried itself in the center of the bullseye, though not as deeply as if she had thrown it directly. Hinata exhaled with a smile of satisfaction. Hinata, that was the Uchiha deflection technique. Chosa told her in awe. She nodded. Where did you learn that? He continued, forcing some of the wonder out of his voice, or more importantly, how did you learn it? The Uchiha carefully guarded that skill. They always claimed the technique was impossible without the Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei taught me, she responded softly, not knowing it was a secret art. He thought my Suijin Byakugan, combined with my speed, would be enough to let me perform the technique without the Sharingan. It was hard at first, but I managed to master it. Then where did Kakashi learn it? Choza pondered silently. Hinata stared at him nervously, so he took out a pear and bit deeply into it to help regain his composure. Well, then I will definitely have to say you are an S rank with throwing weapons, he declared, then added more softly, for what it is worth. Hinata nodded. She understood that the light throwing blades weapons set was considered a common skill. Unlike common ninjutsu like the shadow clone technique, the hand projectiles were still allowed for the weapons test, but was generally frowned on as a soft choice, and only counted as a weapon one rank lower than the candidate actually displayed. Still, if Hinata was considered to have an S rank in light-throwing blades, it could count for one of her 2 A rank weapons. You haven't shown me your signature weapon yet, the heavy jonin noted, unless it was the weighted chain. But you only showed that at B rank. He sounded concerned at the end, and Hinata hurriedly contradicted him. No, my main weapon is something else, she answered delicately, I'm just not sure about them. Don't worry, you'll do fine, he reassured her kindly. That's not it, she smiled sadly, my primary weapon is an unusual choice, so I am worried to won't be recognized. I'll be the judge of that, he said sternly, so let's see this mystery weapon. Hinata raised her arms and summoned Jinmaki into position. My primary weapons are these kote, she announced. Her proctor frowned in thought as he considered the devices. Definitely a unique choice, he agreed, then ordered, show me. Hinata backed away and began to show her combat style. She began with the simple attacks and then moved into more complex maneuvers. She had basically redesigned the style based on taijutsu styles that focused on the lower arms and a few older scrolls she had read, authored by the previous users of the weapon. Naruto had found most of the old information for her and had helped her work out her way to use Jinmaki as a full-fledged weapon. After exhibiting the strikes of the style, she began to launch into the forms they had created. Even as she fought her invisible foe, she could almost see Naruto opposite her performing the attacks and blocks with his infectious grin. She settled and flowed smoothly through the kata, before ending with a bow to her opponent. Very interesting. You have a surprisingly broad variety of strikes for forearm bashes and elbows. And your defense would be undeniably strong. But still, you had a large number of punches in there, more than are usual for a weapon style. And there were some strange attacks in there I couldn't quite understand. And my punches, she asked, careful but not perturbed, were they not poorly executed? Too stiff, of the sort that would hurt my hands or wrists? He considered it and then agreed, yes, I suppose they were. And my punches, would they make more sense if I was holding a catter? She queried slyly. He nodded, still unclear where she was going. And those strikes you didn't understand, she continued, were they the attacks where I slash with my forearm instead of striking? He nodded again, and she smiled. The reason some of my attacks seem off is because I am showing you the full style without show you my whole weapon, she explained, holding up her right arm. She sent a sliver of lightning chakra into the kote. Blades of purple energy erupted from the front and the sides. So the punches are stabbing with that blade, as are the slashes, he nodded looking at her arm. Yes. Show me again, with the blades, he instructed. She repeated the set again, showing all of the maneuvers of her bladed kote and the 3 kata. In the end she bowed again and released the chakra. That is much more deadly than it initially appeared, he told her, though I can still see some room for improvement. Still, I would call it a rank style. Thank you, Mr. Akimichi, she bowed, smiling happily. Well, I would ask if you have any more weapons to exhibit, the expansive jonin noted, but your bag is empty, and our time is almost up. It was my pleasure to administer your jonin weapons trial, Hinata. Mr. Akimichi? Is there something else, Hinata? He turned back to look at her again. The young woman's face was painted with worry. Do you have another test at 3? She asked nervously. No, you were my last exam, he said supportively. Then, if you have some time, I would like to talk to you about Hanabi. Choza Akimichi's normally kind and jovial face creased with a frown. Hello, Naruto, Might Guy greeted the Chunin as he approached the outside of the arena. But Uzumaki noticed a strain in his eyes, and that Lee's hero was not so loud or grandiose as normal. Is something wrong, Gai-sensei? Naruto asked, more worried about his test than the melodramatic jonin. No, Guy shook off his doldrums, flashing his teeth and giving the teen a thumbs up, but thank you for asking. Whatever, Naruto sighed with an exhausted look, can we just start this? Of course. Guy nodded, overjoyed by what he perceived as enthusiasm on the part of the Chunin. Inside the arena there are 30 event stations, the Jonin explained, each one designed to test a different facet of your non-combat, non-chakra skills and training. Wait, I thought this was a stealth and tracking test, Naruto interrupted. That is a common misconception, Guy said imperiously. This test can also cover your knowledge of chemistry, your agility skills whether stealth-related or not, and your information-gathering skills. It is just that stealth and tracking often take center stage. So, as I was saying, there are 30 stations in the arena. You must complete 25 within the 3-hour time limit in order to pass. You may attempt the tests in any order you desire. Each task has its own set of rules which must adhere to, though there is also the first universal rule. What's that? Naruto asked, curious yet cautious. Guy took out 4 cuffs and showed them to the younger man. These manacles restrict your ability to use chakra. You are forbidden to use chakra for any part of this test, and these will be attached to each of your wrists and ankles to help guarantee that you are not tempted. Beyond that, you may do anything you want within the limits of the posted rules. Guy's voice was slightly bitter. If you want to quit a trial and try it again later, you may do so unless the task specifically prohibits it or limits the number of times you can try it. You may use any equipment you brought, except for chakra-based equipment like scrolls and your weapon. Again, unless the station specifically prohibits the use of certain items. He drilled the point home, understanding whom he was dealing with. I will also warn you that while most stations you cannot fail, the caterpillar-browed shinobi offered, there are 9 that you can fail, so if you are defeated by 6 of those, you automatically flunk out of the test. Naruto nodded his understanding. The proctor handed the teen the 4 bracelets/anklets, and the blonde buckled them into place. Are you ready to begin? Guy asked loudly. Bring it. Uzumaki shouted. Then 3 hours starts. Now, the taijutsu master shouted, clicking the starter on 2 of the 5 stopwatches around his neck. Naruto rushed into the arena, taking note of the large, colorful flags that marked each station. Most were on the arena floor, but a number were spread amongst the stands. Some of the tests were obvious, like the track with the hurdles and the 300-foot-tall climbing wall. But many of the others were less obvious in their requirements, particularly the 2 large cages. The Chunin noticed a group of 10 tables close together in the seating, not far from his current position, and he darted over to them. The first station had a monitor, keyboard, and mouse on the desk. Naruto read the wooden plaque on the flagpole even as he slid into the bleacher seat. Computer search test. Find and open the file within 2 minutes. You may attempt this test up to 3 times, but the proctor will hide the video after each attempt. Do not damage the computer. My newest, and in some ways most fiendish test, Guy commented behind him, even as these machines become more common, many shinobi remain ignorant of. Done, Naruto said, as the images of Lee, Niji, and Tenten training began to flash across the screen. But I never said start, the boisterous ninja deflated. Sorry, Gei-sensei, Naruto didn't sound apologetic, but Shizunizan has been forcing me to learn to use a computer. I suppose that's a good thing, then. Naruto stood and jogged to the next station. Message decryption. Decode the provided message. There is no limit on time or number of attempts, but you can only use the pens and paper provided. Naruto looked at the slip of paper. Then he turned it on its side. After a few more seconds, he returned it to the upright position. He studied it for a minute, making some notes on one of the pieces of paper. Finally, he shrugged, scribbled something down, and handed it to the examiner. Power of the youth? Guy read aloud, then shook his head. That is not the message, Naruto. Uzumaki did not even look at the code, but wrote something on the next sheet of paper and thrust it towards Niji's teacher. Handsome devil of the Leaf Village, the Jonin grinned, as he informed the Chunin, nice try, but wrong again. Never mind, Naruto announced hastily, let's keep moving and I'll come back if I have time later. A wise strategy. Spot the difference. There are 24 differences between these 3 images. Find and circle all discrepancies. Some might be the same in 2 pictures, but different in the third. Even if the change is different in all 3, it only counts as 1 towards the total. This is a kid's game, Naruto complained. This is a test of patience and observation, Guy countered. The 3 photos showed Guy and his 3 students. The first disparity was glaringly obvious. In the third picture, Niji Hyuga was smiling. Naruto quickly began to note the discrepancies. The color of the wrap on Tenten's leaf headband was green instead of blue. Rock Lee's bandages stopping before his fingers. Guy-sensei, are Niji's tonfas 1 difference or 2? Naruto asked. In the first picture both of Niji's weapons were visible at his belt, but the second picture he only had 1, and in the last picture he had none. Just 1, the proctor answered. Uzumaki found most of the changes quickly, but as was often the case, the last 2 tripped him up. Oh, the number of straps on your vest pocket, the teen shouted at the older shinobi, marking the change. 1 more. 1 more. Naruto chanted, scanning the pages. Then he noticed something, and his face spread in a goof grin. Guy-sensei, are your toenails painted in this one? Naruto held up the middle photo, glancing back at the other 2 to make sure of the difference. Yes, well, Guy coughed, that was a medicinal poultice the Hokage applied after I splintered my first 2 toenails on a penalty game of kicking a can around the village. I had Tenten color the rest so they matched. That's it, Naruto handed the printer papers to Guy. After a brief examination, the proctor nodded. Naruto completed the next 3 tests in short order. Identifying the gender and weight of a person by their footprint was easy thanks to Jiraiya's perverted measurements training. He failed to pick the lock on the first of his 3 tries, but thanks to his training with Kakashi and Hinata, he was able to get it on the second try. And the table containing the 5 scented rags was practically a joke to him. Even with his chakra sealed, he still had the best nose outside the Inuzuka clan. Unfortunately, Naruto failed the next test, the ability to name the pitch of notes played by Guy-sensei on a keyboard. Unconcerned, Uzumaki trotted over to the next event. Foraging. 7 of the 10 plants on this table are safe to eat if not necessarily appetizing. Pick 5 of the 7 and sample them. None of the samples are deadly. The first 2 boxes were practically freebies. Naruto cracked open the walnut and ate it, then began chewing on the apple while he regarded the other 8 pieces of flora. After he finished the apple, he took the large dandelion flower and swallowed it whole. Then he paused, considering his remaining options. Oh, these are pine nuts, Naruto noted happily after sniffing the small seeds. He cracked a few of them open and swallowed them. Those are birch leaves, Naruto decided looking in the 5th box, can't eat those. But those are hibiscus, Naruto mangled the name of the plant, not my favorite taste, but edible. He took one of the flowers and chewed on it quickly. He made a face as he swallowed. Very good, Naruto, Guy complimented him, shall we move on? Wait, Naruto stopped him, can I take one of the mallow stems to get this taste out of my mouth? Guy wasn't sure if the younger ninja was totally sincere, or if he was showing off, but he gave a thumbs up nevertheless. You sure know your plants, Naruto, Guy observed. Yeah, well I had some bad experiences in some of my early missions, so I did some studying, the teen explained, plus, Pervy Sage made me cook and he has a taste for some strange foods. I couldn't tell you how many dandelion salads I made for him during those 3 years. Potions. Before you are 3 special teas. 1 is harmless. 1 will knock you out for 20 minutes. 1 will knock you out for 1 hour. Read the ingredients, and drink whichever one you want. Because this is a penalty test, you are considered to pass even if you drink one of the drugged blends. Naruto paused to consider the lists. He was more familiar with edible plants than drinkable herbs. Plus these were the scientific names, and he only knew the common names. But it was an easy point, and he could count on his luck. He looked at the clock. He had spent just over 30 minutes on the first 8 tests. He could probably afford to lose 20 minutes, but not an hour. He glanced over the lists again, and one ingredient in the left cup caught his eye. Humulus lupulus, he read, that's hops, like in beer. And drinking beer makes you sleepy. So if I count that one out, I have a 50-50 chance. He pondered the herbs for another half a minute before grabbing his head in frustration. Gah. What good does this do me if I waste too much time trying to figure it out? With that, Naruto grabbed the cup on the right and slammed the beverage. The infusion was pleasantly warm on his throat. Uzumaki blinked purposefully to see if his eyelids felt heavy. Noticing no change, he jumped up and headed for the last table. But before he was halfway there, his knees gave out. The Chunin had just enough focus and control to slump into the bleachers instead of falling on his face. But he was snoring before he was fully seated. 18 minutes later, a particularly violent snore and the diminished effects of the drug caused Uzumaki to jerk back to consciousness. After checking one of the clocks hanging from the pillars, Naruto staggered over to the final sit-down test and the penultimate station in the stands of the arena. Explosives. Use the ingredients to mix an explosive strong enough to destroy the house, but not the table. There is no limit on the time or number of attempts, but if you run out of ingredients or destroy the table, you fail. The reinforced platform contained a number of carefully labeled chemicals, a mortar and pestle, and handful of vials, and over a dozen matchstick houses. With a happy yawn, Naruto plunked down and began grinding the charcoal into powder. The boys always do better with the explosives than with the tea, Guy thought to himself, as Naruto shattered the model on the first attempt. And he didn't even scorch the workstation. Without waiting for confirmation, the blond man stood and jogged unsteadily to the last flag in the seating. Balance beam course. Navigate to the end. There is no limit on the time or number of attempts. Easier said than done, Naruto groused. The 2-inch wide beam was neither straight nor level. It had angled and curved turns and inclined up and down. It meandered for over 200 feet through 3 levels of the benches. Okay, Naruto took a deep breath and set his foot on the beam. Hinata's boyfriend edged carefully forwards, but after the first handful of steps, his vision went blurry, and he slipped off. Covering his face as he yawned again, he plodded back to the beginning. The second time, he made it almost halfway before falling. But on the third time, he nearly tripped on the sharpest downgrade, but he finally made it to the end. Okay, Uzumaki exhaled out the last of the effects of the drug and looked down, now into the arena. Upon landing on the floor, Naruto quickly completed the simplest events, the 400-meter hurdles, the monkey bars, the long jump and the wall jump. He didn't even try the catch-a-butterfly test. He had some trouble with sneaking past the guard dog, until he went back and dipped some mallow stems in the tea he had rejected. The Doberman ate the tasty snack but did not warm to him. Not that it mattered, because a minute later the hound was sleeping peacefully. He then completed the tightrope walk, the weightlifting, and the pole hop. The blindfold course took him 4 tries to complete. And Might Guy was so mercilessly accurate with swinging log course that it took Naruto over 11 minutes to get from the beginning to the end. After taking a few breaths to recover from his new bruises, he proceeded to the next station. The spider climb was right next to the swinging logs, and Naruto was tall enough that and strong enough that it was a relative simple task for him to support himself between the parallel walls of the course, even as it curved upwards into a vertical path. Irritant course. Remove all clothing except for your undergarments, including your shoes. You must pass through the following hallway without vocalizing in any way. There is no limit on the number of attempts, but the course must be completed in under 3 minutes. What is this, Gai-sensei? Naruto asked dubiously. The specially built corridor is full of traps designed to make you cry out, Guy explained with a huge smirk, feathers to tickle you, sandpaper to scratch you, and other sorts of surprises. And by exposing as much of your skin as decorum allows, it makes it even tougher. So if you plan to do this, strip down. Fine, fine, Uzumaki removed his shizoku and moved up to the entrance of the artificial tunnel. He stepped in and immediately howled in pain as he stepped on a pin. With a sheepish expression, Naruto took 2 steps back and started in again. He shuffled his feet along the floor to scatter the tacks, until he couldn't feel any more. But just as he passed the upright nails, sticks with feather dusters began poking out of the walls and ceiling, lightly brushing his sides and neck. Naruto clamped his mouth firmly closed to keep from laughing. After the feathers, came random jets of hot and cold water. Next were the protrusions with the sandpaper, followed by a gross, slippery sludge. Finally, the floor sent minor sparks into his feet at random intervals. But that was the last challenge, and Naruto pushed through the curtain, taking a deep breath in relief. Not too bad, Guy noted, you almost ran out of time though. And speaking of running out for time, Naruto looked the clock on the edge of the arena again. He only had 34 minutes left. He finished dressing and hurried to the next closest task. Camera evasion. Travel down the hallway, avoiding being spotted by any of the surveillance cameras. You cannot damage the generator, turn it off, or disconnect the cameras. Limit of 3 attempts. Course must be completed in 2 minutes. Unlike the previous hallway Guy had built, this one had multiple turns and did not have a top. From the entrance, Naruto could see 2 cameras with very little in the way of blind spots. He looked at the panel again and then turned to Guy. These are the only rules, Guy-sensei, the examinee prompted for confirmation. That is correct, the Jonin told him with a touch of trepidation. Naruto grinned and turned and ran towards the stands. Guy followed him back to the explosives test. The Chunin quickly began mixing the components. What are you doing, Naruto? Guy asked forcefully. Making smoke bombs, the teen answered shortly, paying close attention to the reagents as he added them to the vial. Inside, he was cursing the delay as the chemicals mixed. Didn't you bring any? Guy was confused but relieved, and he glanced at Naruto's backpack. Only paper smoke bombs, Uzumaki explained, since they're lighter. But I can't activate them without my chakra. He finished 4 vials and darted back to the test. After coughing his way through the soot-filled hallway, he received yet another thumbs up and ran to the second cage. The first cage had contained the butterfly test, and Naruto was curious what this one was. Stealth and tracking basics. Track down Hippitidano. You must touch him before he runs. If you feed or injure Hippitidano, you will be disqualified. Hippitidano? Naruto gawked at the instructions. Guy lifted a much smaller cage, showing him the white rabbit inside. Hippitidano is an ordinary bunny, and not fond of humans besides me, Tenten's teacher said sternly. If you get too close, and he notices you, he will run. You must touch him before he runs. Chasing him down will not be accepted. Inside of the cage was like a miniature forest, with logs set up like trees and leaves strewn thickly across the floor. Guy took Hippity out of the travel cage and set him down inside the testing area. Once he was free, the rabbit scampered off, disappearing. How are you going to know if I follow the rules? Naruto asked, approaching the door. Security cameras and Jinjutsu, the proctor answered simply. Exhaling determinately, Naruto stepped into the cage, and Guy closed the door behind him. The Chunin was surprised how well the interior of the cage simulated a small section of woods. He looked at the scattered leaves from the rabbit's trail and sniffed at the air. Then he stuck his pinky in his mouth, before holding it high in the air, to get the direction of the wind. I don't know how good a rabbit can smell, so better to approach from downwind, he thought as he padded silently forward. The scent was getting heavier, and the teen moved off the trail to an alternate path where he could still see Hippity's path, but the breeze would be blowing his odor away from the hair. He slowed further, not wanting to risk rustling the leaves or stepping on a hidden twig. Still, he counted off the seconds, worrying about how long this was taking. And there the rodent was, crouched in clear spot in the dirt, his ears straight up and his nose twitching. Hippity's head swiveled around, and Naruto froze, breathing slowly and worrying about the volume of his heartbeat. But after another 20 count, the rabbit seemed to relax slightly, and he stopped looking to and fro. Naruto eased in closer, getting within 5 feet of the animal. Suddenly the wind shifted, and the rabbit's nose began to twitch faster again. He turned, looking straight at the ninja. Uzumaki froze, hoping the hare could only see movement or something like that. But the rabbit stared straight at him. Naruto did not move, but neither did Hippity stop looking at the human. After 5 minutes in the uncomfortable position he had been caught, Naruto's legs started to cramp up. Just when he thought he couldn't take it anymore, the rabbit moved. However, instead of looking away or fleeing, Hippity hopped cautiously closer to Naruto, eventually settling in against the young man's leg. Uzumaki reached down and gingerly touched the hair. It did not flee, but leaned into his hand. He gently stroked it, and the rabbit made a sound not unlike purring. Before Naruto had noticed, Guy was standing next to him, picking up Hippity. "I've never seen him act like that before," Guy admitted, "but I guess this means you passed." Both ninjas exited the cage, and seeing he had less than 10 minutes, Naruto darted to the next station, not waiting while Guy returned the hair to his enclosure. Singing floor. Cross the singing floor without setting it off. You have 5 attempts and no time limit. The Chunin looked at the floor as if it might attack him. It looked like a simple set of wooden planks, raised slightly. But Naruto knew better. The wood was shaped and set in such a way that stepping onto it would cause the grain of the different boards to rub, creating a melodic resonance. No time limit, Naruto whispered ironically to himself as Might Guy caught up. "Well, I won't be able to do it on the first try, so I'll use that to scout," Uzumaki told himself as much as the Jonin. Unseen behind him, Guy nodded his approval. Naruto put one foot on the plank, more softly than his normal gait, but not full stealth mode. Immediately a gentle yet loud sound filled the air, like a young woman humming incoherently. Naruto slid and stepped all over the testing platform, getting a feel for its most sensitive spots and a few safe points. Finally he reached the end, having spent 4 minutes testing it. He darted back to the beginning and started again. He reached it as far as he could, softly, evenly putting his weight on one of the hard connections between the floor and the support beams underneath. The singing floor did not react, and Naruto exhaled in relief. He took his next step safely, but his third move set off a slight hum. Crap. Naruto cursed and ran back to the beginning, not caring the noise he made, but still tracking it. As soon as he reached the beginning he started again, repeating the same first 2 steps. But in his haste and annoyance, he flubbed the second move, and the floor began to vibrate again. Naruto took a deep breath to center himself, and returned calmly to the beginning. He started again, more focused. He didn't pay attention to Guy or the time. It was only Naruto and the singing floor. He set out smoothly and evenly, making it to the halfway point almost before he was aware he was moving. Then he paused, trying to remember the best route. He carefully pictured his first run again, and moved forward with deliberate confidence. Part of him said that despite this feeling, he was moving slowly, but he ignored that. "I can do this," he thought, "I have to do this." Then he realized something. He was at the end. "I did it," he roared. But his excitement was drowned when he looked at the clock. As fast as he could, Naruto ran to the next station. Climbing wall. Climb over this wall. Ropes, cords, cables, etc. are not allowed, nor are climbing claws. Naruto felt an unusual bout of vertigo as he stared up the concave surface. But he forced it down, knowing time was short. "Those are the only rules, right?" Naruto said quickly. "Yes," Guy sighed, hoping this wasn't going to be the same as his previous examinee. Naruto dug into his backpack, extracting 2 kunai. Ignoring the handholds carved into the wood, he buried the first blade, and pulled himself up so he could embed the second blade higher. He extracted the first knife and repeated the process, pulling himself up quickly by the daggers. Guy's head darted back and forth between his stopwatches and the teen. About 2/3 of the way up, the blade in Naruto's left hand snapped, and he nearly fell. Guy moved into position to catch him, knowing without his chakra, this fall would be as deadly to Naruto as to any civilian. Dropping the splintered dagger, Uzumaki caught one of the grips with his right foot, and went into his backpack for another kunai. Once he had another blade, he resumed climbing, trying to increase his speed even as the outward angle of the fake cliff increased. Nearly at the peak, one of his stabs hit a knot, and he was forced to try again. Pressing harder, he secured the kunai, and then swung his leg over the lip. Naruto clambered onto the top and slid down the backside. "Did I make it?" he demanded of the teacher. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Guy counted down, "Time is up. And with exactly 25 points, you pass." "All right," Naruto shouted, jumping into the air. "I gotta go find Hinata. Later, Guy-sensei." Naruto shed the chakra inhibitors unceremoniously and raced out of the arena. Good morning, the fifth Hokage was in a remarkably good mood as she surveyed the stadium-style classroom. Tsunade was at the front of the room, as were the 10 proctors of the Jonin trials. The seating area held the elders Hamura and Koharu, plus the other 30 members of the Jonin Council, and a handful of other Jonin and Tokubetsu Jonin who had come to watch the proceedings. For those of you who did not know, this is the evaluation meeting for the Jonin trials completed yesterday, she informed the onlookers, in case you responded to the summons without reading it, or just wandered in here. We will be going through each of the participants, and the proctors will let us know if that person passed or failed. After that, we will open the floor to questions and comments before deciding each candidate's fate. Any questions? No one spoke up, so she continued. If there are no objections, the Sanin's tone indicated there had better not be. We will start with our 3 Jonin who are renewing their credentials. First on the list being me. Shizune paled, while Guy started to weep softly. Niji, Choza, and Kakashi all were very careful not to display any reaction. Do any of my proctors object to my retaining my official rank? Tsunade ignored their reactions. They all shook their heads. Good, then next. Hold on, Koharu interrupted, you seem to be skipping ahead. Not to mention it looks like you coerced these examiners into voting for you. Tsunade's smirk did not fade, but she inclined her head and waved her hand to indicate the elder Kunoichi should continue. Shizune, the 3rd Hokage's female teammate, addressed the 5th Hokage's assistant. You administered Tsunade's Genjutsu examination on Tuesday, correct? The younger medic glanced at her teacher and then nodded. And she met the requirements? Hamura picked up the thread. Yes, Shizune said softly, she more than met the standards for the test. She broke 3 Genjutsu each for ranks D through A. And she exhibited 3S rank, 4A rank, and 6B rank techniques of her own. This sent some murmurs through the gallery, but Koharu ignored them and pressed, and can you name them? Shizune shuddered, and then listed the 13 jutsu. And as she did, the other Jonin all noticed a common thread. Almost half of the techniques were for interrogation or breaking morale on a military scale. Understanding filled the elders' faces, and Koharu glared at the medical expert. You tormented her, she demanded. That's a little harsh, Tsunade countered blandly. 6 out of the 13 is less than half of the techniques I showed, and some of the others are used for therapy. Heck, I didn't use my worst techniques, nor did I hold them so tightly Shizune could not break free. All in all, I'd say it wasn't much worse than watching a horror film. Or 2. Shizune, do you have any complaints? Koharu asked. No, the medic shook her head, still a little green around the gills. I knew going in where Lady Tsunade's Genjutsu specialties lie. As she said, she could have done much worse had she wanted to. Guy, seeing this would lead nowhere, the female elder switched her target. Might Guy had halted his tears, though he still looked uncomfortable. Yes, ma'am. Guy snapped to attention. Why are you so upset? Koharu demanded, did something happen yesterday? Yes, he said stiffly, Lady Tsunade completed all 30 stations in my test in just over 2 hours. And that is cause for this sort of display? Well. He tried to hold it in, but couldn't. She wrecked my climbing wall, disabled my singing floor, and fried all of my video cameras. I had to rebuild those 4 events in time for Naruto's test, and that's not counting all of the normal restocking I had to do. Tsunade? Hamura asked more civilly than his female teammate, is this true? Yes, the Hokage said proudly, it's not only true, it's completely within the rules guide set down for the tests. The wall said I had to climb over it without using ropes or climbing claws. So I brought it down and climbed over the rubble. The singing floor didn't say anything about disabling it, which is a surprise, because back when people still used those things, it was a fairly common tactic. I guess Guy assumed no one would be able to do it without their chakra or special equipment, but that's hardly my fault. Then her grin became slightly sheepish, and the cameras were an accident. The accelerant I added to the generator was just supposed to run it out of gas. I never thought it would burn out the cameras. Still, the rule said I couldn't damage the generator, and I didn't. The cameras weren't mentioned. Isn't that right, Guy? The normally loud Jonin nodded in defeat. Koharu looked annoyed, and turned her attention to the remaining 3 proctors of the Hokage's test. I suppose there isn't any point in asking you 3, is there? Neither Chosa nor Kakashi took her bait, but Niji smirked and told her Lady Tsunade's taijutsu was excellent, as one would expect from one of the legendary Sannin. She might even be a match for Gai-sensei or Lee. Fine, the elder sighed, let's move on then. Good, Tsunade's grin returned to normal, then next on the docket is the list for renewal is Shikaku Nara. So Hanabishi will be staying a Tokubetsu Jonin, the Hokage set aside the folder, and picked up the next, that bring us to Sakura Haruno. Guy, you were her first proctor, correct? Yes, ma'am, the bowl-cut Jonin had recovered from his earlier trauma and was back to his usual self. Sakura did an excellent job, he informed the gallery. She completed 28 of the stations. She ran out of time during the butterfly catch and flunked out of the computer search test. This set off a round of derisive grunts and eye-rolling, even worse than when Guy had announced Choji Akimichi's inability to use a computer. So what? Someone shouted from the gallery, using ventriloquism to mask his or her identity. This set off a number of agreeing nods, which in turn riled up Shizune and Guy. That was a fully approved test, as important as any of the others, Guy proclaimed. This set off more chuckles. This isn't a joke, the normally calm medic shouted, computers are part of your job now, and they are not going away. We have been losing business to the Hidden Grass and Hidden Cloud villages because our shinobi can't keep up with technology. We have had to hire civilian contractors to work on programming and IT jobs in the village so we can send our tech ninjas on espionage missions because you people don't know how to perform a simple file search and retrieval. Not to mention how many of you are behind on your mission reports and team reviews. Come on, Shikaku protested, we still get our reports in on the old schedule. And so what if we can't find files? We can just take the tough drive and have the tech guys do it later. You're making too much of a hassle, Shizune. Even if you knew how to find and remove the computer's hard drive, the younger woman countered scathingly, stealing it would make it pretty obvious to the owner that someone had been there, which negates the stealth factor of most of these missions. Settle down, Shizune, Tsunade ordered sternly, while you have a point, this is hardly the time or place for this argument. The Hokage's assistant returned to her seat, still glaring. However, the next person here to interrupt a proctor's report due to personal feelings of the value of a test will be undergoing that test personally. The Sannin stared the other Jonin down. Do I make myself clear? No one answered, but Hamura smiled appreciatively. Good, Tsunade smirked at her subordinates. Guy, did you have anything else to say about Sakura's skills test? No, ma'am, he shook his head vehemently. Then next would be Irika. Tsunade turned to former teacher, you gave Sakura her Jinjutsu test on Wednesday. How did it go? Sakura was able to break 4D and C rank Jinjutsu, as well as 2 of the 3B rank Jinjutsu, and 1 of 2A rank techniques, he informed the Jonin Council, well above the required skill level. As for her techniques, she had the requisite 5C and 3B level techniques, plus 1 extra A rank for a total of 3. Most of her support and direct maneuvers are medical in nature. Though one of her A-rank techniques is the masking storm, a powerful multiple target distraction art. So then she passed? Tsunade pressed blandly. Yes. She was not the best, but she definitely went beyond the minimum requirements, Yumino agreed. Yamato, how was Sakura's ninjutsu? The medical Sannin turned to look at the next examiner, on the other side of the table. Just beyond sufficient, he answered simply, she exhibited a handful of techniques beyond what was required, and displayed ample mastery of water and air chakra. Anything else? The Hokage asked, mildly amused. Not really. Fine. Niji, how did Sakura do on the taijutsu exam? Tsunade focused on the youngest Jonin present. Sakura's unarmed fighting skills are excellent, the white-eyed teen noted. Beyond the 2C rank, 2B rank, and 3A rank styles, she exhibited S rank in both hard fist and tiger styles. I believe those are the styles you favor, are they not, Lady Tsunade? The Hokage shrugged immodestly, and then asked, do you have anything else you wish to add? Niji shook his head carefully, and the attention of the Jonin Council fell on its largest member. Chosa Akimichi launched into his findings without prompting. Sakura is extremely skilled with both the battle axe and the heavy club, Choji's father explained, both firmly A rank, with her axe skill on the verge of full S rank. For her B rank weapons, she had the nodachi, the scimitar, and the quarterstaff. And at C rank she displayed the mace, nunchaku, and manriki gusari. Though she only showed 8 weapons, her techniques were all crisp and precise, and she did substitute one B rank for a C rank. Well, then, Tsunade addressed the gallery, Sakura exceeded the minimum requirements for all 5 pillars. I propose we award her the rank of Jonin. Any objections? She has quite the temper, the female elder spoke up. If that was a disqualifying offense, neither of us would have been promoted, Tsunade countered, and probably not Enko either. Mitarashi smirked, unable to refute the point. Also she is a skilled medic, and we are short on Jonin with that skill set, Shizune added. Other members of the council nodded, though a few looked nonplussed. Fine, then let's put it to a vote, Tsunade shrugged, all in favor of Sakura Haruno being granted the rank of Jonin? Most of the attendees raised their hands, including all of the proctors, though some only added their assent once it was obvious the motion would carry. Wonderful, the leader of the Leaf Village smiled, I love it when I don't have to break a tie. Then, the next candidate is Hinata Hyuga. Kakashi? Out of the 18 required techniques, Kakashi had already taken out the handwritten report he had prepared for Hinata. He read it carefully. Hinata showed 27 techniques. She displayed 6 C rank, 8 B rank, 9 A rank, and 4 S rank ninjutsu arts. I can list her techniques at the request of the council. He paused briefly after reading the stock line of his form report, but as before no one asked for the full accounting. After a suitable wait, Kakashi concluded his prepared statement. Hinata also displayed mastery of lightning and earth chakra, he concluded, setting the paper aside. Tsunade started to move on, but the copy ninja startled the assembled shinobi by continuing. On a personal note, he announced, I want it on the record that there is one more specific S-rank technique that Hinata knows, but could not have performed in the Jonin trials. Hinata has successfully executed the Zodiac Seal while I was watching. And that was under what could be conservatively called a stressful event. The seal was later confirmed by Master Jiraiya. This sent whispers through the gallery, both because of Hinata's skill, and the probable reason she had been forced to use it. Well, then. Tsunade was mildly stunned by Kakashi's deviation from his normal protocol, but not by what he had to say. Is there anything else, Kakashi? The Hokage asked him. No, I think I have made my point. Then next to Shizune, Tsunade looked at her apprentice. How did Hinata's Genjutsu exam go? Very well, the younger medic answered. She was able to break every Genjutsu I know, including every A rank and both S rank offensive illusions. And though she was somewhat hesitant, she also met the requirements for using Genjutsu. She also executed one extra B rank move, though I don't think she realized it at the time. Still, she did pass the test. Shizune appeared apprehensive as she pointed out Hinata's minor oversight. Some of the other Jonin noted that, but the Hokage pushed ahead, shifted their attention to Enko. She made short work of my test, Enko said, only slightly bitter. That Hyuga girl found all my clones in just under half the allotted time, and then 2 of her copies evaded me for the full 75 minutes. The kid's got some talent, and she's pretty creative to boot. That's it. You go. Tsunade prompted simply, growing tired of stating the exam type or asking then his or her opinion when everyone already knew what was expected. Hinata was without a doubt the most skilled unarmed combatant I tested, Yuzuki said, her voice carefully controlled so they did not think the compliment was due to any personal feelings. She demonstrated 18 different taijutsu styles of level C or higher. In fact, only 4 of those were C rank. She had 2 S-rank taijutsu styles, the gentle fist and whipping willow styles, then the former ANBU agent paused, unable to keep the awe from creeping into her voice, and she also displayed a rank in the tiger and heron style. This set off another round of murmurs in the gallery. Are you sure about that? Koharu interjected dubiously. After another of my candidates had already exhibited the style, so I did my research, Kakashi's lover retorted directly. I watched the old videos of the 4th Hokage again, and spoke to both his student and his teacher. There can be no doubt that this is the genuine article. That is certainly something to note, Tsunade acting amazed, despite being fully aware of Hinata and Naruto's special training. Is there anything else you wish to add, Yugo? No, Lady Hokage, there is nothing more I can add at this point. I guess not. Tsunade glared at the throng until they regained their composure again. And that brings us to Choza. Unfortunately, I cannot make things as easy as my 4 counterparts, the stout shinobi informed them. Kakashi raised his eyebrow at the statement, while Tsunade and Niji both looked annoyed. Explain, the Hokage demanded. Hinata was only able to show 8 weapons, he explained, for C rank, 2 B rank, 1 A rank, and 1 S rank. I don't see the issue, Kakashi interrupted blandly. The issue, Choza continued sadly, is her choice of A and S level weapons. For starters, her S rank weapon is the light throwing blade set. Again, this set the assembled ninjas buzzing. Inoichi Yamanaka frowned unhappily and pointed out, light throwing blades generally aren't considered above the B rank. True, Yugo agreed deceptively, but that is because so few candidates are able to use them at the S level. The traditional penalty assessed for using throwing blades as one of your Jonin weapons is 1 level. Which would mean Hinata could count light throwing blades as one of her A rank weapons if we don't choose to censure her further. Is she really that good? Yamato asked neutrally. She knows the Uchiha deflection technique, Choza announced. She was able to deflect a kunai 18 times, in a simple yet precise pattern, before getting a bullseye. The remaining rumbles in the seated shinobi died. Instead, they turned to looks of amazement. How does she know that move? The elders asked, almost in unison, though the female advisor was suspicious, while the male was simply curious. I taught her, Kakashi answered for Choza, and before you ask, Itachi taught me when we served together in the ANBU. I thought with her speed and her Suijin Byakugan she could master the skill. Turns out I was right. So, assuming we accept Hinata's light throwing blades as an A-rank weapon, what is the issue with her other weapon? Tsunade forced the conversation forward. Hinata's primary weapon, her A-rank weapon, is her kote, Choza explained. The kote have no standard style or common use was a weapon. And while unique weapons are something that comes up from time to time. He paused, glancing from Enko to Irika and then to Temari. Bracers are armor, not weapons, the large warrior concluded, and I don't think anyone here would approve of a helmet as a weapon. Despite that, Hinata has developed a complex, lethal, and definitely A-rank style, combining parts of fist and elbow taijutsu, kata techniques, and some unique strikes. A point of fact, a thin, reedy voice announced from the back of the room. The Jonin turned to look to Shiro, an elderly Jonin who was the academy's librarian and headmaster. There are 5 scrolls depicting the kote weapon style in the unrestricted section of the library, the octogenarian shinobi lectured, written by 3 different Jonin. Of the 3, one Myoa Kimichi considered forearm guards to be her primary weapon, and held an S rank with the kote. Naruto Uzumaki borrowed the scrolls for the months of December and January. Given his relationship with Miss Hyuga, I would assume her style is based at least in part on those established methods. My great-aunt did? Choza pondered, I did not know that. So it appears there is no reason not to accept Hinata's weapons test as valid. Tsunade smirked triumphantly, then she settled quickly, asking smugly, is there any other reason Hinata should not be awarded the rank of Jonin? Hesitating slightly, Shizune raised her hand. Once their attention was back on her, the medical expert spoke. While Hinata might have the required skills to be a Jonin, she qualified, I don't believe she is ready mentally. She was obviously struggling for the right words, and the council waited for her to continue. We all have different sides to our personality, Shizune suggested, but Hinata takes it to a dangerous degree. When she is around Naruto, she can be strong, confident, and decisive. But if he's not around, she reverts back to her old self. She is not as timid or uncertain as she once was, but I still worry that she is not ready. Shikaku followed her train of thought, adding, she's got a point. The 2 main responsibilities that separate a real Jonin from a Takujo are handling A-rank missions solo, and teaching a Genin squad. He pointed at Tsunade, and said, would you be confident giving either of those jobs to Hinata, like she is now? The leader of the Leaf Village considered that, but couldn't answer. Even though you didn't say no, the fact that you couldn't say yes should tell you something, he concluded, it's a hassle, but what can you do? Make her a Tokubetsu Jonin, Kakashi suggested. I expect Hinata will be more than happy with that. Niji, though not entirely pleased with the suggestion, nodded his agreement. Fine, let's put it to a vote, Tsunade insisted again, making it obvious she did not concur. If you think Hinata should be given the rank of Jonin that she deserves, raise your right hand. If you think we should restrict her to Takujo status, raise your left. And if you think she should stay a Chunin, cover your head with your hands and brace yourself. Not a single Jonin kept both of his or her hands down, and the Hokage carefully counted each vote. And last on the list, Tsunade opened the last folder in the stack, Naruto Uzumaki. Yugo, you are first this time. As per the normal limits of my exam technique, Naruto was able to show 9 styles. Her voice was tainted by her disappointment that Naruto had not found the same workaround Hinata had. He had 4 A rank styles, 3 B rank, and 2 C rank. His best style was the Tiger and Heron, which was arguably S rank, but I decided limit it to A rank, as Naruto admitted his knowledge of the style was incomplete. Very good, Tsunade had stopped asking if the proctors were done, instead moving on automatically when they stopped speaking. Kakashi? Out of the 18 required techniques, Kakashi did not even need to glance over his report on Naruto. Naruto showed 26 techniques. He displayed 5 C rank, 5 B rank, 9 A rank, and 7 S rank ninjutsu arts. I can list his techniques at the request of the council. Naruto also displayed mastery of wind, lightning, and earth chakra. 7 S-rank techniques? Name them, the Hokage demanded, but only to preempt the Koharu. Naruto can use the Futen, Rasengan, the Futen, Rasen Shuriken, the Raiten, Rasengan, the Otama Raiten Rasengan, the 5 points Rasengan, and the Blood Clone Jutsu. At that point Kakashi paused and pointed out, and all of those are unique moves Naruto developed on his own or together with Hinata. His last S-rank move was the Weapon Forged Jutsu. Naruto was able to use the Weapon Forged Jutsu during a test, and still display 25 other techniques? Niji's normal facade was shattered. Yes, Kakashi said, setting Naruto's creation on the table. It took him just under a half hour to make this. I took it to the Emporium for confirmation, and Karen said it is one of the finer weapons she has seen. I would say there are no doubts about Naruto's ninjutsu skill, Tsunade insisted. Temari, how were his weapon skills? Top-notch, she shrugged. Even without his S rank in the staff blade, he would have more than passed with his 4 A rank and 6 B rank weapons. Enko smirked proudly, but Irika could not, knowing his turn was next. When the Hokage started to speak to him, he was already answering. Naruto failed the Jinjutsu test, he informed the gallery. In fact, he did so spectacularly. He failed to break any Jinjutsu I used on him, even when the illusion was simple and obvious. And the only technique he was able to show was 1 D-rank Jinjutsu. That is unfortunate, Koharu said evenly, her opinion of the teen still divided. I do not believe his failure is Naruto's fault, Niji put forth. I believe his ability to use Jinjutsu has been compromised by his. The youngest proctor struggled to find a euphemism, so he did not break the law against talking about the QB in public. He was rescued by the Hokage. For the purposes of this discussion, let's just call the fox demon what it is, she suggested, to make things easier. And because I'm sure no one here is stupid enough to degrade a hero of the village in my presence. Our presence, Irika, Enko, and Yugo agreed in unison. Kakashi remained silent, but his innocently threatening gaze told where he stood. Very well, Niji nodded. During our mission to the lands of greens and birds, we came under a Jinjutsu attack. Naruto's own statements during that attack, and my observations of his chakra network lead me to believe the QB no Kitsune is interfering with Naruto's ability to disrupt or use Jinjutsu. I cannot tell if the vixen is actively interfering or if this is some sort of side effect. I had the same impression as well, Irika nodded. He said the demon was telling him Jinjutsu was pointless when he could do as much or more with ninjutsu. I have read certain accounts that seem to indicate that the QB is especially susceptible to illusions, Kakashi added, withholding that Madara Uchiha's journals were his source, but that if the person creating the illusion is too weak, the fox can reverse the Jinjutsu or even make it real. It is possible that Naruto's increased use of the fox's chakra has transferred this vulnerability to him. Regardless, Tsunade sighed, Naruto failed the test and cannot become a Jonin. Still, Tokubetsu Jonin is definitely on the table.